So go ahead and do it. You got time.
You got
Shit,
plenty of time.
you're like I hit go live.
I was gonna say you still got time. People will pop up when they
Ah,
pop up.
maybe I.
Technically, because the way you two are set up, I lurk in both channels because it's what happens.
Maybe I.
Yeah.
Totally not having a lazy day today.
I mean, look, it's perfectly fine.
Oh, and I was watching the LCS Summer Split.
Good shizzles.
Went ahead and watched some old Faker film when some of his top plays of pulling off the Faker business.
Because when I took it up, it was like all sticky.
Oh, that's all right. I appreciate it. Ah, yes, indeed. And it's 9 o'clock, son.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
School starts tomorrow here.
Oh
What
no,
does it?
we're good till the 18th, but we got to get in that habit early.
Yeah, I've been putting my kid to bed at 10.
That
I'm about to
sounds
start moving
so
it down to
weird. Why
9:30.
the hell are you gonna start school on a Thursday?
It's like I thought it was like a partial half day, but it's the junior high, and schools around here in Illinois all start at different times. So, who says Illinois has to make any damn sense at any goddamn time anyway? It never makes sense.
Hey, I was up in Chicago, near Chicago, Illinois, when I went to boot camp.
Oh snaps! Which one did you go to?
Great mistakes. I mean, Great Lakes.
Oh yeah, that's accurate. That fits.
Yeah, my dumbass went during the winter,
That's your own damn fault.
and I was enlisted in the Navy.
So he's 0 for 3 at this moment in time.
Yep, went to a all aquatic based military installment up in the upper north, right next to a giant fucking lake in the middle of the winter.
Yeah, it sounds like you made a bad life decision, good sir.
Yeah.
Cause ain't no way in hell. Look, I grew up in Chicago, and I'll tell you the first thing we'll let you know is you don't fuck with the lake during the winter. The lake is not a game. It's not a joke. It's not a thing to be played with. Cause
I
it
mean,
will
we had an
get that
indoor
bad.
pool,
Hmm. Yeah,
but then we had to walk outside to go back to our berths.
Nope, nope. That's a
and
whole lot of hell no.
and God forbid you didn't dry off properly.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like a dumbass decision was made. You know what?
Very much.
I'm gonna have some fun. Let me make sure I got the lights kicked on up in here all right to make sure that we got things cracking. We got things live. The sound is going good. I'm gonna make a root beer float because I got a lot of shit planned for the night. Whoo, shucky ducky quack quack.
No fucking way you put out that line.
Yes, sir.
Fucking Booker T.
It's an old ass comic from way back in the day.
Fuck yeah.
Shucky ducky quack quack.
It's the Decky quack quack moment of the night.
Hmm.
And he gets so mad when they don't have that little glyph ready to go for him and everything.
Like, look, you got one job. Get on your shit.
Like, where's my image? Where's that? Where'd it go?
Hmm.
It's like the one motherfucking thing I've iconed other than the spinneroonie, and y'all can't get the shit right.
I was gonna say he didn't do that. It came from what the fuck was it? What was his name? It's from an old comic that used to do the Apollo back in like the early '90s, late '80s.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Hamburger. That's what he went by. I can't remember his actual name, but he used to be like, got a call like when I would get mad, I'd be like Hamburger. And he said, I remember as a kid, I was like, so I could say hamburger, it's not cussing. And the adults be like, we know what the fuck you saying. We're like, all right, you know what? Never mind. Never mind.
My bad.
We need a new word. We need a new word.
Hey, you know what? Me and my brother used to get away with for like a little bit because they thought it was funny.
Hmm.
Whenever one of us wanted to cuss, I'd be like, "Hey, bro," he's like, "What?" I go, "Fuh," and he'd finish with,
Like what?
because
Like
neither one of us was saying the full
I
word.
didn't say the whole word, like, but I know what you meant. It's just the same way that when I was upset with my mom, I would stop saying mom or ma. I'd be like, yes, mother. Like, I don't like the way that mother sound. It sounded like there was some more to that mother that you wanted to put in there. It was like, mother, I'm just saying what you are, mother. You are my mother, mother. And she was like, I'm going to be a mother without a child if you keep that up. Like, well played, ma'am. Well played. I see what you did there.
I ain't even lie. I do that to my mom nowadays. She told me something like, what was the other day? She reminded me like 30 times. My son got disciplined. I'm like, okay, cool. I already wrote it down. We're good. And right before she went to bed, remember, he has an appointment at 4. I'm like, okay, mother. And I said it just like that, like just that long drawn mother.
And it's always that slight look that they give to you, like,
Like, you lucky I ain't, it's illegal to kill you. Or like the debate of, can I get away with it?
people.
I know my mom. She couldn't get away with it.
Oh yeah, I was just laughing because I'm a Marvel big MCU guy. I'm caught up on the MCU. I'm excited for She-Hulk coming out in a week and a half. Ironically, when
Nice.
school starts back here, She-Hulk also starts. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just take that as a coincidence. I'm gonna just take that and run with it, so I can enjoy that because the story looks like it'll be enjoyable and mhm, and fairly cool and laughable and be able to relax. But people out here clapping was like the CGI is bad. I was like, I don't care. Like, is the story good? I don't care about CGI. Look here, sir. I watched season 1 of Ruby when it came out, sir. I don't care about
Right?
the animation. You understand me? I need quality story. I need quality
Like, look, I grew up watching fucking Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
facts. Like I grew
Which
up with the
which one?
shittiest.
The freaking live action or the animated?
The fucking live action with Melissa Joan Hart, my baby.
I mean, she was cool though. But right, we watched all the bad animation growing up. This is nothing. This is nothing to me,
Fucking,
sir.
what was it, Dark Crystal?
Right, like I had to watch goddamn the Super Mario Brothers movie back in the day.
Oh,
That was what we got that had nothing really to do with the actual game, but we took it and accepted it as ours because it was gaming. And we were like, if we don't support this now, this will die and it'll never come back. The OG Mortal Kombat with the bad CGI stuff, but the fire techno house music that's still a classic to this day. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. You can play that whenever you want in the club, and there's somebody that'll dance to it automatically.
oh, fuck yeah.
All those good things. So no, there's nothing about this that makes me feel any type of way about it. I've enjoyed the shows. I've enjoyed the diversity they've showed. I've enjoyed the way that they've taken the comics and made them material for live action because as much as a fan as I am of original writing, there are some things that just don't translate well to the screen. And so we make it work, like they did with Miss Marvel, which if you haven't seen Miss Marvel, that shit was hilarious and good and informative. It was all the things you could want. I learned about shit that I didn't even know, and it was historical suffering that happens to everybody in India back when they had the partition. I was like, oh, I can relate to this. I understand, as historically I had bad shit happen in my past too for my ancestors. This fits. So yeah, it's wild shit. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to everything else coming out. I'm looking forward to crying at Black Panther 2 at the end of the year because it's going to be a lot of tears in that. That's just, I've just accepted that I'm going to cry like Lilo at that one. It's going to be hard tears because that one is emotionally damaging. Speaking of emotional damage, where the hell is Alex?
That's a little too specific there, Ace.
Well, she sent me a meme a minute ago saying, when the player casts a spell but has no idea what the spell does and just assumes you know the entire spell catalog verbatim because you're the DM. And it's a picture of Matt Mercer like with like that look of like almost wanting to throw up.
I tend to
Like-
reread, and triple read my spells.
Look, I
Well, I've memorized my spells almost down to the T. And I've had a player that was like, I want to play a spellcaster. And I'm like, okay, what kind? And they're like, wizard. And I'm like, are you sure you don't want to start off with something easier like sorcerer? What's the difference? Because the first 2 to 3 sessions as a wizard, I'll give you the spells. From that point forward, if you don't learn that you have to prepare your spells, and if you walk into a an oil refinery with nothing but firebolt, fireball, and burning hands prepared for the day, you're shit out of luck, my dude.
Hey, look, R.I.P. to the whole squad because this place is going down in flames.
That's not my fault. It's like,
Exactly.
I can't trade them? No, because wizards prepare their spells. Sorcerers just throw them on the fly, and you get a lot less of them.
That sounds like a similar conversation I had recently with a certain druid about how druids have to pick their spells once a day also.
Damn.
That's in reality, this is the first time I've played a spellcaster, but I've watched them work so many times that it's kind of like, okay, I enjoy the utility of a wizard because they are the damn near ultimate utility caster, but holy fuck, sitting here and being like, all right, prepared spell list.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a pain in the ass.
That's a lot of extra work. But for the extra work, you get all the utility. You got a spell for damn near anything if you put enough extra work into it. But you got to work on it every day. You got to come prepared with what your spell is. Which
That's
I do
my
appreciate
problem.
you actually rolling for the ring every day and then sending me what it is. I appreciate that.
Yeah, like I'll admit I forget it most of the time until it's like, okay, wait, we're about to do something. What's the ring?
Right.
Because I'm like, okay, will it be helpful? But I've gotten like dark sight for like 9 out of the 10 rolls, and I'm like, what the hell? The only 2 times I haven't gotten it was freedom of movement, which was absolutely useless, and fast healing 1, which was like, okay, but I didn't really take any damage.
Hey, sometimes it is what it is. Also, just for the record, I also want to give a shout out to a place where I've seen some amazing inspiration for art. SteveArgyle.com. Ridiculously good website. Amazing art from like all the things that are nerddoms from Final Fantasy, or not Final Fantasy, from Magic the Gathering and around. There's all types of cool, amazing art that I have definitely used to describe certain characters because I was like, that is what that character looks like in my head. Done. That works. You're that picture now, including armor, which would be amazing. Because not having overly bulky armor is just an odd thing to see.
Oh shit, today might actually be helpful. 3, orange, wearer gains a +5 natural armor bonus.
That sounds like something that could be very valid in today's situation.
Yeah. I looked at it, I'm like, oh great, another 4. And then I put my glasses on and I'm like, holy shit, it's not 4.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ace.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's actually a great one for you to have today because it gives you natural armor.
I'm sorry for being late, guys. My bad.
Banned
Naito's still
forever.
not even here.
You're all right. We were just talking about, for a spellcaster like a wizard, it's really tough because you get all them spells, but you have to choose which spells you want every single day. And I was like, yeah, exactly, just like a druid has to do all the time. It's just be like it's really heavy to carry all them spells all the time.
Just in case, Hassan, you're muted.
I am aware. I'm driving.
Ah, okay. I thought
Yeah,
you
they're
left
going
because
home.
we couldn't hear you.
Hey, Pyro.
What's up?
I'm on my way back to my house, but I'm with you
Yeah.
guys.
Hey, you remember that discussion we had in the last session
Yeah.
about the the place we are currently on our way to,
Yeah,
my character has knowledge of that.
cool. That might be helpful.
That might be, or it could be bad. Bad. We'll find out.
It's always
We will be
helpful.
finding.
It'll be fine. Everything's fine.
That's what my stream says.
Hmm.
My stream says
Oh
it'll be
my God.
fine.
It's not like I've been planning this out for the whole week about all the things going in there, or that this tomb that they're going into is filled with traps and dangers and stuff like that that they won't know what to deal with. It'll be fine.
I don't like that. Let's not do that. I don't like that.
It's too late. Ruin and Wanda already inside.
It's a little too late. Ruin and Wanda are already at the top, fiddling with the mechanism.
Oh no, they
Alright.
opened it and they went inside at the end of the last one down the steps. So they're already in the spider's web, as one might say.
You know,
I'm already at the footsteps of the Temple of the Raven Queen.
Hmm.
With Talu and Toll.
Yep.
what the fuck, man?
That only leaves the question. I got a little tunnel vision near the end. Where exactly are you, Luna? Because like, you watched two people fly up, and the last place I remember you were a small little rodent creature in Wanda's armor. Unless that's changed, you're with Talu and
And Ruin.
Wanda.
Oh yeah, Wanda.
Or you with
Talu
Ruin
and-
and Wanda? With Ruin and
Yeah,
Wanda.
Ruin and Wanda up inside the tomb. The
Yeah.
tomb
I
This
thought you
is
had
fucking stupid.
A bird.
of General Arnestant.
I gotta cut. I got a shear thingy for my plants, but it doesn't even fucking close. And this is how it works, not the other way around. What the hell, dude? That's what I get for paying $5.
I mean, I
Like
would
this
say valid. Not so much it was $5, but just not double checking how it works beforehand. But I'd take that shit back.
It was on Amazon. It's my fault. But like, come on now. Where is this useful at? Where?
I mean,
I can't cut plants with this.
They never made it to be useful.
Shame. Shame. I don't remember where I am. I remember we left. I was a rodent. I didn't change. Did I change? I don't remember changing back.
Then you are currently in Wanda's armor, I believe.
That's the last place where you were, and I think you were too lazy to change back.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and also, I wanted it to be useful because if we're going to do something tonight, maybe being a small rodent is useful, and I don't want to waste my wild shapes
Makes sense.
because I've already wasted one tonight.
Mhm.
Well, not wasted, but you know what I mean.
Actually, fly would have been better for me tonight.
True.
A fly?
No. The ring Naomi gave me before she left gives me extra attributes as the days roll through. I can roll a d10 and find out what it is. Today it gave me 5 natural armor bonus, and I'm actually thinking that the number 6 lets me use fly at will.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking that might have been a little bit more helpful due to the fact I would have been able to move around quicker because I'm not necessarily wanting to get into fights. I want to prevent the fighting.
That is valid.
Think we can prevent fighting? No.
I'm hoping, but
Honestly, no. I feel like the armor is good since the vampires we're going up against are pretty ravenous.
yeah, but I don't like the fact that I might get mauled.
But you don't know if they're capable of flying or
What?
jumping.
Maul you? No. Why would they maul the smallest of the people with no armor?
Yeah,
Hey,
you know, just quite literally the equivalent of, well, what was it? Just, you know, those little hors d'oeuvres that they serve at the beginning of every party.
Yeah,
An appetizer.
don't mind me double checking vampire stats. for reasons.
Hmm.
Well, a vampire isn't is stronger than vampire spawn, and not a vampire lord. So there's a difference.
Yeah. Doesn't prevent the fact that I still look like a Capri Sun to them.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Especially the wild vampire spawn, they're really gonna like you.
Mm.
Mm, 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 mm.
It'll be fun.
Right, it'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen?
Right.
Ah, with that, I am going to go grab my root beer float, and I'll be right back.
You go get that. Have fun. What the shit balls?
I got some mental therapy going on already.
Somewhat.
Real
Some
life or in the
mental therapy.
game?
In the game.
Okay, about to
I
say.
got well, actually, real life. I'm playing the game. I'm playing house. Something nice and mind numbing that I can relax with.
That's how I felt. Well, okay, that's a lie. Never mind. I was gonna say that's how I felt today, but it was kind of very stimulating and sort of numbing.
So I think I spent most of the day asleep.
We spent the day. Well, not the day. Well, I spent the day asleep, and then I woke up, and then we went to a communist party thingy, which was really fun.
Communist?
Yes, communist. It was called Cookout with a Commie. It was super fun and super cool, and it was the first time I was surrounded by a lot of people who agreed with how I feel being a communist. Because I'm a communist. Yeah.
Who just hurt themselves?
My.
A child.
Oh, I can't even get
Right.
mad at him for saying that word.
Did he scream fuck?
No. All I heard was that crash that y'all heard. I heard crap.
Aww.
Guys, Theo, come here, baby.
Aww.
Are you okay?
Oh, he's good. He's
What'd
good.
you
He's
do?
I say the boy is laughing his ass off.
Fan on your foot? How did you drop your fan on your foot? Work. Go make sure. Hey, make sure your room's clean before you go to bed. And don't forget you need to brush your teeth. Yep, he's my kid. He's a psychopath.
Like father, like son.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm cleaning.
What's the game pause?
House flipper.
What's that?
It's where I
House
take a house and I just flip it over on top of itself.
Nice.
Gotta clean it first so nothing falls out.
Yeah. Okay, sell objects. Couches.
Communism.
Coffee table.
How
Buy
do you
objects.
do that?
I just do it.
Is it?
Like Nike. You okay?
Is that in VR too?
There is a VR version of it, but we don't play it.
Huh?
There is a VR version of it, but we don't play it because we're lazy.
Called real life.
That's right.
Lazy means I don't want to get up and play a game. I'd rather sit down and play it.
Oh. I'll just keep right now.
Our games are weird. They're very weird.
Ugh. Oh.
I don't know what those.
Mhm.
Oh, that's green.
What the heck?
Alrighty then.
Oh shit, chair.
We can go ahead and get things started for now. And we'll pick up immediately with our little temple goers. Unless y'all need a recap of what happened at the end of the last episode.
Uh,
Okay,
can we
there.
get a recap just in case? Because I don't remember what I don't remember.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Well, Team Moonshadow, name change patent pending, possibly, went to the Riverheart Manor where there was a casino night being held of high rollers and stakes. And after some misadventures, Wanda and Luna ended up sliding off and running into General Riverheart, or former Rare Animal General Riverheart still, a prominent senator in Opara, who began to question what they were doing walking around and slicking through places in his home, which led to them admitting why they were here and about Wanda's mother, to which the general stated there was no such person in his home, and then revealed a map that could show the location of everyone inside of their home, along with their true name.
Hmm. That sounds a little.
Now, with that being said, at the high roller table, there was a large bet that was made in the game of gods, evens, and demons. And in this game, with it being a roll off coming down between Sin and one of the fellow patrons at the table, it ended up with Sin winning all of the money. Sin, do you remember the exact amount that you won?
600,000.
Ballin'.
With that, the members of the high roller table, with Livia in the lead, relocated and retreated to a private room, of course, she has in the manor. Kind of secret room that's kind of off the map of extra dimensional space. When she went over her plan, where she was planning to destroy House Orsova tonight in about 4 hours' time. With the payment of the game being considered the full payment for what originally was going to be the actual Quasar Aster and his connections from Cheliax, but seeing that she was able to recognize the members of Team Moonshadow, figured it's just as good either way. Long as somebody can get the job to be viable backups and bodyguards, what does it matter? So yes, with that being considered the payment, Sin not wanting to disagree in the moment, the team was able to leave and prepare with roughly about 30 minutes to get away, about 3.5 hours to figure out what they're going to do, how to go about this, what's going to be the plan. Ruin immediately wanted to go back out to the shining obelisk and the huge statue of General Arnestant that is left there, as Wanda's necklace seemingly had the exact same markings as an impression that Ruin saw early in the day in the base of the statue. The statue being easily over 100 feet tall. Let's just say that the interests were piqued of Ruin of wanting to know what the hell is in there, and hopefully it might be useful. During this time, Talu and Sin had decided that they were heading off to a temple to go and get some answers for themselves and try to figure out a better answer to this solution. Does that clear things up for you, ma'am?
Sorry, yeah.
That helps me too, thank you.
I realized you weren't looking at me. I was doing thumbs up because I didn't feel like talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I'm chewing the bacon that I had left over for the night, so it's all good.
Ew.
Speaking of cooked bacon, Talo and Sin, you arrive at the temple as you were headed out to the temple district, correct?
Yes.
That's the direction we were heading, yeah.
Then we'll pick up with you all easily being able to arrive at the temple to the Raven Queen, which, like most temples, is open 24/7, with people coming in and out, some people worshiping, and so forth. It's an all black stoned building, maybe of obsidian, you're not sure, or marble, but it seems to be extremely well kept and clean. With looks to be a couple of sentries standing almost as an honor guard outside the front doors, which there are steps that lead up to the doors that have these huge black columns, 2 on each side, and the columns seem to also go around the entire building. But from what you can see, the doors are open and there is fire lights lit all in the interior. and you can almost see, even from way out here, the area where you assume it looks like almost a huge, long, oval, circular pool of blood would be.
Okay. I'm definitely going to be moving with some haste then that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of I guess
Mm-hmm.
the easiest way to put it is tastefully disrobing myself. I don't want to get into a pool of blood while wearing, most of my uniform.
Very valid. So next to you, Talu, Sin is disrobing as he's walking up these steps and starting to take his clothes off.
Do I see the pool of blood?
Once you get up towards, you can kind of see like an area that seems raised, as there's like the raised lip of something that's about 2 feet up off the ground. But once you kind of get into the temple, you can clearly see there's about about a 60-foot oval pool of what looks to be dark red liquid that is unbroken and still.
So, considering that I see him undressing and that I see this, liquid, I'm just
Mm-hmm.
gonna look at him going for a swim, I'm guessing.
Unfortunately, unless unless she wants to talk to me, I don't know any other way besides going to her.
And as you're walking
Right.
towards it, you see a priest kind of raise his hand and says, "Welcome to the Temple of the Raven Queen here in Opara. How might we be able to help you, travelers?"
Uh, I'm sorry, Raven Queen? As in.
The matron of ravens, the lady of
Right.
death.
See, I'm glad you said something because I heard raised hand. I heard raised hand. I'm sorry.
Raven Queen.
Raven Queen.
Right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful.
So I'm just gonna leave it to Sin at this point because I mean, even though I know what I know, I don't want to say it out loud because too many questions would come out of that.
I guess I'm going to bow my head slightly and try and whisper under my breath. It's like, Raven Queen, if you can hear me, I need to speak with you. If you're willing to help, please help me commune with you. Hoping that what Ruin has said comes multiple times comes true, in the fact that I start to glow or something.
Mm-hmm.
And
Make a will save, please, with advantage.
okay, the numbers are a 15 and a 16. Okay.
With that, as you stand there and start to whisper this, muttering
Oh,
towards the Raven Queen, what'd you get total?
plus 9, so 25.
That's what I thought. As you start to mumble this whispering, this request to the Raven Queen, Talu, you kind of notice at first as you're a bit taller than Sin, kind of standing there, but you notice that all of a sudden from off of Sin, almost like a kind of smoky mist seems to be rising from him. And then as you kind of stare at it, you see it seem to solidify as there's almost a silver smoke that is rising from him. And looking at him now, you can see that there almost seems to be a ghostly after image around him of what you can assume you've seen as his kitsune form around him. And all silver.
He's just gonna hear tell like, oh, so that's what everyone's always going on about.
And with that, you see the priest kind of look and just kind of gives a bow and says, "I understand." And with that, he kind of steps back to the side and waves his hand towards the pool.
I am going to take out my card for the school, and I am going to hand that also to Talu and be like, I might need that when I get back.
Cool. I'll just hold everything in my hand because
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm in an undershirt and my boxers, but I'm not gonna go any farther than that. And then I guess I'll start wading into the pool of blood kind of slowly, because this is so unsanitary. This is...
Oh, it feels as gross as you imagine it is. It feels thick.
That's nasty.
It feels chilled. You feel it clinging to your body. already giving that kind of sticky substance feeling as you kind of, almost like molasses, kind of sludge your way through it. And as you realize as you go from the edge that it slopes away as you begin to walk down at a very gradual, soft angle. And you realize that you can continue to walk down beneath the surface.
I guess I'll take a breath of air and then I'll keep going.
Okay. And with that, as you take step after step, going deeper and deeper, and another step deeper, you can almost, you can't feel any light. You can feel that you've been completely enveloped. And there's this kind of cold shock to the body that kind of passes as you begin to step. And you take a step deeper and deeper. And you begin to realize you don't know how deep this goes.
I'm going to keep trying because if it's worth doing, it's not going to be easy. And Lord Percival said something about being on the brink of death to actually be able to commune with her. So I have to at least try.
Do you need help? I could like hold you under a little bit.
Ma'am, that's called murder. Let's not.
Wait,
And,
I thought you were-
and also,
I thought you
you're
were
with
him.
Ruin and Wanda.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot are fun.
With that, as you go a step further, you start to feel that burn that gets in your lungs when you hold your air just a little bit too long. That immense sense of immediate panic of realizing that you can't take a breath.
I'm looking at the damn priest like, is this fucking normal?
You see him looking extremely calm and unperturbed, just staring at the lake as you saw Sin just step down and go beneath the surface.
I'm going to have to keep pushing forward.
Mm-hmm. Something that you notice, Talu, is you don't notice any air bubbles or anything escaping the surface. It's perfectly still.
I'm gonna ask the priest, has anybody died doing this?
Very much so.
What? Wait, what?
Yes, very much so.
Oh shit.
It's one of those moments like, oh cool, wait, hold on, time out. You said yes? The fuck?
He just kind of looks at you calmly. Most of the people that attempt to commune with the Raven Queen unfortunately never return. But such is the honor and beauty of attempting to be able to speak with the mistress. And he has like this slight kind of very relaxed smile on his face.
Oh, nonchalant, damn it.
I'm looking at him like, if like in Talu's mind, he's like, if he doesn't come back, you're going in next.
With that said,
Like,
you can start to feel your legs burn. You kind of finally open your mouth, kind of releasing the air from them. You realize that there's a sharp automatic intake of breath as you try to breathe, understanding, knowing that you can't. Make a fortitude save for me.
16 plus 6 for a 22.
And with that, as you're struggling, you're still maintaining consciousness. You can feel that your lungs seem to fill up as you're breathing in the liquid now, and it seems to be solidly holding to you. And now you just feel the sense of claustrophobia of everything pulling into you. And you now realize that your toes, as you took another step, there was nothing else there for you to step upon. And you're just freely floating freely out into this pool of blood. I will say that you, Talu, you'll see one, you look out on the surface, you see the surface break with a huge bubble of what seems to be something coming up, and then pops with some air. And you almost hear that you almost swear you hear
I didn't hear that.
It's just a hissing, almost as if air is being let out of a balloon.
Okay.
Probably as a knee jerk, I will shift back into my kitsune form just to try and have more of a sensory intake from just being slightly larger thanks to my tails, and see if I can try and find some direction to move.
As you do so and you kind of sweep your body out trying to reach any purchase on anything, you feel that moment of realizing that you don't feel anything at all, just the pressing weight of everything around you. Make another fortitude save at disadvantage, please.
Oh shit. Well, grand total of 8.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I rolled an 18 and a 2, so I had to take the lower.
I
What
mean,
is happening? What?
I'm gonna tell you right now, if he doesn't get out of there, we're gonna have a different issue on our hands.
Hell
Tyler's
yeah,
gonna
we
This is how we're. This is how we're starting this game. No.
And with
Tyler's
that,
gonna
I hate this too.
He's gonna blow up a whole fucking building.
as your arms kind of give out and you realize that darkness seems to begin to take your mind, as you kind of reach out towards a surface that you don't know that you'll ever reach again, everything just goes black.
R.I.P. bro. See you
You
Now-
guys to be on the brink of death.
We'll come
There
back
you
to
are.
Ruin and Wanda as you guys enter the tomb.
Hey, come on, you guys didn't see that coming?
We'll just let that sit and marinate for a little while.
This is the We All Die campaign.
Yeah.
Every campaign that you choose to be in can be a We All Die campaign with your decisions.
I don't know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
With that, as you have opened up, the necklace has opened up the tomb and you step down these steps. As you step into the tomb, once you've cleared the top, about 5-10 feet in, all of a sudden you hear a kind of locking mechanism turn, and you see that the ceiling or the doorway that you just walked through is slowly closed shut, and then it locks back in place with a boom.
Oh, that's nice.
That's exactly what I was just saying. Well, damn.
With that, as you're walking your way down the steps, let me get a reflex save. And who's in front? Assuming
Wanda's
Wanda. Yeah, Wanda, reflex save, sis.
Don't tell me
All
that.
right. All right.
Actually, I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Very well. Just a second.
It'll be fine. It's not like I'm going to mess around and murder 2 of you in this cavern. Actually, 3, because Luna's in here too, ain't she? Oh, no. You said
Yes. That's why I
Yeah.
said
Oh
don't
my
murder
God.
me.
You'll be fine.
Wait, when did Luna get here?
Why?
I'm
Luna was
in.
in Wanda's armor.
Apparently, she was still chilling in my armor because she was lazy.
Oh, well, damn. Double damn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shit happens, my dude.
Okay, so my reflex is a 6. Am I going against the negative energy effect or something like that?
Nope.
That wouldn't make sense. Okay, never mind. Alright, +6, that gives me... Oh, actually, I got a nat 20, so it's a 26. 26 total.
All right. So with that, as you are walking forward, you feel the step that you on kind of break and give way, and you immediately like spin and catch yourself before you fall, and kind of drop down into a stance. And as you do, you realize that the step didn't give way; it was a depression where you could trigger something. And all of a sudden, as you step down and kind of fell into a squat, right in front of you, Ruin, at about roughly, for you about to be about the magical waist height that nobody wants anything bad to happen as a guy. You see a huge blade slide out from the walls and just goes right over Wanda's head and slides back into the wall, quick and silently in the blink of an eye. Where you're like, the fuck?
Well, damn.
Like, you wouldn't have known it was there if you didn't feel the wind from it moving so quickly.
That's terrifying.
Wanda just stands up and turns around and is like, did you say something, Comrade?
Yeah. Protect my balls. That's what I'm thinking now.
Yeah, but with that, you're going
I'm
down
going
the
to,
completely dark staircase.
Well, at least I can see.
True.
Ish. It's all black and
Okay,
white.
so we know there are traps.
It's like, great.
Perhaps we might want to come back to this one.
We're already halfway here. Let's just keep going. Screw it. Just, I guess. And Wanda with my javelin, I go, here, I got a spare javelin. Just start smacking things in front of you.
Wanda starts spiking the ground in front of her where she walks.
All right. What you do, you notice the steps seem to be completely fine as you are ping, 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 slapping it on the stone. And as the steps come down, all of a sudden you see here at the base, it opens up into what seems to be a large room. But as you kind of move the spear forward, you almost feel a resistance before you hit the room, and you see like the room almost shimmer for a second.
Can I get out and walk around to see if there are any more traps? Because I feel like my weight wouldn't affect it, right? Guess it will.
Weasel.
So you would like to get out at the bottom of these steps and walk through this doorway?
Oh man. Yes.
Okay.
I think I should do it.
Okay.
This is
All right. So should I get out off of?
Oh no, ma'am. You said you're doing it, so you're doing it.
I'd like to do a detect magic because this sounds like a trap or some kind of barrier or something.
You can clearly choose to do that, all happening at the same time. So, Ruin, you see as all of a sudden Wanda raises their hand and begins to detect magic or cast some type of spell with their hand up. You see this little kind of fairy kind of maneuver their way up out of their armor and out and down, out of their silken bodysuit, and kind of land down. And then, as a fairy, you run into the room, correct, Luna?
You said down the steps. I was.
Yeah, you're
down
at the
steps.
We're already at the bottom.
You're at the bottom of the steps, and there's a huge doorway here which enters into another room.
Oh, okay. I was just hoping down the steps.
Which I mean, you can stay down the steps and not go into the other room. That's perfectly fine.
So the steps immediately lead into another room.
At the bottom of the steps, there's a large room that opens up.
Okay.
Though the oddest thing is, even though you can tell there's a room there, it's like your dark vision can't really penetrate the darkness beyond just a few feet. It's a very odd thing.
I see. So a magical darkness.
Quite possible.
I'm assuming.
So quite possible. But with your detect magic, from what you get up here, it seems that there's some type of abjuration magic over the doorway. Fairly moderately strong.
Abjuration.
But as you continue to detect it, you can feel it seemingly push further into the actual room, that a lot of this coming back is increasingly stronger abjuration magic.
What is abjuration magic again?
Generally protective magic, like the shield spell is abjuration magic.
Yeah. Can I tell it all what it's protecting against?
Not the slightest clue, but it just begins to radiate strongly, similar to the items that you have on you.
Okay. This is pretty powerful magic. We might... I can't tell exactly what it is. We might really want to consider not messing with this.
Oh.
Is there any writing at all on the wall or any kind of...
On the walls here, it's just a 5-foot area of the walkway of the stair set that you went down. That's all black stone, and there's no writing on the walls. There's no markings you can see, and there's no description of anything. If you didn't know better, this could just be the basement leading into somebody's house. There's nothing remarkably marked here. But I will say that the space beyond seems to give the impression of a very vast space beyond this walkway, this entryway.
Man, I'm just remembering the Shadowfell.
It didn't
and the
give
temple.
You didn't get transplanar magic, so I mean that's a bonus. It wasn't teleportation magic or anything like that.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I can't dispel this at all.
Ruin starts. They're like, wait a minute. Ruin's gonna be like, hey, wait. Did this so-called ancestor here, like, what do you call it? Like, seal something?
Steal something.
Yeah, didn't he seal something by the sacrifice his own life for it?
You said seal, not steal, right?
Yes.
Which
Seal.
Steal something.
you would actually
Yeah.
be aware of this one as an Oparan, because everybody knows this goddamn story in Opara. That General Arnestan was the commander of the Taldan forces that allied against the armies of the Whispering Tyrant during the decades-long conflict known as the Shining Crusade, and that he played a pivotal role in the conclusion when he personally faced Tar Bafan on the field of battle in 38-28-27 AR. And in this conflict, he fought this Lich Lord who attempted to summon his beating heart directly into his claws, but the spell was blocked by the Shield of Erodin, a powerful relic that was wielded by the god Erodin himself. For context, Erodin's considered the person who raised the actual island that Absalom is on out of the sea, just because.
Okay.
Okay,
Wanted
so
that
that would be
property.
So yes, it's stated that he did that, but the shield shattered, and in place of his heart, the Whispering Tyrant found shards of the shield stabbed into him, which melted with his flesh and burned him in holy fire, which weakened him enough for the Air Knight priest Narthok to seal the undead warlord beneath his unholy tower. And that is the story that you all are taught many times ago, that Arnestant basically helped save the world.
Okay, but he wasn't sealed here, was he?
No.
No,
All we know
no,
is he
no,
was
no.
sealed under a tower.
He's sealed under the undead tower that's all the
Okay.
way out in the area of Last Wall.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, he did seal somebody, but that wasn't here.
So then, why such magic? You said it was like, what was it? What type of magic is it?
Abjuration, which is protective. It is defending against something. But what would you be defending in a tomb?
Your grave, possibly.
Maybe you should go find out.
Like possible ancestor, maybe you left an heirloom. I don't know. Obviously, that
Is
necklace
this like-
belongs to you, and it's like akin to you, just like your blade.
Okay, so you think this is... Okay, so do you think this might... Maybe I should be the one to go in, like, alone or something?
I don't know.
I'm gonna crawl up.
Like that,
Obviously, we saw what happened with your necklace. Saw what it did to my arm.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Right.
crawl up Ruin and look at Wanda and be like, yeah, you should go alone.
I mean, I don't have any kind of a key or anything. I don't have... There doesn't seem to be anything to activate. I don't...
I say that
But-
your key was to get in this tomb was that necklace.
Yeah,
So
and
it
it
could
was
be a sword or your ring.
aligned to you as in your race, right? So maybe the room is also aligned to your race or you. Who knows? But-
So the bloodline. That's it.
You're right. Okay.
And I think if
All right.
outsiders such as myself and Luna, if we try to go through, something's gonna happen to us.
What?
Possibly.
No.
Saw what the necklace did to my arm.
That's right. The necklace totally fucked Ruin up.
I'll be right back, by the way.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm okay. Okay. I will just
If you
enter
feel
this
like danger, or
magically.
something, just come back or run.
If you can, that is.
No, it's fine. I'm not scared or anything.
It's not like I can get out of here without you, anyways.
Word. Neither of us can.
Did it close behind us?
Yes, it did.
Oh yeah, it's shut completely behind you. You've been in darkness this whole time. AKA everything is
Carol.
black and white for you, because that's what you see in dark vision is black and white. You have no color.
Ruin, you can see though, right?
Of course.
You guys, you and
I'm
Luna.
a
All right.
strix. I can see in the night.
Oh no, don't worry. Luna can't see
Yes.
shit, but you two have dark vision, so you're good.
Exactly.
Making sure everyone's taken care of. All right, I will
It's the best
I will
time to
go
hide
in.
at night.
alone.
All right, so
Let's
you're
say I'm
stepping
home.
into the room.
Yeah. Luna is with my armor, right?
No, Luna's chilling on my
Nope.
shoulder.
Yep, Luna is chilling on Ruin's shoulder. She also said to go in.
Okay. I definitely make sure the necklace is like first act to hit the veil, right?
So you want to
Or
point
is this
you want
not?
to point it towards
Okay,
the veil?
is this not? Yeah.
You can if you want to hold it up or something like that.
Is this magic like something that's coming from this room or like something that's over the threshold to this room?
You can't really tell. Seems almost intermingled.
Okay. Okay, because I was thinking it was like a spell cast here or something. But it's not like that.
Nope. It does look like the area is enchanted
Alright.
somehow.
Okay, so the area is enchanted somehow. Alright.
Technically, this whole tomb was reading as enchanted, so it's just not as strong as this particular room.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure
I
got
got you.
everything straight in my head. But yes, I am going in to the room cautiously.
Excellent. Roll a D100 for me, please.
Well, fuck.
Rolling isn't always a bad thing.
Man, you're right. It's not.
It could be a good thing. It could be a bad thing. We'll never know until you roll.
I got a 69 though, so hey.
Hey. Where's the 85 when you need him?
That's good, right?
It's above 50.
Oh.
It's marginal.
Oh, this is great.
Oh no.
Hold on, what's great?
Ruin and Luna, could you both roll a D20 for me, please?
No, I don't wanna.
What I do?
I mean, you could either do it or I can do it for you. And we'll come back to what those
I
D20s
don't
mean
like
in a
that
second.
shit.
Okay, well I got an
I
18.
told you.
With that, Wanda, as you walk through the threshold, all of a sudden everything becomes visible. And you feel like you're in some massive underground cavern, or at least about 30 feet tall, though it don't feel like it should be visible. And looking up, you can see that there are torchlights that light as you walk through, that light up the area. And in front of you, you see stairs that seem to lead up towards the top of what seems to be a small pyramid of sorts. And from what looks to be some type of tomb that is sitting there. A carved cast that seems to be in relief of someone. You can't really make it out from here, though, because it's about 15 feet up from you.
You said reflex?
No, just a
just
D20.
Plus 20, D20. I got
Oh,
a
D20.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, that was a 12, bro.
All right.
I don't like that shit.
I'm going to check. I'm gonna first check the steps for traps as I move up them.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Okay.
I will
Did you
say,
20,
I will. Oh, yeah, no, you're only on the steps. You're good. You got a 4?
24.
Oh, 24. I was going to say, how did you get a.
Sir,
I was like,
24.
I was going to say, like, how was it possible to get a goddamn 4?
especially with the perception of like what plus whatever. It's
Right.
above 4.
That's why I was confused. Like, how.
Is
With that, as you look around, you don't see anything that seems to mark that down, but looking at the walls, they seem to be carved in relief of what you can't make it out, but it seems to be some large-scale battle that seems to be all one piece. And then you come to realize that it seems to be carvings depicting the Shining Crusade is what you would assume.
the Shining Crusade. Of course, because the dude won the Shining Crusade, so yeah.
Mhm.
Of course. General Arnstedt. Is there? Can I see Luna and them from where I'm at, or
You cannot.
can? Okay. Can I determine where the magic is coming from. I'm assuming the sarcophagus, of course, but like,
If
is
you
it?
detect magic again, it does detect mostly radiating from the sarcophagus.
Is the sarcophagus booby trapped or locked in any way?
And you can't see that it has any locks on it. It just seems to be almost like an Egyptian sarcophagus where it's carved with the front of it, or the top, being what looks to be, you'd assume, is the relief of General Arnestat, holding a sword kind of face palm down, or pommel down to the ground in his toes.
Okay.
But you don't detect any traps either.
So I guess I'm just trying to look around for what it is my mother wanted me to find here. I'm assuming. I'm hoping it's not in this dude's casket, cause
It's hot.
why?
You don't notice
'Cause
anything
what?
else that you
You
can
said
actually
what?
see. She said it's hot because Luna's Luna.
Because I thought it was funny, and it's funny, so yeah.
Mhm.
It's funny because I said it's funny.
You don't actually see anything else around. Down at the base, there's nothing but just the regular room as it goes around with the relief carving.
So Wanda's just like, okay. I'm sorry about this, comrade, but I need to find out what my mother wanted me to find here. And she's gonna like start to pry open the sarcophagus.
As soon as you touch the sarcophagus, you hear a voice seemingly echo in your head saying, "Who are you?"
I'm Wanda.
And you hear nothing.
Hello?
Just echoing
I
silence.
put my hand back on the sarcophagus.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yes, nothing.
Is this like a voice in my head, or is this like...
You are unable to tell the difference.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disturb your slumber or something. I was told there was something here for me. I was just trying to find my mother. She's been missing, and this is kind of the only lead I have.
No response.
Okay, so I'm just going to open the coffin now?
Okay, you go to open
No.
the coffin.
Yeah, I start to push the thing back open.
It takes a bit of strength, and you kind of have to dig in a bit, but with your enhanced strength, you can kind of push and force the top of it off. Do you push the top all the way off, or just over enough for you to see inside?
Just to see inside.
Okay. As you push it open enough where you can see what looks to be the top of a body. Looks to be some type of skeleton, undead for quite some time. Very well preserved, with even the flesh seemingly preserved upon the body, but very decayed and emancipated and dried out.
Yeah.
You will notice that there is light that is coming from inside of the coffin, though, further down near the middle.
Oh, that's his iPhone.
What? That's his iPhone.
Belt.
That'd be hilarious. Can I reach? Well, I don't want to reach in.
Actually, I would say because you opened it up a little bit, make a will save for me,
I don't think Wanda,
please.
Oof.
I don't think Wanda even wants to look in, to be honest. You said will save?
Yes, please.
Uh, 23.
Mm. You are overcome with a terrible bout of nausea and vertigo for a moment. Like you have to put your hand out to like steady yourself as the room seems to spin in front of you.
No, that tracks. Okay.
That's
Wanda's just
dangerous.
gonna like take a step back and sit down on the ground for a minute. Cause this is kind of a lot. I need a moment.
Understandable. While we're also at it, Luna, would you roll a will save for me, please? Same for you, Ruin.
I
You,
guess.
you can roll them at advantage though, because you're still in the stairway.
Woo!
Gang gang.
That is a 25.
Ooh,
Nice.
ooh, ooh.
Is it like a spell type or illusion of any sort?
It's not an illusion of any sort. It is a spell-like effect.
I hate
Okay.
myself.
Since
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
die.
really using that, but still a 25.
Okay, what did you get, Luna?
It's a nat 1. I don't know if that means anything because my will is a
That's an
10.
advantage? That's an
My will
advantage?
is. Oh, at advantage. At advantage.
I mean, you
Aw.
don't have to take the advantage if you don't want it. That's fine, also.
No, I forgot. I was just so caught up in getting in that one because it hurt my heart. That's a 14. I rolled a 4. I'm gonna get my actual dice right now.
With that 14, Luna, you also get a terrible bout of nausea, and you actually fall prone and fall off of Ruin's shoulder and slam into the ground.
Oh.
What'd you
Am I
do?
still a ferret? Weasel.
How many hit points do you have?
Oh shit! What is
I'm just gonna watch her hit the ground, just poof. Like, ah!
It's only 1d6. I mean, Ruin's not 10 feet tall.
this? Weasel. 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 Weasel.
Weasel.
Weasel. Weasel.
It's lethal.
Oh, nope. You pop back into Luna.
Just, ah!
Wow, that was fun.
And Luna is unconscious on the floor in front of you, Ruin.
Oh wow.
Ah! Rose is like,
Look at what you did to me. This is all your fault.
yourself.
The fuck?
It's like, oh, more power to you, I guess. You want to lay down and go to sleep.
But yes, back to you inside, Wanda. As you don't see any of that. You also on the outside, y'all can't see or know what the fuck's going on the inside either. You don't see anything. Wanda just
Nope.
walked through the threshold and disappeared.
Yes, I am here.
That advantage gave me that 19.
Here, comrades. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
You were sitting next to the sarcophagus. Woozy as shit.
Okay. One's gonna try to stand up again and kind of take a deep breath and try to collect herself.
It's a little bit better as you're getting a little used to it now, but it's still the same feeling.
Okay. All right. And I put my hands back on the lid and I start to push again.
Okay, and you easily can, with some time, you can push it all the way off, as it seems to be about almost more like a large square than anything, than an actual like just body surface, but just being big. And you're able to shove it all the way off, which the tab then slides to the other side, and you hear boom, 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 slide all the way down to the bottom of the temple stairs. On the other side.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Fuck. I mean,
But once
Okay.
you've done that, there is a shining bright light that is coming from the center of this actual chamber as there is what looks to be some type of large metal rod-ish. Looks less like a rod as it's sharpened on both ends, almost like a spike. Or not really a spike. It just seems like a large piece of metal that is sharp and edged. But not like sharpened like a blade. It looks like part of something if it was fractured. But it's big enough that you could wrap your hand around it like a javelin. It's easy, about maybe 3.5, 4 feet long. And it is shining like the sun.
Like a javelin.
Almost like a javelin.
Like what they use to joust?
A little bit like that. It looks to be, it's sharp and pointy on both ends. It's not completely cylindrical around it. It's very jagged in the way it looks.
Kind of like the javelin I handed you.
Kind of like that, except for the fact that this looks like, this would look like somebody didn't work this metal. It's like if they just picked up a piece of metal off the ground and sharpened the edges.
Uh-huh. And turn, okay. So like a giant piece of metal that,
It's like
that
a
they tried to
rebar.
turn into.
They got flattened, and they just sharpened that bitch.
Oh, yeah, sharp as
Got
shit.
you. Got you.
But yes, seeing it is like giving you waves of nausea. And it's almost so bright that you can't look directly at it. You gotta avert your eyes.
I'm going to see a doctor after this, because that sounds a lot like some radiation.
It's radiating the sun.
Yeah. Okay. Can I like peek at the lid to see if it's still intact? Like, is it possible to put that back on?
That lid is easily maybe somewhere around 600-700 pounds, and it is roughly 25 feet away, down 15 feet of stairs.
Physics is not on your side.
Nope. It's gonna take me, you, and possibly Luna to push that bitch back up.
Oh my gosh.
Or Luna as an
Okay.
elephant just to grab that bitch and drag it.
Can I even fit in here as an elephant?
As an elephant, yeah, you'd be able to get in there. You wouldn't be able to fit easily on the steps, but you'd be able to get in here as an elephant. It's room.
Okay. I'm going to start looking for the source of the protective magic and see if I can drop that so that they can enter.
That, you can see that the source is coming from the shining sliver of metal.
Oh, well. Fuck. It just keeps getting better, don't it? All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna walk out the room, and I'm gonna talk this over with my friends and see what my team wants to do.
Okay, you're going back out
But
of the room.
I want to get away from this thing. Yeah, I want to get away from this thing right now.
You go back down the
Not
stairs
getting
where you were
advised.
going before, and there is no door there.
That's fun. It's real fun.
I guess you gotta stake your
I'm
claim.
sorry. Okay, Wanda like turns around and then like turns back. Is it still not there?
Nope.
Yo, look again option. I like it.
Okay. Okay.
So yes, you are standing in this room at the base of this mini pyramid that is sitting here, with the tomb open, and light shining out from it, which is illuminating the entire room, which you now see all those reliefs that were carved onto the wall are carved in color, so that's nice, but you do not see a doorway back out the way that you came at the base of the stairs. It's just a solid wall
Okay.
of black.
Okay, I'm going to look closer at the carvings, see if there's like a story or a message here.
From when you look at it, it seems to be just showing you, as you go around it, it seems to show different parts of the battle, different forces of darkness being battled by people in shining armor in the Shining Crusade. And then on the far side of the room, opposite of where you came in, it shows a part that's raised up as if atop some type of dark tower. Shows two figures fighting what seems to be this large shadow. And then you see that one of them is apparently hit and their shield shatters. And some long sliver of metal slaps into the darkness, which then the other one seemingly calls down the radiance of the sun and buries it up under the tower.
So this is the tool to seal the darkness. Neat.
No. Alright, I'm gonna...
You can probably assume that this is one of the long lost pieces of the shattered shield of Erodin, which was lost after that battle when the shield shattered into multiple pieces.
Can I do a spell check? Or some arcana check? Is this thing safe for me to touch?
I mean, you honestly would have no idea.
Okay. I'm going to... I don't know. I feel like it's the key to getting out of here, so I am going to try to lift it out of this coffin.
Okay, you go and grab it.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I mean, You got a key?
We got two
We're
people
doing
in
this
the
now?
party already gonna die. I'm gonna drown to death, and Wanda's just gonna be, burnt by a, million points of radiant damage all at once.
It'll be
Mhm.
fine.
Yeah,
And then eventually Ruin and Luna are gonna die because we're trapped in a fucking tomb.
Yep.
And I'm gonna die because I'm gonna kill a priest.
I mean, you may or may not piss off a god killing her priest, but hey, in her temple, that's not blasphemy at all. But with that,
That's what I was gonna say.
as you grab the shattered piece of the shield of Erodin, there's a blinding flash of white light, and you can see and hear remnants of what you assume is the Shining Crusade come to life around you. All the murals on the wall seem to come into relief as you can see people fighting and clawing against demons and other horrors from the abyss. And you can see General Arnestan and the priest Nergarat standing atop this darkened tower, apparently that's being used as a base of operations, and fighting what looks to be this larger-than-life figure that seems to be growing in the moment. And as it reaches out its hand for Arnestan, you can see where his chest almost pulls forward, but then the shield reacts and shatters in front of him, almost with a voice. Oddly, you can almost hear a voice that says, "No," as the shield shatters, and you can see pieces of the shield slide into Tar Belfon's hand and body, and then you can see the priest raise his hand, and holy light streams from a clouded sky into Tar Belfon and seemingly withers him to almost a husk of nothing. At which point, you see the priest then place his hand and slap it into the actual stone, and it seemingly slides into this huge obelisk as you can almost feel it dropping down into the earth. And then you flash back out of it and everything is back to normal. And you can now see the doorway is right where it was. Which it was always there, you just couldn't see it because, illusions.
This is for Sin or Wanda?
Oh, you two can't see anything. It's just Wanda.
Yeah, I was like, we're stuck.
No, I know. I didn't know if it was you were talking to Sin or Wanda because they're both event areas, and there are priests in both areas.
Different set of priests.
Okay.
Wanda just looks down at the shard and is like, "Oh, whoa. Okay."
This thing does
and
make you sick as shit, though. You feel like the urge to puke is very, very, very tangible at the moment, where you can almost taste the bile rising in the back of your throat.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down the steps and I'm just gonna shove this into someone else's hands.
All right. Well, if you come back down the steps, you see Luna is laid down on the floor, seemingly out cold, and if you hand it over towards Ruin, is standing there like over her, so you can hand it to Ruin.
Here, hold this.
All right. Hopefully it doesn't
And then I
attack
go to
me like
her.
I was gonna say he's just handing you a apparently piece of oddly unshaped metal. That's like almost 4 feet tall.
Unshaped?
I was like, I just don't want to get freaking wrecked by another fucking thing that Wanda hands me.
True. I was gonna say it's not glowing anything like that to you, but yeah, it's just
Oh
a
my
large,
God, it
sharp
might
piece of
wreck you
metal.
too. I'm sorry. I guess I
What?
can hold on to it.
Oh, you.
Oh no, Ruin grabbed it.
Right, you handed it over, and Ruin is fine.
Oh.
It doesn't react in any
Okay.
way to him at all.
Yeah,
Ruin-
you don't you
Cool.
have a bag of holding too? Oh no, you don't.
Yes, he
I
does.
go grab. I do.
Yeah, Ruin already done grabbed it, and he's
Oh
like,
my
"Yeah,
God, I
that."
do. I forgot. I have a bag of holding.
And this is why notes are important to remember shit like this.
Everyone's like, okay,
Well,
okay.
isn't it in his? Isn't it in?
It's new. I'm sorry. It is in my notes.
It is.
I'm new.
No,
I
but
just
in your
got
loot,
it.
in your items too. It would be in your items.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Everyone's just holding that. And he goes,
Yes.
okay.
I come back after I compose myself and I start shoving this thing into my bag of holding.
I would say
And I
Ruin can
explained.
help you. You just drop it in your bag. I mean, that way you won't have to touch it.
That
Mhm.
It's like,
I explained. Yes, I found this thing. It was glowing very brightly. I feel really sick around it. I think like sin in the Shadowfell. Yes.
hey, then we could probably use this to hurt somebody from the Shadowfell.
Also, you all would notice that Luna down at your feet kind of, you see that she's puked up on herself a bit.
Please don't let me die. Turn me over, man.
Ruin's just gonna kind of flip her over at this point. She's gonna flip her over like, there.
It's not a whole lot, but it kind of like, but other than that, yeah,
I'm not suffocating
goes
on
there.
my own vomit. I'm good.
you
I'm
were
good.
not. It wasn't a lot of vomit.
Good, good, good.
Alright,
Cool.
well, we're
Embarrassing, but at least
Wanda
I'm
Use
cleans
the
her up.
javelin from Wanda, but it drop the javelin Wanda handed me into her bag of holding.
Right.
It's like, all right, well, I'll carry her if you lead the way back up. Out of here.
Will do. Yes, we're out of here, and maybe
Hey, Ruin.
quickly. I kind of broke something.
Oh, everyone's gonna say, "Small
Yes.
player, please forgive us. I'm sorry. We've desecrated your grave."
With that being said, you headed back up in a hurry.
Right? Yes. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. Reflex save, Wanda.
Oh wait, no, not too much of a hurry. Dang it.
Oof, I already said, bro. Too late. Too damn late. I'll be right back.
Ah. Okay.
Can I help Wanda in any way, or like push her? If I remember where it is.
Carrying a whole ass tiefling at the moment? Probably not. This
I will fireman carry this woman, and I will. I still got a free arm just to push, shove her. If I have to, I don't care where my hand is, just as long as I shove her out of the way.
how about you can give a reflex save to see if you have enough reflexes to be able to do so.
All right, that's 23.
Okay, I'll
Hey, I
save
got a
it.
23 too.
All right, with that extra bonus, then even though you step on the same step, you instantly react, Wanda, and jump up in the air, and the blade just slices right between you and Ruin as you come back down on the steps.
Oh man, I forgot about that. I am so sorry.
And with that, you walk back up towards the top. And as you walk up back towards the top, you can see now on this side, there's also another impression that's in the stone where you can just put your locket.
Oh, man, look, you can put your locket in there.
I do so.
And it silently
Like-
opens right back out into the night sky, which feels very refreshing as you felt very clustered inside.
Ah, that's amazing. Great. Now I
At least
gotta
we
go.
didn't die.
Oh,
That is
man.
true. Back out under the night
Yeah.
air, you actually kind of come to
Well-
now, Luna.
Don't jinx it.
What the fuck?
Would you do me a favor and roll
Why
a
am
will
I-
save, Luna, with disadvantage?
Bitch. With disadvantage. Oh no, I'm not gonna use my phone. I forgot. I almost forgot.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Get ready because we're heading back to the Raven Queen Temple in a minute.
No, we're not. We're getting in session.
Okay, that's not terrible. That's a 18.
18. Good.
Yeah.
You wake up with this odd burning thirst, and then you can smell this luscious, hot-blooded sweat off of Ruin that is carrying you. And there's almost a silent but barely audible elongating of your teeth as you turn and sink your teeth into Ruin's neck.
Ooh.
Oh my god! I swear to God, I will freaking pin drop her on her head for that.
Me?
Yes, you do. And Ruin, you lose 2. Actually, hold on, let me double check because what is Luna's strength?
I'm sorry,
I'm so
what?
sorry, Red.
You
Oh my
lose
god, that's
5
very
points.
kinky.
You
I'm so
lose
sorry.
5 hit points as blood bites into your neck, and you can feel teeth bite into your neck as Luna starts slurping your blood audibly.
I immediately can drop her on her head, like I said, just freaking wrestling move. Boom!
Excellent.
Try and get her off.
Not a problem. Make a CMB maneuver for me.
All right. Well, that's 17 plus 22 for 39.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yes.
yeah. I'm
You immediately slam her fucking face first down into the ground with the as her blood is still on your lips
Damn.
and everything like that. And Luna, you kind of come to realizing that there is the taste of blood in your mouth, and your teeth are a little bit too long and uncomfortable in your mouth.
I'm
Ruin
not
is
a
literally ready to
vampire, am
fight.
I? Oh my god, am I a vampire? I don't want it. I don't like that for myself. I don't want that for myself.
That's a
I-
damn
Jesus,
shame.
It's fine.
bro.
It's a damn shame. Ruin is pissed. He is ready to fight now.
That is a damn
I'm
shame.
on the ground and I just start
Yes.
spitting out and I start wiping my mouth and I'm like, what the fuck? Did somebody like feed me blood or something? What the?
Ruin's literally gonna look at you. Just fucking bit me.
I'm sorry, Luna did what?
And
Yes.
and Ruin's literally gonna react and punch Luna in the face. Right
Right.
after that.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
God damn.
As you're on the ground
Okay.
prone, you lose your dex bonus, Luna. So your AC
That's
goes
fine.
down to a 17 because you don't have a lot of dex anyway.
Oof.
Oh,
That is 24 to hit.
That hits.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be really mad and I'm going to cast my.
Let him finish his attack, then you can cast.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry. I thought he was done. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, we got damage.
I'm sorry, bro. This is
Yeah,
escalating
that's
so
11
fast.
Plus another 3, so that is 14 points of non-lethal damage.
14 points of non-lethal damage as Ruin, as you're looking up like what bow cocks you right in the face to the point where you kind of see stars for a second as it's a strong, solid hit that connects and does 14 points of non-lethal damage to you.
And Ruin's after that, he's gonna start rubbing his neck and step away from Luna.
Wanda's just standing there with a wide fucking mouth.
That is very true. As you can see,
Just watching both
Ruin
of you.
has clearly been bit in the neck and is bleeding.
Oh,
Huh. I'm gonna stay over here. But yeah, that happened. Wow. And Luna. Wow, you're just gonna let him punch you in the face like that?
can you give me
Really?
a second, please?
That's true.
No, I'm playing.
Speaking of things that are wild and
playing.
crazy, Wanda, would you roll a will save for me, please?
I swear to God, I will fight everybody here.
Look, you relax.
I'm going
I
to-
have not. Look. I rolled good. I have not failed one of these yet. Wanda is
Yeah.
solid. Her
Yeah.
will is resolute.
I'm gonna turn into
Roll a 19. I can't get much better than that.
You're perfectly fine, Wanda. You feel the urge, but you're fine. Luna,
I'm sorry.
one moment, please.
okay.
You can go on to somebody else. I'm having anxiety trying to rush myself.
Okay. Take your time.
Yes, take your time. Definitely, we wanna slow down here. Ruin, And Luna.
I just got attacked by
Luna.
someone I thought I was helping,
Yeah,
and then she bit into me, so I'm immediately going to attack.
that is true. Also, speaking of which, as you are bleeding, Ruin, kind of holding your neck, you lose 3 more hit points.
At this
Oh,
point,
you're
Ruin's like,
actively bleeding.
yes, I'm actively bleeding. Ruin's like,
Yes.
all right, that's it. I'm
While
because
it was,
I don't know, y'all
wasn't
can get down right now. I'm gonna go treat this.
wasn't so much the bite that caused the bleeding. It was the immense ripping of the person still latched into his neck from his head. Kind of
See,
ripped
that's
a
your
chunk
own
of
damn
neck
fault.
out.
That's your own damn fault.
Kind of
Yeah, you gotta
understandably reacting to somebody biting the shit out of you out of the blue caused the whole
Okay,
reaction.
I'm
But
gonna.
Ruin, you're able to, if you have a heal check, you can always do that to try to staunch your own blood with some of the items you have.
I have a heal spell. I can cast
Nah,
on
I
you
was
if you,
say that. I only
if
rolled
you
an
like.
11 on that. So Ruin's like, you just
Okay.
rolled an 11 to attempt. He's like, ah.
You're trying to do it to staunch the blood flow, which is not bleeding profusely anymore. And if you're going to cast a heal spell, Wanda, you can.
I shall. Let me see how much I heal for first.
Aegis Academy,
Can heal.
always with the wild shit.
Right? Like what? I'm gonna hit Luna with it too.
I think she's been hit enough.
You want to hit Luna with it?
Damn, how much? How
Wait,
much did you guys get hit?
I mean,
Heal her. Heal her. Fucking heal her.
I was gonna say, if you use you have cure serious
I'm not
wounds.
going to use it on Luna because
Okay.
apparently Luna is a vampire. Damn,
Fuck
what?
you, Ruin.
Let's
Why you
tell us
trying to
this.
tell him to use it on me, bitch?
I love how this is falling apart.
Alright, I got some words for you, man.
No, it's okay. Ruin's alright. He's like you said. He's ready to fight. Fucking just bit him. He's helping you out. He hasn't. He's never physically attacked you in any way. He's always helped you, and you hurt him.
Okay, I'm gonna turn into a dire tiger, and I'm. Is he turned or is he just backed away?
Ruin?
I have backed away.
Ruin.
not let my
I was gonna
Gargano
say,
rend you.
Ruin with his combat prowess wouldn't have turned his back on you at all. He would have backed away to give some room just to make sure he can keep you. Probably did the same to Wanda to keep an eye on both of y'all in the same field of vision, just because it's like if you fucking could bite him now, then what the fuck would Wanda do?
That makes sense.
But you can easily turn into a dire tiger, which you see Luna on the ground suddenly morph into a large 600-pound dire tiger.
Luna? No.
If
No.
you
I'm
attack, Ruin's literally gonna put his hand up because you attacked me. I will end you.
I say down and put my finger up.
What I love is that this is on top of a fucking national monument in Opara that you guys have turned
Yes.
into.
Like, bro, both of y'all acting like you lost your goddamn mind.
Hey,
Embarrassing me in public.
I'm
about
gonna-
to whoop both of you.
I'm all with it.
I'm gonna roll for it. You know what? You know what? Somebody else roll for it. Can we roll for it on Incog? On Incog's thing?
I mean,
Actually,
you can put it in the chat.
the last thing that I'll say that you will hear is that all of a sudden you'll hear the sound which you've heard before, Ruin, earlier. Hey, who is up there? What's going on? And
Oh,
with
you
that,
see,
we
and
will
now-
shift back to Sin and Talu.
Damn it, not a constable's one. See, why don't y'all just...
How do I roll on Incog's thing? Because if I
Make
get like an
roll.
even, if I get an even, I'll attack. If I get an odds, I won't attack.
It's exclamation point roll.
You can get that down. So, Sin, as you are sitting in blackness, all of a sudden everything.
It's odd.
Oh, you're lucky. I'm lucky. We're both lucky. It's okay. It's okay.
I was about to say, I think you're more lucky than I, because if I start raging,
Possibly. Yeah, maybe. Possibly.
With everything that's going on, all of a sudden you don't have this feeling of stickiness anymore. You don't have the feeling of being trapped or being unable to breathe. You have what feels like your full senses of your body in kitsune form, though looking at your fur, you can see that it seems to be silver now. And slightly, not so much smoking, but kind of has like a kind of aura, almost a glow around it. And you feel yourself floating effortlessly in this blackness. What do you do?
I can see myself, but everything else is like jet black.
Complete blackness in every direction.
I'm just gonna call out hello.
You called for me and I've answered. Fate touched. And almost imperceptible on the edge of your vision, you see what looks to be a pinprick of white that seems to expand inside of your whole vision of what seems to be a white porcelain clear mask with the eyes blacked out and the mouth unmoving. But you can feel almost an overwhelming presence, similar to the blood you felt before, of a pressure of just power emanating all around you. You've come to me that same way that another once did. You're seeking answers.
I am. I feel that tonight a lot of needless deaths are going to happen, and I need to know how to prevent it. It can cause irreparable damage. And I feel like it's mine and my team's job to prevent this from happening.
Death is the natural end of life. There's no pity for those who have fallen. Which is odd because the mouth isn't moving and you feel like it's echoing all around you, but you don't know if it's just verbally being said aloud or it's echoing in your head.
I can understand that, but to die at someone else's revenge as a bystander feels like they've been cheated out of the life that they can enjoy before the death they have to suffer.
And suddenly you see that the large face almost in the blink of an eye is almost the same, almost visible height as you, as it seems to be just a mask, as you can't even fathom the body that could be connected to it. But you feel a movement, and all of a sudden you see what looks to be almost a crisscross mash of threads in this gathering massive web that's spinning all around you. And then you can see that there seems to be golden threads that are attached to you in your center chest that seem to spread out from there and head off in towards the distance, towards other ways. When it is the time for one's fate to end, the thread is always meant to end how it is meant to end. Such is the way of life. Life is only held in value when there is death to balance it. So be it by the hand of a thief, by the cannon of a ship, or by the will of the gods themselves, a natural death is a natural death. And all things, in due time, must come to this realization.
So for the people that are going to die tonight, it's almost, well, it is impossible to prevent it.
If they are fated to die, then so be it. But as you know, there is a reason why you are here, Fate Touched. Ask me the question you wish to truly know.
How do I stop it from happening?
As one of the Fate Touched, you have the power to manipulate and change the fate of those around you. How you do so is something you must find on your own way. But I believe that if that is what you truly wish, you could accomplish great things and acquire no bloodshed this evening. Though any time that you stop bloodshed, there must always be a consequence to pay if a life was meant to end. The balance must always be kept. And you see all the threads suddenly start to slowly fade away, except for the golden ones that are tied to you.
Can I count them real quick?
Yes. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in total.
That's too many. I don't like it.
If you begin to look at them, you can see that you see the names of your family, your team members, and what looks to be the newest one that's the least shiny of them all would be Celine Sindow.
She'll feel about that.
You can see that the shiniest of those would belong to your sister and to Ruin. Though one of the darker of those would also be that of your father. Actually, no, it's also one of the shiniest is one of your father.
Many times as I've clashed with him. If I can be selfish for a moment, ma'am. Why was I dead when I first came to the world? Was that because of you or something else?
It was decided it was not your time.
There's nothing but a confused look on my face right now.
Very much so that it was not your time. And you have the power to affect and change the world. And while we gods are trapped beyond the divine gate, barred from interfering in the world directly, you have the power to change the world for better or for worse. And so it was decided that the Fate Touch would be born. And here you are.
Thank you.
Have you come to request to be my new champion? And as you see, the face kind of falls down, and you almost can see it seem to coalesce now. The darkness seemed to coalesce into a robe around what looks to be a feminine figure. Maybe a little bit taller than yourself, floating effortlessly in the darkness.
If I may, I want to complete the task that's before me tonight before I make that choice.
And while there's a very long and uncomfortable pause, you simply see the face and the body begin to fade away into darkness, and the mask seemingly withdraw from you out to the distance until you can no longer see it.
I will try and shout thank you.
And all of a sudden, as you're saying thank you, you feel yourself right on your feet touch the edge of the stone as you're saying thank you and bubbling up off of the surface. Talu says, you're standing there, you see all of a sudden Sin come over the edge and saying thank you and collapsing over the edge of the pool. And the priest slowly walking up to him and going to wipe him off with the towel and help him up.
I'm gonna watch that priest carefully. I'm gonna stand nearby. I want to grab him, but I also have his stuff, and I'm not putting it down because I don't know what he has in there.
Understandable. As another few servants come over, they help kind of clean up Sin and kind of wipe him off. One of them uses prestidigitation to clean the stickiness off of him as he's standing there just in his briefs.
Oh, my fur is going to be completely matted. Oh, this is disgusting.
Very much so. But from what you can see, they seem to be rubbing something on you that seems to help break up the viscosity of the blood. so that the prestidigitation can help relieve that away. So
It's
you're
aspirin.
you're magically clean, but you don't feel clean, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like if they
Bathing in a
use
couple
machine
gallons
grease
of
to get
blood.
off grease off of it. Like you got the grease off, but your hands aren't washed.
The minute I can actually take a good couple of deep breaths, I'm gonna start using Prestidigitate as well to clean myself up.
Very much so. And with that, you can. It's an odd sensation. Like your senses seem to feel alive. Like you can feel the coolness of the breeze. You can tell which direction it's coming from. Not even thinking about it, you realize that you've clocked that there are 17 people in the temple currently. You just seem hyper aware in the moment.
The minute I'm clean enough to like hold my card in my hand, I'm gonna be like, Talo, I need my card.
Sure, and just hand it over.
I'm gonna take it and I'm immediately going to call Master Celine.
All right, let's see if she answers because of the time difference.
Are you calling Colette?
After about 4 rings, you suddenly see the card wake up as you see Master Celine's eyes kind of sleepily awaken, her hair a bit disheveled. What's wrong, Sin? She kind of is talking with her eyes closed.
I'm trying to put on my clothes as I'm doing this, and I'm basically going to rapidly say, currently there's a potential civil war that's sparking here in Opara. One of the royal family, one of the royal advisory houses is going to attack House Orsov, and we're potentially going to try and stop it. People are going to die tonight, and us being here is definitely not a good thing because we're already waist deep in it.
And you hear her just kind of like slowly shaking out. Wait, dying? Wait, what? Who is? And you see her eyes kind of come to. What are you talking about? Who is dying? What is going on? Is everyone okay?
So far, all of our teammates are okay, I think. But one of the members of House Riverheart is attempting to assault the House of Orsov tonight out of just pure revenge, and I believe they have some contingency plans, but I don't exactly like the way it all shifts out. They attempted to buy us and aid them, but I don't exactly like sparking war, let alone civil war.
They attempted to buy. What exactly has been going on?
A lot.
And Talu's hearing this all for the first time.
You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, and this is the part where it's probably going to get even worse, because I'm quite literally going to say, and the Raven Queen said that there's going to be some sort of price to be paid, because while there is the balance has to be kept, because even if we prevent all of these deaths tonight, something still has a terrible chance of happening, and we have to figure out what that is.
You see her eyes come into sharp focus. The Raven Queen told you this.
Yes, and hope as I'm probably pulling on my shirt over my head.
And as she can see you doing that, you see like the gears immediately turn in her head and click in. Sin, as she like closes her eyes, take Team Moon Shadow to the Skysword immediately.
We have to get some sort of message to House Orsov, though.
Apprentice, do I need to repeat myself?
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna grab Sin and start guiding him out. Like, look, you heard the lady. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Don't believe that I would think of Talu being the voice of reason.
I do my worst, man.
Get to the Skysword immediately. Make sure that Seryu and Xavian are fully briefed on the situation. I shall be arriving shortly with reinforcements to deal with this personally.
I'm immediately going to start trying to use my card to locate Honda, Luna, and Ruin.
Speaking of which, you notice that the 3 of them are all together in a very clear location that seems to be in the city still, and we'll slide back to them. Whereas we last left off, Wanda is standing there with Dire, Tiger, Luna, and Ruin, who is standing off across from them, holding his neck and trying to stop the bleeding.
I am going to run away, actually. I'm gonna growl. I'm gonna, roar very loudly, and then run away. I rolled to see if I would turn into a bird or something. No, I'm mad. I'm not thinking. I'm very confused. I'm just gonna run away.
Okay. I do want to state that
Oh no, wait.
you are standing on top of what is a large platform that a larger statue is on. You're already 100 feet off of the ground. Now
Well, how would I get down?
Wait.
you have a large range to walk around up here and run around on top of the platform, but it's like being on the base of the Statue of Liberty. There's a large difference between where the statue ends and where the ground begins.
Hassan, I'm very
Yeah.
confused. I'm very upset. I just got punched in the face for what I think is no reason. This is what my character would do in this moment. Very upset.
Ruin immediately said what you did before he clocked you.
They just got punched in the face. They're not understanding. They just came to from being knocked out. Everything is confusing.
I would say for you, Luna, you actually are fully aware that you bit the shit out of Ruin.
Okay.
It was a very odd thing. It was almost from a third-party perspective. You could see yourself doing it, but you couldn't feel like you could stop yourself at all.
Okay, well, I'm still very upset either way.
Which is valid.
Yeah.
But
I'm
if you
very
would like to
confused
run
still
away,
because I didn't
if
know
you want to run
what-
away from the platform, you can run to the far side. There's about another 50 feet of space you can run.
Wait, how would we get down though?
I mean, that's a whole nother question of how you get down because you got flown up here. So,
Okay, then I am going to turn into a bird because I have no choice in my mind.
okay, easy enough.
Pretty much, because Ruin's definitely not letting you anywhere near him.
Which is valid.
Wait, what?
Ruin
Ruin's not
doesn't.
letting you near him.
Oh, I don't. Oh, okay. Yeah, that
He
makes sense.
distrusts you
Okay,
at this present point in time.
Luna, what type
That
of
makes-
bird do you turn into?
The fast one.
A falcon? A peregrine falcon. Small but quick. Well, small, quick when it dives, but relatively smaller bird to fly off.
Yes.
All right. And Wanda and Ruin, as you were standing there, you said you were about to heal Ruin.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Did you roll your healing?
I can, yeah. How much did you say you were damaged though, Ruin?
I have gone down, 7 points now?
Yes.
8. I've lost 8 health points already.
8 health points.
Yes,
Okay.
from
Well.
bleeding.
Yes. Correct.
That's
Plus
the only
1
damn
for
fault.
caster level. I am at caster level 8, I think, so... Wait, right?
For your caster level, yes, you are currently. Actually, let me double check.
Because if
Your
that's the
caster
case,
level
then I
is
would
7.
do 8 by default.
Your caster level
Okay,
is currently
then
7.
yeah, I do 8 by default.
Mm-hmm.
You're at full by default then.
Yep.
So even if I roll a 1, that's 8, so...
So you're fully healed, and your bleeding on your neck stops as the tissue reconceals itself. As you hear again, halt! You are trespassing on the National Monument of General Honorstadt. You will be arrested.
Ah, damn it.
Well, damn.
As you can see
Okay.
that apparently some type of spotlight from a nearby tower is being shifted underneath the feet of General Honorstadt to shine upon you two.
We should go.
Yep. Immediately, do a dive, grab a hold of Wanda, and dive straight down.
Easily, you can take a running dive, Spider-Man style, off the side of the base and fly off into the air. And then the darkness of the night, it's a little hard to find you as the
Yeah,
spotlights
because
are
if
trying to
anything,
search
I
in the
will
air.
I will start diving in between buildings. I'll head toward the road, start flying through buildings instead of around them.
You easily, because of the statue and where you are, and they're on the other side, you easily are being blocked by the statue, which is enough cover as is.
Done.
And with that, you have made it away from the statue.
Oh
I'm
man, but now they're gonna look inside and see we took shit.
No, they can't look inside.
Yeah, it closed up
Oh,
again
that's right,
after
they
you guys
can't
left.
inside.
Mhm.
Yeah, they can't get
Ah,
in.
you can't even get
I'm
Fuck the police.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to like go somewhere far where there aren't a lot of people, and I'm going to smash little leaves and twigs as a bird because I'm mad, but don't want to change back into human.
Okay. I mean, you could find places in Opar if you're looking for the nearest park or nature in the city.
Nature preserve or something like that.
If you're looking to find
Yeah.
something like that from where you are, because let me see, that would be you're in Memorial Park now. Are you staying in Memorial Park, or are you looking to get away from Memorial Park?
I would be looking to get a distance away. I would fly for a little bit and then like go down somewhere in an open space to smash.
I would say, well, what you can see is another smaller statue. Well, not so small, but off to a different area that seems to be in a large garden. That seems to have a bunch of different garden statues that are all standing around. But it's a very large area that's sparsely populated tonight because it's the middle of the night.
Okay. Cool. Oh, what time is it?
Nighttime.
Yeah.
Nighttime.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Wow,
It is
thank you.
close to about almost midnight at this point.
Okay.
Actually, it would be a bit after midnight at this point.
So we got like 4 hours before the attack.
You
Yeah, like about
have
3.
closer to about 3 hours.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. It's happening at 4 something.
hmm
So yeah.
I'm gonna lose a little bit of track of time.
Okay.
Yeah, while in wild shape, do I feel my card vibrate?
Ideally, you would not, I would say, because your equipment isn't on you. It's shaped it into you.
Okay, well, yeah, I would be losing complete track of time.
All right. With that, Sin, you said that you were reaching out to your team.
Yes.
Okay. All the rest of you get a notice from your team leader. Are you calling them, or are you telling them the message to return to the ship?
I am giving them the message. We have orders to return to the ship.
Ruin would
Immediately.
fly with Wanda that direction.
All right. Which take you all back out to Westport, where the docks were.
Tyler just be like, ask Sin, like, so I'm guessing you met her? Them? Her?
Her, them.
Her, right?
It was more a mask, and dark, and a robe, and threads.
What all did y'all talk about?
Mostly that there's a balance that has to be kept, but every death, whether that is natural, is meant to be. So people that might die tonight are supposed to die tonight, and there's not really anything or any influence that we really have, at least not alone.
And Talu,
Well,
as he says those words, you hear a voice come to your head as if you almost hear someone repeating it. Death is the natural end of life. There is no pity for those who have fallen. First commandment of the Raven Queen.
Is that do I recognize that as Zaladar's voice or?
It sounds more like it's almost like when you remember somebody saying something, but you've never heard anybody say that to you at all. You guys haven't covered the Raven Queen in school yet. Because she's a more recent deity, so to speak.
Well, I was gonna say, because I had asked that question before about whether Talu will actually remember, or with Zalar's help, remember the details of the Raven Queen.
You're familiar with her. It's almost like trying to remember what happened 2 weeks ago. It's like if you focus on it, you can bring some details to the front, but it's not crystal clear.
Okay, well then I probably wouldn't be able to give him the details of how they became the Raven Queen. Right?
If you think about it, you can recall it, though you're not sure why you can recall this information.
Oh, okay.
It's the type
Then,
of
yeah,
thing, like if you sit and think about it, you can recall it, but that statement he said triggered those words in your head as a memory.
Oh, okay. I'm not. I'm just gonna look at Sin and assume that he would probably understand that this is knowledge coming from somewhere else, and I'm just look at Sin like, the Raven Queen got the position because they destroyed the one. Oh, I'm sorry, the Raven goddess.
They ascended from being immortal and struck down the
Yeah.
previous god of death.
Yeah, they took over basically.
Which somehow in that
Erased
process
that god.
erased all their mortality and all record of their mortality, and also the name of whoever the previous deity was from all records everywhere and memory.
Yeah, all that.
Literally be like if you replace Jesus and nobody remembers even the word Jesus anymore. They just know Jesus.
Just neuralize a whole religion.
Pretty much.
Subsequently, just completely supplant a religion with yourself.
Subplant.
Replace.
So yeah, I'm just letting Sin know all of that because I imagine he told. Oh no, I didn't. You didn't say that. Well, I mean, he'd probably tell you anyways.
I mean, definitely right now, Sin is kind of lost. Especially for the offer that he was given. That's a big... I mean, I didn't tell you, but that's a big, like, hey, do you want to be my champion? And it's kind of one of those...
I can do that?
Also, key point, Sin is still slightly smoking. Not as much as before, but it's clear walking through him like there's a vapor coming off of him.
I haven't
I would
shifted
think
back
that-
yet either. I'm still a kitsune.
So then I would point that out to Sin. I bet you're doing that thing that Ruin's always going on about. By the way.
Can I now observe it as well?
Oh yeah, you now that you stop and like look at it, like the vapor kind of stops and comes off of you slowly. You didn't notice it while you were walking because the wind was taking it away. So I was like, whatever. I'm me. But yeah, you can fully see it now.
At this point, I will shift back into being a human.
And you fully shift back, and your hair is actually silver and still giving it off.
I can't see my hair, but Talu can.
Yeah, you'll get an update.
Like, okay, cool, but your hair is still doing the thing.
We'll just say like it's a new like magic thing or it's a fad or something. We'll be fine.
All right. How do we?
Talu trying to make him feel better.
No, it's still slightly freaking out. Okay, how do we get in touch with Xavian?
Jerk. And Talu's just gonna point to his card like, still got that.
I'll take a second look. Can I contact Xavian through my card?
You can try.
Go for it. Use magic device.
Yeah.
Okay. 14 plus 8 for 22.
You click that on, and suddenly you see that it connects to Xavian, who is not sure where he's sitting. He's looking like, where have you all been? What is going on?
There's a lot. We need to get back to the ship immediately.
And you hear him cursing a language you didn't realize that he knows. He's cursing in Thessalonian, Talu.
I'm gonna talk to him back in Thessalonian and tell him, yeah, back to the ship.
And you see him kind of look at it like, fuck, you heard what I said.
What did he say?
Some type of old curse like, if it wasn't for being thrice cursed by the gods, I'd have no luck at all, or some shit like that. With a lot of interchangeable fuck shits and dams in there. But with that, he just kind of gives a nod and falls back out.
I will go for the coin next. The Skysword coin.
Okay.
And see if I can use that, because it worked on the ship. I don't know if it'll work off the ship.
Okay, use magic device.
That one's only a 9 plus 8 for a 17.
True, but you've already used it before. So with that, you go to activate it, and all of a sudden you hear a slight ring like, "What are you calling me about? I'm kind of busy."
We need to get back to the ship. Your sister's coming.
And you just hear, "Fuck!" And you just
I know
hear
the ripcord.
And you just hear him say, "Excuse me, my lord. Apologies. I've seemingly spilt liquids all over myself. Allow me to clear myself up." And as you hear him walking away, you can just hear him in a muffled voice. The fuck do you mean my sister is coming? Why is my sister coming? What about this means my sister needs to be here? And what did you do?"
No, not me for once. Not my team for once. Lila Riverheart is attempting to cause a civil war by attacking House Orsov. Tonight, in 3 hours. So, your sister told us to get on the ship and be ready to leave.
You kind of see him kind of just listen to him, pause for a moment. I was like, fuck, that's what that meant. Shit. All right, fine.
That's what meant.
You don't know.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, the coin just goes back off, stops glowing. Can imagine he hung up as his coin can let him hear and talk, but he also has to talk aloud. So anybody over here in this conversation, like, the fuck are you talking to, bro? So yes, you all make your way back to the ship, which takes the better part of an hour. And when you all get there, as you come onto the ship, on the deck of the ship, I'd say, Ruin, with you flying, you would get there the first with Wanda. And you see that on the deck of the ship, there is a clearly pissed Celine, an equally pissed Sprada, equally pissed Jace.
It's all right. Ruin's equally pissed too.
Yay, everybody's angry.
To be honest, I mean,
Ruin's mad for other
Wanda's
reasons.
pretty good.
Oh, same.
And there seems to
I
be
mean, not at y'all.
There also seems to be some other individual that seems to be dressed in a full black outfit that is standing off to the side behind Sprada. And as you land, says, you just hear it say, Ruin, Wanda,
Who said that?
Celine.
There you go.
Headmaster, Archmage.
There you go. Mrs. Celine. Headmaster.
We'll wait on the others before I address what's going on.
We might need to go
gonna
find
start
Luna.
rubbing his neck. He was probably gonna want to go get Luna, especially after the incident I had with her.
You see Sprada like begin to rub his temples. What exactly is this incident, as that wasn't part of the report?
Ruin's gonna point to where the dry blood is on his neck. He goes, she bit me, so I dropped her and punched her in the face.
And then you just see them all look at Wanda like, okay, translate that, the fuck?
I was carrying her out of the
No.
tomb that we were in, and she bit me in the neck. Once we got out of the tomb, so I proceeded to drop her because it hurt and it surprised me, and punch her in the face.
She fell unconscious at some point and came to and bit him in the neck. Apparently, I just turned around and saw it, and he was punching her in the face. I don't know. It was wild.
It was
Punches on the face. Domestic.
And there's a moment where you all of a sudden hear a small female voice come from the one in black and says, "This is Opara, Lord Sprada. Vampirism is not uncommon."
I ain't no vampire, bitch.
Did the girl's eyes turn red?
I didn't get a good look. All I did was strike first, ask questions later.
To which you see Xavier kind of running up the gangplank like, okay, so what is... I saw Ruin and then realized that he sees the rest of them up there as he was just following right behind you, Ruin, and sees them, and you just hear him say, "Holy fuck." And he says it in Thessalonian, which you, Sparta, says, "Oh, yes, holy fuck."
Wait, Ruin understands that, right?
No, we're not there yet. We are
I know curse words,
incredibly
damn it.
slow.
Yo, at the very least, Talu has taught you fuck.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
read.
like, hey, I know that one.
Oh yeah, I think we remembered. We got all the curse words and shit.
Very true. To which Sparta just says, "You were saying, yes, Alina? House Orsov, as you know, is the breeding ground for the vampirism in Opara. Due to Lord Razin, which I'm sure Lord Xavian is familiar with." And you see Xavian visibly stiffen at the mention of the name and become uncomfortable. If there's an assault
Lord
that could take down
Razin.
the house, it may be beneficial to allow such a thing to happen. And you just see Sprotta kind of turn away like, the fuck ever. And you see Celine kind of say, Xavian, what exactly is going on in Opara? Why are you in Opara?
All the chips are falling.
It's like that's a really good question that you should probably ask your younger brother, as we were supposed to go to Iman, and for some reason we're in Opara. This is where we woke up. When I woke up, they were off the ship and gone, and it took me a day or two to track them down, which I did
You
earlier
said not
today.
to mess with you or to leave you alone and not disturb you, so we did.
And you see, like, Sprotta and Celine both look at, like, both of you all like, I can't fucking leave y'all anywhere.
I'll be right back.
They go, you gave us orders and we followed them for the first time.
The rules that are supposed to be hard and fast, we use our best judgment, and the ones that we're supposed to use our best judgment, we listen to hard and fast.
Very much so.
I asked him to come here.
You see them look at you. To Opara, knowing how dangerous it is.
What is dangerous about it? It's my home. I live here.
Like, didn't we come because you got that letter about your mom?
Yes, which is what I was going to mention next. And I pull out the letter and I explain. I've been writing to my mother since I arrived at Aegis, and she hasn't responded to any of them. So I figured we would get some downtime. We could have, I don't know, vacation time. Come see my mom. But we got here and she's being held by the house Orsov.
Orsov.
Mm-hmm.
Orsov.
Mm-hmm.
And things just, they got very complicated very fast. No one told me anything about everything that's going on. I'm just learning about it myself. I didn't mean for all of this to happen.
Unfortunately, the road to the abyss is paved with good intentions. And Celine looks to you and says, we'll explain everything once everyone is here. There's much that should be addressed, and much that my little brother needs to answer to. To which you see him being dropped in by Angelus, who's flying him back. And he's like, what do you mean I have to answer to it? I came here because she begged me to come here to see her mother. So we're here. I thought that was okay. You said just to keep them out of trouble, not to let demons get to them, not to let harm come to them. They're alive. They're unharmed. You see him kind of look over at everyone's like, it doesn't, I mean, he's not bleeding now. He's fine. He's fine too.
Yeah,
He's tough. He could take a hit. To which Celine and Sprotta don't say anything, and just Sprotta, you just kind of eventually just put it out like, I just, fuck. And around this time, Sin and Tyler, you would make it back.
Oh, definitely huffing and puffing because we ran.
Oh yeah,
Or at least I did.
Oh, from where you guys were, you the furthest way, but yeah, definitely from where you were coming back. You see everybody gather here except Luna on the deck of the ship. To which
Probably still slightly pink.
Oh yeah, and the woman who was speaking to Sprotta kind of whispers up to him for a moment, And he kind of gives a nod, and you see her kind of make a hand sign and kind of like fade away.
That's sad. I was like,
Mhm.
I'm so curious. I was like, why did she?
And then you see Celine kind of raise her hand, and a dome of like clear energy seemingly burst out from there. Then all of a sudden, everything outside, all the sounds of the docks and everything goes completely quiet, and you can now just hear each other breathing on the ship.
Talu's just looking around like, that is nifty.
And so you hear Jay says, "So here we are yet again, cleaning up the mistakes of Team Moonshadow."
Hey, we didn't do anything.
Right? For real.
You did nothing, yet we are here in the bright earlies of the day, losing sleep because you did nothing.
Exactly.
Well, actually, had we done nothing, a lot of people would have died tonight.
It's just bad luck.
And you see Jace just kind of like roll his eyes like, fuck about other people. Celine
Yes,
says,
let us-
"So can we clarify from the top what exactly is going on so we're all on the same page?"
You know, Sin.
Yeah, I was going to say, Wanda, do you want me to explain this, or do you want to? This is your family matter, but I will if you need me to.
I don't know how to explain it. I came home to see my mother, and
Okay.
she's being arrested by the Navy? Like, what am I supposed to explain? And then to turn figure out that these people they have vampire super soldiers this whole time here in my hometown. I've never met another vampire in my life. How am I supposed to explain this?
Well, I
They
mean,
need to do
Xavier.
the explaining.
Look at Xavier. I go, isn't he one?
Apparently,
You see Xavier kind of just look off to the side and says, "We're fully aware of Xavier's past."
Well, I'm just saying in general. She said she didn't need a single vampire in her life. I go,
I'm sure she meant like in her hometown.
Yes,
I'm
and when
confused.
we came to investigate it, we found out that it was the Riverheart household that had sent her the letter.
in my hometown, Opara, the place I've never left in my life except to come to Aegis Academy. And now the teachers here tell me it's too dangerous for me to be here. Ha, please.
And you see Celine kind of like pause for a moment and then look back to you, says, "Continue, Sin."
In an attempt to find her mother, we went to the Riverheart household that was holding some sort of gambling party to try and, as we found out later, create alibis for everyone that they had gathered to assault the Orsov household.
yep.
When the Astor family didn't show up, we were attempted to be purchased in their place. They gave us a 4-hour deadline, about 2.5 hours now, to comply, and they gave us a rendezvous location, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. To meet them there and attempt to place a dimensional anchor on the Orsov family household to not allow anyone from escaping, and then proceed to...
Where the siege engine used to be on World Breaker Hill. That's the rendezvous point.
Yes.
Which Sprada and Celine seem to all, and Jace all seem to nod knowingly, like they understand the area and the landmarks.
From there, they were going to assault, set up the dimensional anchor to prevent anyone from escaping, and then proceed to empty the household of anyone they saw fit to dispose of. Considering we are not only outsiders, but also a unwelcome term, disposable to them, I didn't feel like it was within my authority to either A, start a civil war, let alone B, start an international war. Henceforth, why I did my best to try and commune with the Raven Queen to get some sort of answer, which I kind of did, and then proceeded to call you. Because while we're just students and have little authority outside of the school, let alone in Teleria, you all would at least have some sort of sway in the remarks of you have information that can be validated of a large gathering of mercenaries and armed people and spellcasters at a certain location and can warn the Oparan government and hopefully prevent a civil war. Or at least prevent civilians and innocents from being caught up in it.
As Xavier would say, if the two houses war against each other, there wouldn't be any open civil war in the city. And Jace
Lila
kind of
Riverheart
smiles and
has
says, interesting, that's very similar to the good old ways of the Drow, where if one house disappears in the night, no one asks questions. And when you say Lila, you see Sparta says, do you mean Livia Riverheart?
yeah, I can't, names are difficult right now.
It's fully understandable. And you see that him and Celine kind of look at each other for a moment, kind of having some type of silent conversation. They both kind of nod at the same time and says, so first things first, I'll head to the Riverhearts. I've known the general since I was young, so I will handle that matter as delicately as possible, or as undelicately as necessary. As you do notice, that Sprada is in his full combat gear, fully armed and dressed in his armor. And he kind of looks over at Celine and says, I shall deal with these other houses and make connections immediately, very subtly, and let them know that their plan has been made aware, and that my students will have nothing to do with it. And then you hear Jay says, and speaking of the Astor family, if you all were able to somehow subvert them and then infiltrate this party disguised as them, that's beyond your skill sets as much as I know. And you see that Seryu is slowly sliding backwards until it kind of hits like the edge of the dome, and the dome is actually not just, it's not transparent. Well, it is transparent, but it also holds them in tangibly as a dome of force.
Look, out of character, I did my best not to say how we got in there, just that we got in there.
Oh yeah, and
when the heat was on, we did snitch. He better remember that.
To which Jace kind of looks immediately at Seryu and's like, yeah, you know, Team Moonshadow, they're just so advanced for their years, and just interesting because I remember Team Obsidian Jade being excellent in their marks for that very thing. To which Sparta just says, just come clean about it. Yes, I helped them with their whole thing to get in there because Wanda wanted to find her mother. I didn't know this was going to turn into a whole assassination of nobility suddenly. That information wasn't passed to me.
You know, that was just recently acquired as well.
I thought that was a simple rescue mission of going in, finding and locating the target, and extracting. That is something that we should be able to handle. To which Sparta kind of nods.
He did not know anything else after we entered, sir.
Yeah, I was still looking for Wanda's mother, actually, when I got a random call on my coin letting me know to return to the ship immediately, while I was in the midst of speaking with some fairly annoying nobles.
Can we get out of these clothes now?
Yeah, can I?
I would say Ruin
bath,
already
please?
changed from his thing. Now he's ready to clean up. Especially the fact that he got bit. He still has blood all over his arm, or down his shoulder and neck.
To which you hear slight moments where Jay says, although this could be an excellent moment to remove Orsova from the map. And you see just Sprada and Celine kind of look over at him and is like, I'm just saying what nobody else is willing to say. Nobody's going to shed a tear if House Orsova burns to the ground tonight.
I, for one, second that opinion.
Well,
Yeah, Ruin's
we're
gonna
too
be
sick
like,
about it.
I mean, I don't really have authorization, but I feel for what Livia. I feel this. I feel I can relate to what Olivia feels.
These people are half as bad as Professor Xavier says they are, then I don't know, maybe this could be a good thing in the long run. But I mean, I totally understand this isn't what we came here to do. This changes the scope of the mission quite drastically.
To which Celine says, Wanda, do you remember when I told you that Sprott and I would use our resources to look into locating your mother?
Yes.
We've been aware for quite a bit of time now that she's being held by House Orsova.
Damn, you didn't say nothing.
We didn't come to you with it because there is no easy way to not cause an incident while retrieving your mother, and it seems that their goals isn't to harm your mother, but to somehow acquire you. As to why that is, we are unsure. But apparently you are their target, not your mother. So as long as she kind of looks at Seryu, you stayed away from Opara, you were safe and off of their radar, as they didn't know where you could possibly be. Which means your mother had not given them the information about Aegis Academy.
Why wouldn't you say something about this?
You hear Sparta kind of speak and says, Wanda, you can be, along with the rest of your teammates, a bit impulsive to act.
Talu's gonna make a very dramatic, like, who, us, me? No.
Ruin will blatantly admit that he goes, yes, I am impulsive, and I didn't think about consequences.
And in
I'm gonna
this
punch
situation,
Talu and just be like, shush! But I know it's not gonna deal any damage.
so in this situation, it was probably thought of as best that we do not rush forward, as there was no immediate danger for your mother. We did have contingency plans in case that would happen to be that something would happen to your mother, but those were a worst case scenario.
I can. Okay. I just think that's unfair. I can think ahead. I can be reasonable. But if you had just told us in the first place, I never would have come to Opara.
Understandable.
You had all the intel. You had all the intel this entire time. And you still come here like this is our fault? Like we were supposed to know this.
If we came here as if it was your fault, then you no longer would be at the school. It's not your fault for being here. It is Seryu's fault for explicitly not staying away from Opara, as he seemingly thought that those orders meant jack shit, to coin the common phrase. It's like, I thought you didn't want me to gamble. How was I supposed to know it was a major evil vampire lord thing? That wasn't on the docket. Very well. We're here and now the situation is nigh. Sin, you want us to try to attempt to save as many lives as we can, including those of House Orsova, correct? To which Celine takes a deep breath and says, we could do that, but it's going to burn bridges one way or another.
I go, Sin, do we really need to save House Orsova?
Choose whether this house burns.
I mean, if anything...
Talu's gonna tell Sin, remember what she told you. If we save them tonight, who knows?
Others are gonna burn in their place, I know.
Then shouldn't we protect the ones that are with the Riverheart House instead?
the way the River Hearts are going about this, being who the general was and being upstanding and not conniving, yes. If anybody's going to burn after the fact, it's going to be the young Riverheart. She's not doing this the right way, but if the choices of who's going to burn is the Orsov household, who have done bad things in the past and have no options or no intentions of changing what they're doing or the citizens, I guess we have to let House Orsov burn. Because it's not the citizens' fault.
We don't have to be involved, Sin. We got all the people here that can, you know, make sure we're not tied to this in any way.
I am already involved.
We've done everything that we thought was right at this point.
And Selena will then switch to a more important matter. Where is Luna?
No clue after I punched her in the face.
Wait, you punched Luna in the face?
Punched her in the face?
Yeah.
I just
that's another thing
finished
we need to
explaining
You
this.
punched me in the face?
Remember, we weren't there. We were still running
No.
while you were explaining it.
Oh, well, I was like, okay, well, either way, Luna bit me in the neck.
So you hit
So
her
I
in the
dropped
stomach.
her, and then I punched her in the face.
No, you hit her in the stomach.
I don't know stuff like that. I strike first. This is why I say I act impulsively, and I apologize.
And this is why they think we're impulsive.
And that's why I admitted to it, and I apologize.
Did you apologize?
Not to you.
You apologize to them, not
yeah, I
you.
apologize to them. Like, I haven't apologized to you about striking you in the face. I apologize to them that I am impulsive. And that's exactly what led to me punching you in the face, is I acted on impulse.
And with that, she kind
It's
of gives
okay,
a
I
look and
could have
says,
just easily.
Jace, can you take Sin and locate her?
I'm careful, she's a biter.
Yes, I am, actually.
And you hear her say, you actually kind of chuckle a little bit like, oh, nobody else found that funny?
Everyone's just give a thumbs up to it.
Like, she
trying
physically
to make
bit Ruin. Of course she bites.
And you just see Celine kind of just close her eyes for a moment and says, then we shall plan to, at the very least, no matter what, we'll see about recovering your mother tonight, Wanda. But from this point forward, you do what I say, when I say, and how I say it, and there's no room for discussion about this. Is everyone here clear about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Dude, who you say, what you say. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And with that, you see her begin to cast a teleport spell and place a hand on Sprada as he puts his helmet over his head. And as it completes, he vanishes from air, kind of fades away.
I'm gonna turn to Sin and be like, "Ha! It seems like nobody caught what I said. I'm in control. I'm good."
So
Brada disappeared. Celine is still here.
But
No.
you hear her
Oh.
say, yes, I am.
I said, "Hi, how are you doing? What's next?"
And
Everyone's
she
just, everyone's just face palming right now, just like rubbing his temples.
says, just to be clear about this, Wanda and Xavier, you will not be joining this rescue mission, no matter what. Which Xavier kind of gives a kind of reluctant nod of like, yeah. The risks are too high of the situation with you all. And if, I don't want to speculate, but if worse come to worse about Luna, she will not be joining this mission either.
You think she's...
The only reason I can imagine that she randomly would bite into Ruin and draw that much blood is because she had the vampiric urge to drink blood. And Ruin was probably the closest person to her.
I was carrying her at the time because she was unconscious.
And
Are
Dampier
we
do
gonna
not
get
attack
stupid?
other Dampier. Their blood is
So like, what's
poisonous
the
to each
Okay,
other.
this whole time.
Ooh, really? That's something good to know.
Ah, I learned something.
I
Ruin
didn't
learns
even know that.
Mhm.
Dampier's blood's poisonous to Dampier's.
Somebody should take notes of that.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, that is good to know. But also, I try not to bite people. I don't bite anyone yet, so like, I guess I wouldn't know.
It's very understandable. We will
How
acquire
poisonous?
Mother. It's not lethal. It merely is disabling at worst.
Cool.
If you need an example, I'm sure that you could bite Xavier or vice versa if you guys wish to really entertain yourselves in the
I
meantime.
I feel very uncomfortable doing that. Also, entertaining? What? I don't.
Talu's gonna look at Wanda, be like, apparently, according to a certain somebody, he's gonna nod towards Xavier. If you add enough seasoning, everything tastes good.
To which Xavier just says aloud, "Can I eat him? Can I eat him, please?" As far as Luna, we'll see what condition she's in and if she has undergone the effects of vampirism. We'll have to see whether or not it, unfortunately, is permanent or not. Seeing that she's already fed, it
How would
could
it
be a
have?
bit dangerous.
How would that have happened?
That is a very interesting question. Where exactly did you all go this evening?
Like, the only place we went to is that tomb. Could possibly be your
We
ancestor.
visited the monuments. You know, just sightseeing.
And then you see her kind of turn towards Ruin and says, the tomb that could be his ancestor, and it was a monument. There's only a few of those in the city, even on Opara. Which place did you go, Ruin? As she's looking at Wanda, saying it very clearly.
Ruin's like the really big one.
Captain Ginyu.
Was it very large and black of General Arnestant and had a large black obelisk next to it?
Yes, the General Arnis, that guy.
That fits the description.
And then you see her look at you and says, "You're a descendant of General Arnestant?"
I was just gonna point to Wanda. It's what it seems like.
It would explain a lot.
I mean, the necklace that almost took my arm. It was interesting.
Wanda, your
Yes,
necklace
it
almost
would
took
explain
Ruin's
a lot.
arm.
Now that
Yeah.
like Wanda's like visibly connecting the dots in her head, and she's like, "Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I thought you would have
Okay.
figured that out.
I do
Hassan
see
would have
that
figured that out." Wanda,
you do seem
Wanda
to have
was a little
different
too close
clothes
to the
on and everything
situation.
at the moment, and the necklace is new, along with the ring
The necklace right there. That thing tried to take my arm off. Don't touch it.
and the cloak. That seems to be a very, very exquisite and expensive make, far beyond what money you
My-
should have available.
Thank you. It was a gift. My mother left it for me. Apparently, it was yeah, that. It's the
Yeah.
only thing she left for me. No answers. None of that. I mean,
Who needs those?
From what
I certainly didn't think
from what
we
we were
had
able to
money like
gather, your mother didn't have time to leave any answers. She was taken quite suddenly.
Yes, I've gathered that.
And I can also
am-
see now that looking at that in a bit more detail, it does seem to be the crest of House Arnestant. And you were able to somehow access a tomb that was hidden within the statue itself.
Ruin's gonna point to the necklace again. That thing.
The necklace
Such
was
a
the key to
snitch,
open the
Ruin.
tomb.
Yes.
So if you were in this tomb, what exactly happened? Because maybe something there can explain what happened to Luna.
We went downstairs and that was it. We stayed out. Got to a doorway. Wanda went through because I figured something bad would have happened if we went through, like the necklace attacking my arm. So I suggested we stay out. I don't know what happened beyond that.
Wanda, she turns to you.
I went inside, I visited the tomb, I looked for something that my mother might have left me or something that might have explained any of this, but nothing really.
So it was a tomb. There was a sarcophagus.
There was.
Was there anything else down there of note?
I might have taken something from it.
Is that why it would smell
don't
kind of
know.
funny in there?
You took what
Well-
from it, Wanda?
Well, that is the thing. I'm not quite sure what it is. But
And you see her
it's
just kind of turn towards Sid.
probably a
Member
It's
of your team
probably
went
a
into
broken
a
shard.
tomb and removed an item, not knowing what it was or what effects could happen.
Well, okay, to be fair, first of all, I entered the tomb, the doorway disappeared. I thought that I had to interact with something to get the doorway to appear, and I was right, so I would still be trapped there if I hadn't. I mean,
Did you attempt to detect magic on the door that disappeared?
maybe. Yeah, I did when we got there.
Did you detect magic after it disappeared on you?
No.
That would have told you whether it was illusionary magic or if it was transplanar magic. Transmutation magic
yes.
would have made it a solid wall, whereas illusion magic just meant that it was still a doorway there, just being blocked from your vision, and you could have walked through it.
And I should have thought about it. Yes.
Okay.
So what did you do in there?
What exactly happened? Because I'm assuming sometime between when Luna entered and when she left, she suddenly had the urge to bite and drink the blood of ruin.
All I know is that she fell. She was on my shoulder as a little ferret, some type of little weasel, and she fell down. Like she just fell off my shoulder. So when Wanda came out, I carried her up the stairs as we left the tomb, and then she attacked me.
Yes, I didn't see anything happen to Luna either. She was just
Yeah, she just
on the
fell
ground
down.
when I came out. I mean, when I went in, I think maybe I heard a voice, but I don't know. I didn't actually talk to me. And it didn't say anything about Luna either, so I don't know. I just don't know.
Was there something in there that affected you somehow?
Yes, it was hold on. I just go into my bag and I reach in to pull out the metal shard.
Yeah, that
like
thing is sharp.
just to poke it out. Just to poke it out. And like show her. So this is was I'm assuming a piece of something important. Yes.
You see her kind of cast her hand
was
out,
it.
and she cast detect magic on it, which, after a moment, she kind of looks you up and down and says, "You've acquired some very powerful, magically enhanced items, Wanda."
Yeah, I am very, very, very impressed with it myself. I don't know where this came from or how my mother acquired it or why she gave it to me. I don't know.
Apparently, if you are a descendant of General Arnestat and these items have the Arnestat emblem upon them, that would make you a very powerful figure indeed in Opara. One that could have significant political sway if your bloodline was to be revealed. Someone controlling a puppet like that could try to lay claim to a lot of power here in Opara politically. And could drastically shift the upcoming contention between the Grand Prince and his daughter, Eutropa.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That is a very bad thing in the wrong hands, Ruin.
Very bad.
Oh.
Okay, this is all happening fast. Can I please just get the lesson where you filled us in on all the things that we don't know yet, but you do?
Apparently, we're learning a lot
I
again.
can't do this stress anymore. I can't do this stress anymore. This is too much.
Okay, then let us go about this the other way. And you hear her kind of fall into her professor voice. Had all of you been made aware a month ago of all the information we had about Wanda's mother being held captive here in Opara, what would you have done with it? If we told you expressly not to come here and do anything or get involved, what would you have done?
I would have hated it. Ruin immediately. We're like, I would have hated it because I don't want her to go through the same thing I went through and lose her mother. That is my honest answer.
I would have had to fight with my team to tell them to stay put because orders from superiors are absolute where I'm from. That's disobeying.
I would have hated it, but I would have followed orders. I mean, I followed orders even to this point about us not seeking out Tempest. As much as I wanted to, I haven't tried.
We would have gone on a rampage, shit would have gotten blown up, and all things would have gone to hell.
I'm gonna look at Talu, trying to figure out if that's a joke or if he legitimately means that.
Talu legitimately believes that regardless of our good intentions, that would have happened.
Everyone's like, I don't know about that.
Genuine confused look across my face.
It's kind of been our thing.
Do we need to go over the history of Team Moonshadow so far and how you've interacted in situations?
We do act impulsively, but I mean, we've been told not to seek out Tempest, and we haven't. The only one that probably has is Naomi, and she's not with us at this moment.
Yes. Sure, I've stayed out of trouble and done everything that has been told of me for, I mean, maybe not the entire time, but at least the last while.
I mean, I've been good. I haven't done nothing.
And then she kind of looks at you all and says, then I'll apologize to you all. I merely didn't want to put you in a position where you were powerless to do anything and simply suffer with the knowledge. I thought that I could spare you that until I could give you an answer to the problem.
Makes sense.
I would have rather known that something was being worked on at least. But to find out like this...
And she just kind of looks at you. I told you that we were working on this. That we were looking into your mother and to do something to find her. She technically told you this when you asked her about it a long time ago.
I didn't know about it a long time ago.
No, you just brought up that you hadn't heard from your mother, even though you've been sending letters and stuff. And her and Sprada gave each other a look and said that they would look into it.
I was saying, Room.
They didn't. That's not telling me that she had been arrested. Like.
Technically, she hasn't been arrested, because then that would be the government, which would be something that could be dealable. She's being just held captive.
All you got was
you're not helping your case.
Telling you that she was being held captive after finding that information out and not having any of the details they have now, merely since you guys would have probably came in a lot blinder than you were about the situation. I mean, Sprada and Celine were adventurers for quite some time, so they got connections, and they've been working them. Unfortunately, time isn't of the essence, and shit's about to hit the fan, so those connections are no longer going to work out. What I can tell you is that your mother is being held underground, 2 floors below the main level in the Orsov mansion, in a private cell. She was moved approximately 2 days ago.
She is unharmed.
Your mother has still been left unharmed, though she does seem to be unwilling to cooperate. So I imagine that, from what I've heard of the reports, Rosin's temperament isn't one that's known to last for long. So I don't know how much longer that would have lasted. We were attempting to subvert all of this by using bribery and subversion to pay guards to be able to release her, using a hefty sum of gold. Unfortunately, that is no longer going to be an option moving forward, so we're going to have to go with the simple way of using brute force.
Kaboom.
Basically.
Yes. It's like a sticking Talu on him or what? Yeah, that's kind of dangerous.
I thought I was gonna look at him like, I'm not a dog.
New Fast Play games from the Illinois Lottery have arrived. Get in the game.
We are here now, so I will trust you. And I'm not going to cause any trouble.
I would appreciate that.
So do we gotta give the money back?
And you see it kind of look, money?
Well, we told you they tried to hire us.
I mean,
how much money are we speaking of?
Oh, I don't know. I assume there's money.
I look straight at Sin and I go, that. I don't remember the amount. I just remember they told us to keep the money and then we would be hired.
Yeah, I've got. Just for the stating, I did put the silver sphere that the what was the really big burly guy?
Mm-hmm.
His name started with a G.
I don't remember it. It's in the notes in the Discord.
You mean Segundo?
Yeah, Segundo. There we go. I put that sphere in my personal bag of holding, but I will take out the smaller, like, complimentary bag of holding, and I'm just going to kind of hold it up close to,
I think half
600,000.
I'm gonna look at Sin like, you could have lied. I told her I assumed there was money. I thought there was.
I'm going to look straight at Talu. In the competition that Ruin participated in, she closed her eyes and only listened to a person's voice for tells of lying, and she had over a 70% accuracy. Staring me dead in the face, do you think I could do better?
I was saying, I lied to her once and I felt bad about it. And that was just because of the competition thing.
Right. So I'm the bad guy here.
No, you are not the bad guy here. You were just woefully overestimating my abilities to lie to her straight to her face.
He's like, I just don't like lying, period. I'd rather just say it as it is. Done with it.
Yeah, oh well. What's done is done.
And she gives a look and says, well, that can be interesting, but I will say for now that you could hold on to it, Sin, until I say otherwise.
I'm going to just put it back in my cloak. I've switched back to my normal clothes. I could not stand being in those gaudy ones any farther.
Oh yeah, Ruin threw that damn shit.
I'm still wearing the shirt.
Y'all don't want to be jive turkeys? What you trying to say?
Nah,
not a chance.
Terry's taste in clothes is horrible. It's atrocious. I removed that once we left the party.
I'm still wearing the shirt.
Did we had a chance to?
They have.
I did
you have.
because
yeah, you haven't because you were a weasel the entire time. So you
damn bitch. Oh my god.
You're a bird. Yeah. So when you were unconscious, you were laying there in your dress.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
Very much
Don't
so.
be looking at me.
Which
I said, Ruin doesn't care.
While you're out there doing your bird thing, all of a sudden you just hear a voice says, you seem to be one very, very agitated bird or a very upset girl who can turn into a bird. I'm going to go with the latter.
I'm just gonna caw.
Mm-hmm.
Really loudly and angrily.
I don't speak bird, but don't take that tone with me, young lady.
What does it sound like?
It's just a caw, and it's just Jace talking at you. As you guys
Jace.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Jace was the one sent to find you because he can teleport.
Okay.
There's...
I'm just gonna I'm just gonna keep calling like I'm explaining what happened and like, you know, venting, but just in bird, and I'm gonna keep cawing and like smashing twigs and leaves and throwing things with my little
And you just
beak,
see him
yeah.
kind of just sitting there looking at you the whole time with a very blank stare, like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
This child through their temper tantrum as a bird.
If you would, make a will save, ma'am.
It's just less damaging, you know, and I didn't want to be embarrassed because I'm a, you know, adult person throwing a tantrum. Yeah, yeah. You said a will save?
Yes.
That's a 26. Oh my goodness.
You're channeling your inner Karen.
That's nice. As he raises a hand and you feel like magic wash over it and doesn't work. You see him look at it like, oh, you're kidding me. You don't want to be silenced and you can hawk over this?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You can't silence me, bitch.
You then
I'm gonna
see,
just keep
you
cawing,
then see
and I'm
him
gonna
like
caw
close
more.
his hand and you see magic begin to coalesce around it. Make a second will save at disadvantage.
Okay, and after this, I'm gonna just fly away. That's a nat 20, and that's an 11. Okay, that's a 21.
All of a sudden, your calling stops short immediately. And it's like, as I was trying to say, if I am here, things have become dire, little bird. We need
I fly
to go.
away. I fly away.
You go to fly away?
Yes.
Make a fortitude save. And that's with the bird's fortitude.
Oh, damn.
Oh, because it's a
Yeah,
physical stat. It's like, she's got decent fortitude. Like, no, wait, it's a physical stat.
That is correct. And Jace, of course, would understand that to deal with a druid, you don't attack their mental stats, you attack their physical body they're in.
Oh, what'd I do?
Do what you do.
To let you know now, you are going to need a 26 to get away.
Oof. Let me see what my 42. Oh my goodness. No, I got an 18.
Oh no. As you are like mid-flap, you suddenly freeze 8 feet off of the ground. Just frozen in midair.
I'm gonna keep cawing.
You can't. You're silent still. Did you have the audacity? And you just see him like walk around to you and like pluck you down from the air and kind of, as he holds you, you're still like stuck there where he left you. It was like you had the audacity, which is hilarious as a grown-ass dark elf in robes, apparently talking down to a bird stuck in the air. You had the audacity after I came all the way out here to address you to try to fly away from me.
Am I like paralyzed?
Oh yeah, completely. Yes. You're held in. It's actually a dunamancy spell called stasis, which is a thing.
Dunamancy?
Dunamancy, a whole different school of magic. Dunamancy.
Okay, it sounded like you said
moving.
It sounded like you said dude-amancy, and I was confused.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Okay.
So with that, kind of takes a deep breath. We're leaving. And with that, he kind of grabs you. And then he begins to concentrate. And then he actually seems to think about it and says, no. Because if you mess around and resist me, we're not going to play these games. And as you hear some old lady says, are you okay, sir? Mind your business, woman. And the old lady just looked like, oh, well, I've never. It's like, exactly. And you see him cast a spell and begin to fly, and he flies back towards the ship. With you tucked under his arm like a football.
Damn.
Nice.
Damn little bird.
That was funny.
As soon as I get unparalyzed, I'm gonna throw another tantrum, bitch. Because how the fuck you gonna paralyze me? Fuck you.
Oh, you got some time. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. This anger is just gonna fester. Yeah.
Which is good. Which, as you are done telling that story about all the money and all that, Jace comes landing back down with the bird frozen up under his arms. And
Celine literally immediately get in a fighting stance. He's like, bird.
Celine kind of looks at him and says, that took a little longer than I thought. It's like she tried to fly away from me. And she was squawking. And then you see her kind of look at you and says, Luna, are you okay? Are you able to transform back? Are you in control of yourself? And you hear these words in your mind because she doesn't say them out loud.
Yeah, Ruin's just looking at Luna, full blown ready to fight if he has to.
I'm just gonna go into a whole rant as to why I'm angry. I don't give a fuck what. What are you talking about? Am I in control of myself? I just got punched in the face, and then this bitch comes over here. Not bitch, because I don't know if bitch exists in that.
I mean, you can say it in that word. A curse word is a curse word.
Say it in
This
Thessalonians.
bitch comes over here and makes me stop talking, silences me, and then he paralyzes me and brings me here without my will. I'm angry. I just wanted my space. I just wanted to feel my feelings. And you guys won't allow me to do that? Like, what the? I'm mad.
When she listens to all of that, and then she looks at the group and says she's quite upset and wants to feel her feelings, which you are more than welcome to do that. But Luna, leaving you alone right now, your entire team is in danger, which is why myself, my brother, and Jace are here to begin with. Through your anger, I'm sure you can understand that if we came here in the middle of the night, things must be very dire indeed. Jace and kind of looks for a moment, like, actually, Angelus, would you please take her down to her room and allow her to sit there? The spell will wear off, and eventually, by the time it's done, we should be done with this place. Maybe that'll give you the time and space that you need to relax, as she says aloud, as Angelus picks you up and takes you down below deck to your guys' room.
Ruin will finally lessen his stance and put down his guard slightly.
Am I still paralyzed?
Oh, yeah. You're going to be paralyzed for a few hours.
That's what they meant by let this spell wear off. Oh, that's going to be a bother for her. Damn.
I'll put it to you this way. Your wild shape is going to end before this spell ends.
Okay. Oh, no.
Yeah, you're going to be in your full dress.
Fuck you. I don't like Jace, man. I don't like any of you. I don't know why I'm angry at all of you, but I am angry at all of you, yeah. Fuck you all. Just
he's like, I was over there.
What did I do?
Yeah, like, what did I do?
Tyler's like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. It's like, okay, sure.
Which you are laid down, kind of like on your back with, like, and just like with the cover, like, I don't know if I should. It kind of like puts it over like your feet.
Bird into bed.
He like puts like over your feet, like I don't know if that's right. Okay, well, you know what? It's the best I could do. And you see him turn and walk out confused, like I don't know how to take a bird in. Well, Celine says, with that being the case, I definitely believe that you all are going to stay here, other than the rest of you, who come with me so we can attempt to locate Wanda's mother.
Who's the rest of you?
Basically,
You,
all of us
me,
except
and Ruin.
And Luna, who's downstairs.
Is not going.
Yeah, those two are not going. And then Xavier.
Which two?
You.
Luna, Wanda, and Xavier are staying just because of the threat of you being turned as vampires.
Okay. Did they do the check on me to see if I was a vampire or not?
You're a bird right now. They kind of can't.
You gotta change, yeah.
You was in your bird emotion, so he kind of couldn't deal with it. And Jace was like, I ain't got time for this shit.
Ooh, you should have been
supposed to do a
He basically took his...
When during all that?
He took his tween-age daughter and was like, you know what? You do whatever the fuck you want to do as long as you sit in this goddamn room and calm the fuck down. Deal with your emotions and shit later, and when you can calm down and talk, we'll talk.
Literally, when in all of that was anyone supposed to get a medical exam in on?
Fuck you,
They were either going to get bit when you were a dire tiger, or they were going to get clawed while you were a bird, or hit while you were a tiefling.
Eventually, this will wear off and it'll be fine.
Someone will calm the fuck down.
Are you sure I won't be a vampire forever?
Who knows?
I would say all.
I like the sun.
You don't know, but you're finna find out real quick whether or not you get a dark, permanent tan when you go outside in the morning.
That's gonna be so sad. Aww.
Hey, but listen,
Poor
now you
Luna.
can be a vampire that turns into a bat.
Sorry. She'll be okay.
She'd have to have the cool power.
Oh yeah, but you will be one of those rare vampires that can actually turn into a bat.
I like
Nice.
how Dice Mom has the kitty laying over us.
All right. So with that, Celine looks at the rest of you and says, "So I'll give you an hour to get yourselves together. Then we will assemble and deal with these matters. Sprotta should have some answers for us by then."
Everyone's gonna head off to go clean off, and then he goes, "Hey, Sin. So what did you do while we were separated?"
Couples anxiety.
I'll explain that once you're done cleaning up.
All right. I'm just gonna head over there, quick clean off his water, just clean off the blood and everything. They'll come back.
My wild shape wouldn't wear off.
It does.
Wait, how many hours?
Let me confirm that for you, but I believe 9 hours. Yep, in 9 hours.
In 9 hours?
9
Well, how long have I been a weasel? Because it's like damn near 24 hours, which I could be.
You get 9 hours per shape, so when you turned into a bird, that restarted
Oh,
that
okay.
9 hour timer.
I thought it was just in total.
Nope.
I thought that's what we did before.
It's 9 hours per shape, but you can change after you fall out of a shape. You could change right back. So in theory,
Oh,
you
okay.
could be in a shape for almost 18 continuous hours, other than the 6 seconds it takes you to shift back. So,
Okay, that's where I was confused.
yes, you can be in wild shape for up to 19 hours total, but it's broken into 3 9-hour segments.
Okay. Thank you, my bad.
But yeah, I mean, you're technically stuck like this until Jace either releases the concentration or until he finally just lets it drop naturally over time, which it'll last longer than 9 hours.
Fuck this. He's gonna let me be paralyzed for 9 hours? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, he may be
Yep.
that, Jace could be that petty.
I will hate him forever. I will hate him forever with a whole passion in my heart, like deep down.
I
Like,
mean, this is Jace we talking about.
You just like calm the fuck down.
Do you think that Jace doesn't fester on hate and breed off of it?
I don't give a
I mean,
fuck.
I irritate the hell out of the man by calling him dad every now and then.
I don't give a fuck.
I
ain't
irritate him
just
by
gonna be there.
existing.
Also true.
Yeah, he didn't like that. I was like, don't ever say that again.
Also true.
I gotta roll to see what I would do.
So yeah, you guys have the span of basically an hour to prepare. Wow.
I would say Ruin's pretty much ready. He's just chilling out now.
Sin is gonna be pacing back and forth at the gangplank, muttering to himself.
Yeah, Ruin would be sitting there with him, like, oh, so what happened? I caught the Raven Queen thing, but that's about it.
Yeah,
I want in on this tea too.
I talked with her.
That's cool and all. But like, what does that mean? Just say hi? How does that work?
Well, it's kind of the reason I'm a little pink right now. I had to climb into a giant pool of blood.
Yeah, I wasn't sure he was
I
coming
like
back out.
smelling on him.
You did what?
You probably almost definitely smell it on me.
Oh yeah.
The blood, I mean, probably
Oh yeah, Wanda, it tingles your nose as strong.
Like a
Like,
giant-
the fuck?
blood sickle.
Bless.
I'll second thought. I'm gonna stand clear on the other side of the ship. Yeah.
And she basically told me what was kind of someone or people were destined to die tonight. And it's kind of my decision on who it was going to be. Was it going to be the people of Opara and just the innocent civilians, or was it going to be House Orsov? I kind of had to make my choice. And then I was kind of offered to be her champion.
That's a good thing, right? You could have been like the big giant dwarf guy.
Ooh, fate touched and a champion.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to be little no more. You could be big.
That's not how that
I don't think
That's how that works.
How that works or not. He
Yeah,
doesn't know.
and that's like I don't think that's exactly how it works, Ruin.
Well, if he's a champion, then how come he's so big? Wouldn't it work the same?
From what I can tell, and from what I've been told, the Queen of Whitestone, her brother was the champion of the Raven Queen, and she didn't say he grew.
But no, she didn't say he grew, but she didn't also specify that he didn't grow.
There you go.
Okay, that's... While true in some aspects, I think that's what the Forge Master wanted from his champion status, or that's what his god wanted from their champion.
No. Okay.
I'm just confused, because it's weird. I don't know how to explain it.
What's confusing about it? I mean, you got to talk to the goddess of... What was it? Try to remember. Yeah, that. Death.
Yeah,
and she asked you to be her champion. I go...
Yeah, but is it because Am I supposed to be her champion because I'm fate touched? Am I fate touched because she brought me back?
I mean, has anyone else answered you? I mean, we've gone to all these other temples and you've prayed, but nobody else has answered you.
Well, that's the first time I actually tried. I went and just to try and show good faith and good faith to the others, but that was the first time I actually went to try and speak to the god themselves. I don't know. I respect her. She's done a lot for me by bringing me back. I can only piece together. But
I mean,
also, I have a lot of faith in my magics as well, and it's...
I mean, what's the harm in returning a favor if she's the one that helped bring you back? If she asked or offered to be your champion, then why not take it?
I mean, it's a lot of responsibility. I'm kind of responsible for this team, too.
I mean, wouldn't that be a thing, too, for your house back in... Oh, God, I forgot. I forgot.
Back in Ventus?
Yeah, Ventus. Back home for your house in Ventus?
What would I know of that Ace? Like, what is the religious structure of the Kitsune back in Ventus? They see a nine-tailed fox as akin to a god.
Yeah, as almost a demigod or as a almost perfect being worthy of worship. As far as gods, there are some that have their own personal beliefs, but there's no major, such as religious fluence overall. Most of the Kitsune are more tied into their spiritual nature as part of the Fae in them. But there are people that do devote themselves to different gods that they found a religion they really like, but it's not commonplace.
So it's definitely something I can claim, and if I can prove it, it's nice. But I guess in a situation you would understand. It's kind of like a medium weight armor in an argument. It's strong, but it's not the strongest.
I only use lightweight armor.
But you at least understand the difference between light, medium, and heavy.
Yeah, I have no need for either of the other two. Light will
Yeah.
get it done for me.
Whereas if I have more tails than my father, that's heavier. And if I'm the champion of a god, that's medium.
Well, what if you have both? I mean, can't being a champion also help you acquire more tails? I mean, wouldn't being a champion give you strength?
I guess it would. But regardless, I said I would think it over.
Like, I'm not saying to make the decision now. I mean, just think about becoming a champion in general. It's something you can add.
Guess I need to talk to more gods.
There you go. I guess we'll visit more temples.
This could go well.
Try not to make anybody mad.
Now that I actually pull my head out of the clouds in my own, mindset, has anyone else been listening in besides my teammates?
The dome is still up. Well, technically the dome was
the
still up. The dome was still up, but you guys were allowed to leave, so I'm assuming you guys went back to your room to have this conversation. So Frozen Bird Luna that's silent might hurt it, but that's about it.
Oh, I was pacing in front of the gangplank. That's what I...
Oh, if you were by the gangplank, most of the crew decided they wanted to stay clear of angry-ass Celine, just in general. It's a fairly sparsely populated area. Everybody's found shit to do either under decks or in the fore or the aft. Nobody's really in the middle but you guys.
Yeah, see, we're good. We're crystal.
No, I was kind of hoping Celine had wandered off elsewhere to start taking care of problems that cropped up.
I know.
No such luck.
She's just walking around talking to people, making sure that the ship is ready.
And apparently I turned fully silver.
Is that why your hair's still smoking?
I guess.
I'll say the hair has actually stopped smoking by now.
Okay, is it still silver or no?
Nope, took about an hour, but it stopped smoking and stopped being silver.
Okay, was that
okay? So it would have been seen when we first ran up, but
yes, just wasn't the biggest thing to talk about in that moment.
Okay, yeah, Ro probably would have mentioned it then. He goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, when you got here, your hair was silver and smoking."
Yeah, all of me was silver and smoking back in the temple.
Yeah, well, you're not now, so you should be all right.
I mean, aside from when you were red.
Yeah, doesn't count.
That was disgusting.
I agree. But I'm glad you came back. I didn't have to kill nobody.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Wait.
So apparently communing with the Raven Queen can be detrimental to one's health.
He could have died.
Oh. Wait, why would you have to kill somebody if... Oh, never mind. I got it.
Because the priest didn't let me know this ahead of time, and I was not happy when I found out after the fact that he had gone swimming.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, a little warning next time.
Well,
I remember, what is it, the Queen of Whitestone mentioning that before.
Yeah, her husband...
Brother.
Her husband was the one that tried to do it to commune with her brother.
Yeah, but didn't she always say that her brother would do that? Like he would always go near death, or he'd dip himself in there?
Because her brother was the previous champion.
Very true.
Then who's the current champion?
No one. She doesn't have a champion.
Ah.
She offered me some sort of cloak or mantle to be her champion.
No, way to go, little buddy. You got a god looking for you.
Yeah, if you knew her history, you might not be so eager.
I don't know.
I'm going to explain to Ruin the history of the Raven Queen and how she became the Raven Queen.
That's cool. Yeah. She killed somebody. That's like, took over.
That she literally ascended to godhood from a mortal, which instantly obliviated the previous, now forgotten god of death. And the other gods basically destroyed that ritual. Like, that's going to be the last time we let that shit happen.
Hot damn.
Yeah, don't ask how I know that.
I don't know, nor do I care, but that was still cool.
I'll return to that question later then when we're not currently staring down the barrel of a
45.
potential
What's a
of a
45?
potential civil war or
Literally, Rose like, what's a 45?
Not sure.
not sure.
Very much so, which it all works down.
Can I? This is a complete childish moment that Sin is going to have. That's what I rolled for. I am going to go to Celine and ask her, can I go to the temple? Well, you told me the god last week that there was a god of magic in that area as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's Nethys is the more common one.
Yeah, I rolled a 1, and his mind is kind of fixated on this, and he wants to go to the Temple of Nethys.
Okay. You
And
can easily find the Temple of Nethys. There's two of them. There's the goddess of birth, death, fate, and prophecy, which is Pharasma, or there's Nethys, who's the literal god of magic.
Yeah, the literal god of magic.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna.
that if you're trying to do it, you can get out there,
Can I
but the
do a
temple district
knowledge-
is about 30 minutes away.
How about if you
I
go
rolled
fly?
I rolled the 1, and it was kind of just what's recently fixated Sin. So there's like not even. I mean, he's back to his younger self in the sense of I'm going to ask to be forgiven rather than ask for permission right now, in the sense of I'm going to the Temple of Nethys by and just walk down the gangplank.
Easy
Should
enough
I-
to do. Though
Jeez,
I'd say
just
you
go
probably won't
close
get
away
there
from
and back in time unless you have Ruin's help.
That's why everyone's gonna be like, oh, shit, I take him, fly, and I'm just gonna go grab him and take him.
Which Celine is actually not paying attention because she's in the middle of corresponding back with Sprada and coordinating shit.
Well, Rowan already then grabbed him and took off.
Very much so. So with
Hey,
that,
Tyler's just waving.
with that, you guys will easily be able to get there within about roughly 15, 20 minutes, flying directly back to that area. And the Temple of Pharasma I wouldn't say spooky. It's more on the gothic side. Like, it's not so much black
Victorian?
stone or white. It's more of a dark gray slate. But it has kind of these marble columns where it just seems to be different elements of fire. Like, one seems to be of fire, one seems to be of like lightning, water, and earth that are carved in the stone and all lifted up and well done. And on the inside, there just seems to be this odd circular space. Unlike most of them, this one is circular. And from what you can see, there are a few stairs that seem to go up and kind of spiral around the outside where you can go up to different floors. But there just seems to be people that are sitting here and reading different books that are on shelves, and there are people walking around asking if they need help. There's one guy that's walking around with kind of incense burner that seems to be waving it through the air, kind of saging the area and keeping it clean. And there's 3 different floors from what you can see going up.
You wave down the priest. Do I do the thing?
I'm just gonna close my eyes and try and reach out with my magic. I feel like at this moment that would be the best thing for me to just let what I know guide me.
All right. With that being said, what level spell are you willing to use to try to commune?
Oh, the highest I have access to, a 4th level.
Nice, nice. And with that, as you sit there and begin to commune, it's almost indistinguishable at first, but then you start to notice it where you see almost like a ghostly after image around Sin of a kind of silvery glow of his fox
Hey,
form.
he's doing it again.
And as you do so, all of a sudden, everything goes blank. You don't hear anything that's around you. And it's hard to describe exactly where you are, but it feels as if you're like within magic almost. There's almost geometric figures that are floating by, stars and constellations. it looks like almost like the astral sea, but not. If that makes sense. Like it's almost too much for you to comprehend of what's going on. And then you just hear a voice says, "Oh, this will break the poor thing." And you're at snap, and you see that yourself sitting in what looks to be very oddly. It looks like your father's study at home, with a gentleman apparently sitting hunched over your father's desk, who seems to be writing out some long scroll.
More out of spite, seeing that this is his father's study, and realizing that that's not my father, I will shift out of respect for him, but spite because my father's told me never to show my real face in this place. Hello?
And with that, he kind of looks up at you as you see a dark-skinned man with kind of this black braided hair, which seems to have almost starlight intertwined within it. Kind of has broad shoulders, large cheekbones, and from what you can see, seems to have streaks of white hair, almost Doctor Strange style, going throughout it. And he kind of looks you up and down and says, "You called me. What did you need?" You do know I'm a busy god. I don't have time to just sit here and like talk to you just because your fate touched.
Sorry, it wasn't meant to be received as that. It's a combination of curiosity and desperation. I altered a spell a while ago, and I feel like you might be able to help me do that again.
And you see him sitting there. It's like, you came to ask the god of magic if I can alter a spell?
No, I did. The spell Stone Discus is supposed to break on impact, but instead it continued to travel through the target. But I wanted to know how dangerous that can be, and I wanted to know what your thought process is of me. I've done my best to study, and I've done my best. I just want to know if I'm doing it right. I don't feel like I've accomplished anything recently, and it's just difficult. I've hit a wall.
And you see him kind of like take a moment back, and you see him like slide back across the scroll. And you see him like tap a spot, and it replays you actually in the battle, and your hair glowing silver, and the mist coming off you as you threw the spell, and it slammed into the head. And he like freezes the image right before it hits. He was like, yeah, he just didn't have enough. It just wasn't solid enough for it to break your spell. You just got a little temporary emotional power boost, or however I would explain it for you guys. Your minds don't work the same way. It's kind of hard to explain magic sometimes to you guys.
I'm doing my best. Okay. Emotional benefit, but also detriment. So... okay, that hurts.
Though the original version of that spell, the disc doesn't break. You can just keep swinging it around.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys water down magic all the time over the years. I don't know why, but every once in a while, one of you gets it.
So it was supposed to work like that?
It's supposed to clock the guy, and then it just keeps going.
I'm pretty sure that's what I just said, kid. Are you hard of hearing? Are you understanding? He like puts his hands up to you like eye to eye. Like, are you understanding what I'm saying? I did this whole room because I figured your mind could handle this a little easier.
It is, but I'm just trying to piece together how that's supposed to happen, because no one's used it that way in so long. It's just that it's going back to finding the version of the spell that was original is a lot stronger than the current version of the spell that we're using now is
oh yeah,
unheard of.
A lot of the magic you guys had from the Age Arcanum was way better. You guys got the watered down versions of stuff. Like your guys' fireball spell, laughable. A little bitty fire boom to go boom.
Wait, how big was it originally supposed to be?
It was a column of fire.
Oh.
Whoa.
That's Okay, that's a lot cooler.
Oh yeah. Used to roast people all the time. It was great. Back when magic used to be magic.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Thank you, Mr. Nethys. I just
Kind
a
of
lot
wrinkles up
has
his face
trans-
at you, Mr. Nethys. Don't ever call me that.
Hey, Nethys. Sorry for barging in. And
We're not that familiar either. You can't just call me Nethys. Refer to me as my title, the All-Seeing Eye.
all-seeing eye. Apologies, I didn't.
You know,
intend
you
to...
fate touch get all familiar real quick around here.
Apologies. You're the second one I've met, and the first one was really cryptic, and it's hard. I'm like 19.
Oh, I wasn't even your first choice? What? I see how it is, kid. Just out here playing the field, huh? Using us.
No, it's just,
I love how
It just stays in your mouth. How about?
like
How does
all
your
of the
foot taste?
normal couth and whatnot Sin has completely flown out the window. It's just the precedent of death took priority at that moment in time, and the only thing I really have in my wheelhouse is my magics. That's why I tried to come here as fast as possible. I wanted to try and prevent as much death as possible using the tools I know and I have, which is magic, which is why I tried my best to come here and break my brain, apparently. Apologies, all-seeing eye. I didn't intend to offend you. I've been doing my best, and it is clearly working, but not fast enough.
And you see him while you're talking, like you see he's already like stopped paying attention that he was dealing with something else and looked up like, what? Yeah, that stuff. That sounds good. As you see, he's now on the other side of the room, like fidgeting with some type of contraption with different levers and pulleys all going together. That seems to have liquids flowing through it that seem to turn into a gas halfway through and back. Like, the balance is off. He's tapping, like knocking on it like a TV, like pink, 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 pink.
I want to take a look at that, because this is the second time a balance has been mentioned to me. I want to walk over there and take a look at it.
All right. Looking at the device, it has one vial, or almost a beaker actually, that seems to be heated, though you don't see a heat source. It is seemingly balancing on a scale, and as it goes down, the other side fills up with whatever the liquid is, turning into a gas, and vice versa as it shifts. And he's tapping on it like he's trying to get it to sit directly in the center. But as you can see of him, his skin is actually pretty dark. But as you kind of take a look at him now, because he had this black and white mask on that was split down the middle, the left side being white and the right side being black, he kind of takes off the mask to get a better look at it, and you can see that his eyes are purely gold. And you can see that now that the mask has come off, it kind of gives a brief moment where it's a flash, and you can see that his right half of his body seems to be really dark and robed, and the left half seems to be charred and burnt, fried with electricity and energy, and seems to be constantly burning and exploding. And in a blink, it's all gone. He seems to be sitting in a normal robe and stuff like that again.
That happen often?
So what happened?
The whole dichotomy of physical presence. Kind of
Kind of looks down
gesturing
like,
at him.
oh, you saw me. I thought I'd blow up your mind if I showed you that. And he like drops the illusion, and when you see him, he has white hair. He's standing about 8 feet tall, just naturally holding the mask. His dark right side is a black kind of robe that you can see his hand and face on is kind of a dark skin tone that almost goes to purple as you look at it, kind of like a pearlescence, with golden eyes and a bright, brilliant teeth smile, but the left side of it is charred. His left hand seems so blasted by energy that it's almost plasma-like with it glows in a blueness, with his left leg also almost down to the ankle gone, but fire and electricity burning up and down it. Also ripping and burning his clothes as it's trying to reappear as it kind of splits his body the same way.
You're a lot taller than I thought.
And then you see him kind of look down at you, and you can smell the ozone now burning of his flesh. And it says, "It's not all you thought it cracked up to be a god, huh? Make a sense motive check."
Nat 1.
Love it.
You can't read him at all, but something just doesn't feel. You know how some people just don't seem to be all there in a safe way, and you take it that this could easily go either way real quick. Like, as quickly as that scale is unbalanced, you feel like this could flip into a dangerous situation.
Ask him if it hurts.
Yeah, do that.
No.
Amazed. I'm not completely gone out of my senses. But I do have a point for being here, so I am going to ask, is it a little rude to ask for any sort of help at this junction? Or should I
kind of tilt his head to the left of you? And as he does, you realize the whole room tilts with him till it's at like almost a 30-degree angle where you feel yourself slide across the room into the table.
I'm going to try and grab a hold of something.
And then you see him kind of turn and slide his head back the other way, and it kind of shifts the same way. And you see him like shake his head, and it kind of shifts and rocks the whole room. So you want something, huh? And you see that smile across his face, which reminds you of the same type of smile of a predator who is about to make a deal.
Uh-oh.
So what are you going to give me in exchange for what you asked for? And he smiles, and you can see that his smile is only the half smile, as the other half of his teeth seem to be almost super magma heated, and you can smell the burning of flesh from the teeth.
The only thing that I physically have is a mystery to myself that might interest you. I'm gonna reach and hope that my things are there with me.
Go ahead. You reach and you feel your bag like materialize in your hand.
I'm gonna pull out that silver orb.
Oh god.
Look, I don't know what it does. It's a mystery to me.
All I seeing God.
He says, "You brought me that. You think you're a funny little guy, don't you?" And all of a sudden, you see the gold begin to like boil in his eyes.
I'm gonna look at it just like, oh, I don't know what it is.
Let me show you how funny I can be also.
Oh no.
And all of a sudden the room disappears and you're falling through the ether. And as you can see in all directions, there's a blazing storm going on of like a maelstrom of energy and plasma and lightning and creatures of elemental damage all springing through the way. And as you can see, you are falling directly down towards the bottom where there are more of those creatures who seemingly have realized that something's coming, like feeding time, and they immediately like light up, and you see some elementals start to like shove each other out the way, and a plasma one that's out of lightning kind of shoves its way through a fire one that kind of rebirths itself as they start to fight over you as they're fighting to get ready to kill you.
Oh crap. Can I try and quickly cast Mage Armor? It's just a knee-jerk reaction at this point.
Yeah, it works.
Okay.
Let's see which one gets at you first.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a 4. All right. Rocket. And as they're fighting over you, a rock elemental throws its fist to the side, trying to punch one of them and hits you.
Ooh.
My armor class is currently 23.
It is, and this is a 30 to hit.
Ouch.
Ooh.
If you want to make an Arcana check or a Planes check, you can see what type of elemental that is.
I don't... I have Arcana, yes. Okay, 17 plus 7 for a 24.
That is a greater elemental. They're all greater elementals down there.
So it looks like it's time for a new leader.
That is 32 points of damage as it smacks you
No.
full on. That
Oh,
almost
ouch.
maxed out. Yeah, it hurts. As it knocks you back up in the air, and then you start to hear a chuckle like.
What did you do to this god again?
32?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
Brought
so
an
I'm
item
done.
that he doesn't know about that obviously is offensive to the god person.
That's right, he doesn't know. Okay.
I
Yeah.
will say with
like,
that, you are
Right,
falling
right.
back towards them, but you have about 12 seconds or 2 rounds till you get back within range of them.
Let's see. If I have 2 rounds before I get back to them, can I do dimensional door and go vertically again?
Oh, yeah, you can. If you want to go
All
as
right.
high as you think you can go before you hit the maelstrom on the top, you can do that.
Yes, I think my current cap is what, 760 feet?
Mm-hmm. Which doing that doesn't
And-
get you all the way up to the top, but once you do it, you reappear and Nethys is right beside you, and as you begin to fall, he's falling with you upside down. And he's looking like, so what are you gonna do next?
You think.
Yeah, that room looks like shit.
I need to just check the distance on my lightning bolt. I'm going to be falling and I'm going to shout, I'm apologizing first. I didn't mean to upset you. Then I'm going to try to find a way to land safely.
Oh, you don't
And-
see any ground down there. That's the odd thing. The lightning elementals and all of them are just floating through the air, which is the oddest part. But I will say, Ruin, you would notice that all of a sudden, Sin's mouth starts to bleed, and you see him look fairly bruised across the face, like something just punched him.
Oh, what the hell? Who hit him? Who the fuck
I'm-
punched him?
I'm
Looking around now for somebody to hit him.
To which you do see the ascendant with the sensor kind of come over towards you, and so it's like, what is going on? What is going on here? What are you doing? What happened to him? And he starts to wave the sensor around his face.
He sat here in prayer to, I guess, talk to the god, and I don't know. All I know is he ended up going, he's bleeding. And I was looking for whoever hit him, and I don't see nobody.
Can I try to cast gaseous form
Yeah,
from my spellbook?
you try to pull it off without you having it memorized. Or you're gonna pull out the spell book and look at it to cast it.
I'm gonna try my best to pull it. Just pull it off.
All right. Arcana check with advantage.
Okay, knowledge arcana check with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
A 9 and a nat 20, so the knowledge arcana is a
Nice.
27.
And with that, you immediately pop into gaseous form. As Nethys kind of 360 rotates around you, like not bad at all, not bad at all. You know they would have killed you, right? Especially
got
Bruce
hit
down
once.
there, which he yells at Bruce, which apparently is like this big flaming elemental one. That they seem really mad now that they're not gonna get to eat you. He tends to get disappointed, but he'll be all right. And then he kind of looks at you, is like, "So how's your day going?"
It's been a roller coaster.
I can imagine that. I'm feeling pretty good today overall. A little foggy at times, but that's normal.
Hopefully this broke the monotony.
So who are you again?
Probably not fully understanding the gaseous form. I think I'm gonna try and hold out an arm. Metaleus Melnox, Aventus.
As you do so, you see him kind of like reach in, and your hand becomes materialized as he reaches for it and shakes it. Then when he lets it go, it dematerializes back into a cloud. All right. So did you come here for something? Was there a delivery of somebody, one of the gods I forgot about? What's the... I know I know Iori wants something, but I told him I'll get to that next week. He's early.
Just trying to show good faith by coming to you, sir.
Sir. I like sir. Let's go with sir. I like being called sir.
Wait, did he find he's getting with another god now?
Same god.
Nope.
I'm still talking to Nethys. He's just so scatterbrained that he had a few moments of like, oh, this is fun. What's happening over here? Who are you again?
And you see the priest kind of talking. You run saying, it's a dangerous thing to commune with Nethys and his madness. And you see him putting the sensor around Sin's head and trying to like circle it around him.
I guess. I don't know anything about this.
Oh, the power of magic the Nethys commands made him go mad long ago. But we worship him to please the anger inside of him and try to soothe him.
Does it work? I was like,
I'm hoping it does, because I was about to...
And you see him kind of think about it. It's like, I actually, honestly don't know. The back inside, you see Nethys is just looking at you like, so what did I need to do? Was there a thing? There wasn't a thing. No, there's no thing at all. It's fine.
Just continue your work, sir. The balance is off on your station over there.
And you see him snap his fingers again, and he's back in the workroom. He's like, the damn balance is off again. Good job, what's a face? And he kind of goes over to it and starts to like work at it again and tap at it. Seemingly forgot about for the moment as you're in a gaseous form.
So it looks like we're actually back in a physical room. If I try to touch the floor, as I drop the gaseous form, I hope to God I land on it.
Yep, it actually appears back as actually a different room. This looks like some type of arcane laboratory with a bunch more shit than it just was. But definitely.
The sentence. Oh, yep, he's stupid because that's a 2. Would you be against helping someone try and learn actual magic?
He just kind of turns and looks at you and is like, kind of turns his head and the room turns a whole 90 degrees to the left.
I'm going to try and find something to grab onto.
Make a reflex save.
I was expecting to send. I'm gonna run with the room.
Okay. 18 plus, I think it's a 6. Go back out. Yes, 6.
All right. So with
24.
that, you're able to hit the desk and kind of spin around and kind of land kind of sideways on one of the walls where you're not looking up at him. It's like, some can learn magic, some can't learn magic, but you have to have the ability of magic to be born within you. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Write that down. And you see him like take out a pen and start to write it on a scroll in the air.
I will cast Scriver's Chant and write that in my own book.
Truly chaotic.
And you see him kind of like waver for a moment, and then all of a sudden you see a flash of the fire and lightning cross over his whole body, and he becomes what looks to be a living amalgamation of multiple elementals, with the body made of hot fire plasma, with it being engulfed in lightning and dripping magma. And his golden eyes kind of look towards you. And he begins to float slowly towards you at the bottom of this room.
That's unsettling.
It is, but I don't feel like I can run anywhere to tell the truth, so I'm just going to sit there and hold and just be like,
Hi.
yeah. Like, he's 8 foot tall and I'm 4'5". All I can really do is just wave and say hi.
Aww.
Oh yeah. As he comes up towards you, starts to like sniff at you, almost like an animal. Not touching you, but the electricity is very uncomfortable near you, crackling and snapping. As he's and then you just hear fate touched and a hand raised up, and you are suddenly blasted back into your body, where you take another 6. You take 4 more damage, actually, as you land backwards and skid across the floor. Which, Ruin, you just see all of a sudden Sin just shoot backwards and skid across the floor.
Bro!
Ow.
So how did it go?
Ow.
Look at this, it went great.
And you see the priest come over and just look at you like, oh, you're alive, Will. Praise the gods.
Praise the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not one.
The Rose is like, yeah. It's a good thing, right?
Oh, yes, indeed. Which, at the moment, you are currently smoking and you're back in your kitsune form.
There's just that look of, I don't know whether to be happy or in pain, so I'm just gonna do both.
Look, Sin, you made it back,
Valid.
and you talked to a god who apparently didn't like the fact that something. I don't know. He didn't like you.
Mm-hmm.
What is this god called again?
That is
Nethys.
Nethys. He is the god of
Nethys?
magic, yes.
Is he chaotic?
Nope.
What is he?
Yes.
What is he?
Oh, no, he's neutral. He's true neutral,
Really?
actually.
Really?
Yeah, he's just
Oh.
insane.
Understandable. I mean, in this economy, it's kind of hard not to be.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. If you look into his history in any way, you'll find out why that could be. It's a fairly clearly known thing about Nethys. But yeah, you got to interact with an aspect of Nessus for a bit. And you lived, which is, you know, a fairly rare thing.
Yeah. That's definitely a point of contention.
Ooh, it says. Can I read it?
Well, no, ma'am, that's not in-game knowledge.
It's so interesting. Okay, it's okay. It's alright. It's alright.
Not the grunt of exertion. Ah. But yes, as Selena's looking up, she actually looks at you, Tyloo, and says, where is everybody?
They told you. Sin wanted to go to the Temple of Memphis. And Ruin took him. Said they'd be right back.
And you just see her blinking at you. Sin, who went to speak with the Raven Queen this evening, went to the Temple of Nethys, the god of magic.
Yes.
Who is insane because of the amount of power and knowledge he obtained all at once.
Sure.
And if he could commune with the Raven Queen, if he connects with Nethys, Nethys could just as easily destroy his entire existence.
I mean, he almost died in the puddle of blood, so I figured he knew what he was getting himself into.
He looks so cool.
And you didn't stop him, so I figured everything was cool.
I was a little busy orchestrating a S-tier mission to rescue your teammate's mother without causing an international war. I was a little conflicted and busy.
True.
And suddenly your card rings in.
I'll be like, they'll be right back.
I'm gonna pick it up. Hello?
And you just
That was
hear,
so cool.
who the hell told you that you should leave and go to the Temple of Nethys when we have a mission in less than an hour?
Can he see Talu from behind her?
Oh no, she just used audio. She didn't use visual.
Oh, you're gonna hear Talu just coughing like nonstop.
Get back to the ship immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Come
the
on, let's
link,
get you.
and the link cuts off.
Let's get you healed up and stuff. Come here. Well, thanks
Oh.
for the visit.
Thank you. Bye.
Be well, be well. And with that, you can fly back across the Oparan sky.
Oh yeah, I'm just a sack of potatoes at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, you got your ass kicked by I don't know what.
Mm-hmm.
An earth elemental, and then a god.
Look, you lived. You fought. You got beat up by a god and survived. That's a story.
Very true.
Like, I go to say something, and I'm just like, ow.
Yeah, you're gonna need to fix that.
With that, you make it back to the ship. Celine rips you a whole new one.
I'm going to do my best.
Reckless.
I'm doing my best just to stand upright and look at her as I kind of wobble.
And that this is the exact reason why you guys weren't kept in the loop and given the information, because you tend to make terrible choices given the information in the situation where you may survive, but you put everything else at risk for your own stupidity.
Yeah.
I didn't know we weren't supposed to leave.
And she just looks at him and says, Sin, what exactly did you think you were going to accomplish going to try to commune with Nethys, the mad god of magic?
That is a good question.
In all honesty, ma'am, just some answers to myself.
You realize that Nethys wants the world to be destroyed as much as he wants to save it, given how he feels in the moment.
And doing my best deduction, I found a situation, whether it was thrust upon me or not, that a destruction had to happen for things to be saved.
Bro ain't saying shit. He's like,
Look, I'm not saying it's sound logic. I'm just saying that it at least aligned somewhat.
How about, before you commune with any other gods, you check in with me first?
oh, yeah, that'd probably be smart, Sam.
I would hate for you to reach out to, say, one of the betrayer gods and unleash them from beyond the divine gate somehow, as I would not put that past the things that your team seems capable of doing at this point.
We haven't done that yet.
Talu's gonna visibly shiver at the word betrayer gods.
Ruan's got a literally crouched and goes, we haven't done something like that yet, have we, Sam?
Not. And that is understood, ma'am. I will definitely clear any more temple visits, period, with you before doing anything. Can I fall down now?
Well, with the condition that you're in, technically, you're no good to come on this mission now either, when we need to leave now.
It only hurts.
Wait, if Wanda's not going on this mission, can she, fix him up?
Possibly. That would be up to Wanda. I don't have healing magic per se.
Let's go ask Wanda.
Selena doesn't heal?
Celine is an arcana, is a wizard. She does not heal.
Wizards don't heal at all? They don't have any spells for healing?
Healing is generally divine magic, and she is an arcane magic user.
Oh, okay.
Now, there are some people that have arcane magic like Wanda that can do it, but that's not within her wheelhouse.
I am going to quickly scurry over to Wanda and be like, I need you to fix my face. I got hurt.
Yeah, God beat the shit out of him.
Yes, I can see this, comrade. Here, I'll take care of this. And I'll go ahead and cast my spell. Cure serious wounds on him.
Nice, nice.
You took quite a bit of damage too, if I recollect correctly.
Oh yeah, Sin looks like he got his ass whooped.
Oh yeah. Once again, I
Sin
went from
looks
84 to 48.
Sin looks like Ruin was beating his ass and was pummeling the shit out of him. Like, he looks disheveled and fucked up.
And we're still curing Max for out of combat?
Yes.
Okay. That should put you at
Let's see.
If Ruin's in there, Ruin more likely be in there. And if he sees Luna in her bird form, he's just gonna look at her like,
24.
"Sorry, I punched you in the face."
Oh,
Yeah.
she's in her room.
She's still in the room,
I'll
frozen up
give you
next to you
31
all.
back.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if we're in there, I'm just gonna say, look at her little bird form. Sorry, I punched you in the face. It just hurt and acted spontaneous.
Just what? Turn back and walk out.
Oh, it's like when you bit me, I acted spontaneous and struck you in the
Oh,
face.
okay.
That's why
Okay.
Ruin's saying he's sorry.
Okay.
But you're in a bird form, you're paralyzed, you can't do shit anyways. But Ruin said it.
Yeah.
His conscience is clear now.
Right.
Yeah.
I did the thing I needed to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't do anything. Yeah.
No, it was
So how much did you heal up, Wanda?
That would have been for. Ah, damn it! I forgot. Lost count. Hold on. Let's see. 24, 31 total.
So it would be 79, and that's most of my hit points. Yeah.
All right, pretty awesome.
Wonderful.
Talisman, look, he's fixed. He can go with us now, right?
Yep. And with that, you see Celine look at you and says, "But you are not going to go on this mission."
Who?
Looking
Me?
at Talu, yes.
Oh, dang.
Okay, why?
I was like,
you have a god killer, bro.
And she looks at you and is like, "If the situation becomes worse and elevated with vampire spawn running around, do you think you can control your emotions enough not to blow up half of Opara?"
I mean, my emotions have never been called into question before. I'm not a very emotional, reactive individual.
And just kind of looks around and says, "At this point, I'm kind of questioning all the decisions the Team Moon Shadow makes."
Ruin's gonna look at Father, he goes, kind of, he's right on that one.
As your team leader literally just apparently went and antagonized a god before this mission.
Perhaps, but I personally have done nothing to show that I haven't.
God?
She kind of takes a deep moment and says, "If you give me your word, Talu, that you can maintain yourself no matter what, then I will allow you to go on this mission."
I will give you my word, and also give you my word that both myself and Zadar will never, well, not never, but will not use the mode that caused the destruction until I fully understand it. As I've come to learn that there's two modes that I can tap into.
All right.
I mean, I kind of impressed him.
She kind of takes a deep moment and breathes, and gives a nod and says, "Okay."
Yeah, you impressed him enough to.
And with that, you see her begin to wave her hands and create a teleportation circle, which you all know to step inside if you're going.
All right, bye, everybody. We'll be back.
And with that, you appear on top of the hill where the rest of them are meeting, and Sprada is there next to Livia Riverheart. And General Riverheart himself also. Livia also looks thoroughly fucking bruised and beaten.
Ooh.
Damn.
Oh, we match.
Well, you're not bruised and beaten as much anymore.
I think she thought it would work, but it didn't work.
And with her kind of standing there with the rest of them. And the general kind of nods and says, "Celine, it's good to see you again." "Yes, General, I wish it was under better circumstances. I've been made aware of the plan and the issues of everything going on," kind of looking around, and you can also see those others from the high roller table sitting there with Kasaka, Kanamoro, and Segundo. Not looking hurt at all, but looking fairly downcast and not holding anyone's eye. The general kind of speaks up and says, "And it seems that my foolish granddaughter got the idea to think that she had the right to use the Riverheart name for her own ends. And that's been an issue that's been sorely dealt with. With that being the case, there is still the issue that I was told that this Jeanette was being held captive, correct? Witchling says, of course. Then here's what everyone here is going to do to assist you. The plan is going to go forward as it was, but it's only going to be in order to rescue Jeanette and then escape the premises. That is all, and that is it. And if anybody should have any other ideas about what's going to happen, I'm sure Olivia can explain to you what will happen to you. Which the others kind of all nod their head. Move into position, you have 20 minutes to be ready. To which Sprada kind of reaches over and shakes the general's hand and says, thank you. Says, of course, I owed you one, and you uncovered all this foolishness of my granddaughter. And even though she attacked you, you didn't kill her, which is a lot more restraint than she deserves.
Oh, so Sprada did that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Going in to say that she was going to expose the plan, Livia decided to attack Sprada, and that did not go well.
I was like, what?
And says, with that, I will leave you to your own devices to have plausible deniability about what may or may not have happened. I'm also calling an emergency session of the Senate immediately right now, which should pull Lord Thorn away from his home, along with many of his guard, as he is quite paranoid that someone will attack him at such a session. Which I've thought about, but never have actually done. Now, there's not much that I really have to speak about, so you'll have only maybe 30 minutes of time once it begins. And you see him give a nod, and you see him hop into a carriage just waiting there, along with Livia, who is staring daggers at Sprada, and the door closes and it takes off. As Celine says, we will go in. I have the actual exact place where she's being kept, as she kind of pulls out this kind of virtual map with magic. Through the front door, if we go past to the left side of the stairs, there's an entryway to a staircase that goes down to the secret's first floor. From there, if you go to the far end of the room, you can get down to the second floor, and it is there on the third cell on the left that Jeanette is being held. We're going to go
Third
in.
cell on the left.
We're going to take down anyone that comes in our way as non-lethally as possible, and then we're going to leave.
Understood. Everyone literally pulled out his blade after that.
Mm-hmm. And with that, I'm going to she casts Seeming over everyone, which I need a will save from you, Ruin, because you might be able to resist it.
I will save, that is a 21.
Oh, no. You don't meet her DC.
Okay.
And with that, all of you are dressed to look like identical vampire soldiers. You have fangs, you have darkened blue skin, reddish eyes, long straggly black hair, and you're in House Orsov actual gear.
Can we see this?
Oh yeah, looking around, like all of you look exactly the same.
Ah! Literally just gonna look at Tommy. Ah! Don't bite me, damn it.
Yep, your hands look the same. You look down at your hands; they're blue tinged now. You don't see your feathers. You don't feel your wings, even though they're still there. You can feel them. You don't see them.
Oh.
Talu just look at Ruin like, I've always had fangs. I've never bit you.
Yeah, but last time with the red eyes and everything, you know, like the kind of Xavier
I've always had red eyes.
Yeah, but you give me the I'm hungry like Xavier look? No.
I've never.
Did I make you afraid of vampires now because I bit you?
Oh, you made me cautious around anyone that looks that way.
Sounds like fear to me.
Yeah, right. Ruin's afraid.
I mean, you gotta think about that. How many times has Ruin challenged Jace?
He's just paranoid.
Yeah, there's a difference.
What Celine says,
Like,
we go in formation. we gather the prisoner, and then we get out. And if anything happens, simply run for it. Run into the city, hide where you can, come back to the ship when you can, and it's safe. And with that, you see her take a deep breath and begin to walk down the hill towards the mansions.
Okay.
And you see this Sprada's actually put up his blades, and you see him, he's actually holding what looks to be a pike now, of a huge, like, spear glaive that he got from somewhere.
It's always like, I don't have anything that's non-lethal.
Then just don't hurt anybody.
Try
not to hurt anybody.
I can do that. I can definitely do that.
We're in the same boat, Talu.
Well, actually, Talu's got his mesmerist skills, so.
That is true. I need everybody here to make a disguise check, and I'll add in your bonuses on the backside.
Disguise. Yay! Mine's -2. That's a nat 20. That's 18.
Oh, yeah, you're good then. With Celine seeming, yeah, you're solid.
So I got bad news.
What's the good news?
The good news is I haven't rolled, and so there's no need to be worried about a natural one.
Okay.
The bad news is I
what?
Yeah, you cut out.
Dramatic pause. What the fuck?
So would my change shape for the +10 to disguise for trying to look quote unquote human count as well? Or no?
I would say no, because this isn't your own natural ability that you're using. It's on top of a magical ability.
Okay, fair enough. Oh no. I got a 4 + 4.
Okay.
I'm still a little dazed from, getting juggled by a freaking earth elemental.
Very true. Which, even though it's odd, even though you are still short, your avatar version of you looks tall. You all look to be somewhere around 6 feet, which Rowan for you is a little bit shorter. But yeah, with that, you guys go up towards the walkway as you begin to walk in. And as you approach, you realize there's an illusionary barrier already over the place. And as you walk past the front guard, you realize they're already knocked out by Segundo's men, who have already changed into clothes to mimic the guards out front, just in case. And with that, as you guys go to walk in across the lawn, you see that all over the lawn, there seems to be people that are clad in black that seem to be secretly dropping guards as they seem to be walking around. It's very picturesque and very coordinated as fuck. Like, every guard that, like, sees you and, like, goes to turn towards you suddenly just, like, kind of stiffens and then, like, rolls back and drops. And then you can see as it is on the guards right by the door that there are 2 darts that almost simultaneously hit the necks of the 2 guards there, and you just see them kind of flutter for a moment and just collapse. And you guys are inside.
Just keep on walking, man. It's good.
With that, you begin to walk through as one of the guards kind of walks past and sees you all going, and kind of hails the Sprada like, "What are you all doing out there?" "Going to get the prisoner," which Sprada's voice is completely different and changed. And he's speaking with an excellent Oparan accent, because he's a linguistics teacher.
Ruin's just gonna not speak. That's the safest route.
Yep, the rest of you all follow him behind as the guy doesn't seem to challenge the authoritative voice that he gets spoken to with, and taken down to the first floor. And as he goes down, the door closes. And as you guys walk down to the first floor, you can see that there are multiple cages that seem to be holding what looks to be different types of vampire spawn. That while they're looking at you, they're sniffing the air, and it's like they can't compile what they're sniffing with what they're seeing. But there's about 20 cages down here in total. And there's a couple of guards and stuff that are working down here, or scientists more likely, but they don't seem to be paying you all any attention as you seem to be doing your job.
Oh, Incock rolled a 13.
Oh, he'll be fine. And yeah, with the seeming, he's all right. The seeming gives you guys, I believe, a +20 off the top of my head. So it's enough, especially with the guard outfits that you have on and the look. And Sprada being able to bluff his way through here, easy enough. And you guys get down towards the cells, which there's a guard that's sitting by the chair near the inn.
I'm back.
Welcome back. And as you can see, this seems to go into an open place where there's a bunch of gates and rooms down here that can be held out. And coming up to the third door, you come up to it and see that the door seems to be locked and seems to be solid. To which Celine kind of looks at it and says, and you see her kind of wave her hand and begin to cast a spell, and there's a large knock that reverberates. And the door doesn't move. And you swear you hear Sprada chuckle a little bit like, well then, brother, what do you suggest? And you see Sprada hand you his large glaive, Ruin. Take out one of his swords. And you see him just begin slicing at the door on the top, the bottom, across, and cuts out a section of the door. And then you see him grab the door and kind of like kick it in, and then shove the cutout middle of the door against the wall and lead it in the inside.
I mean, I could have tried to pick that lock.
There was no lock on the outside. It was just a solid door.
Oh okay, it's just a solid door then, never mind. When I said nothing, you were just right.
And on the inside, you see that there's a woman that is sitting in the corner of the far bed, kind of back up against the wall. And when you walk in, she kind of looks at you and just looks you up and down and says, so it's time.
Everyone's just going to wait.
And then you hear Sprada says, Jeanette Castilla, I'm Headmaster Sprada Sindal of Aegis Academy. I'm here on behalf of your child to save you. And you see her kind of like look with disbelief for a moment until you see Sprada kind of drop to one knee and give a bow. I give you my word, ma'am, that we'll get you out of here safely. And he reaches out a hand and she like slowly takes it and says, Wanda is here?
Brian's gonna nod his head like,
no, she can't be here. This is, if they find out. And then all of a sudden you hear a voice says, if who finds out? And standing out in the hallway, you can see it seems to be a gentleman in a long black cloak that seems to be about 6'4", 6'5". And the cloak seems to cover up to his neck. And he has very pale skin and kind of bright red eyes that almost glow. And you hear Celine says that she kind of backs out between you and him. Remember what we said. And Sprada leaves Jeanette out. And with that, he kind of gives a nod to you, Ruin, as he turns his back to you guys to face Lord Rosin.
good luck. Everyone's gonna, I guess. I don't know, can he grab Jeanette? Or grab her hand to lead her out?
You can. She's walking with you.
It's like, we gotta go.
She seems to be walking all that. And the last thing that you see, or I say the last thing that you should hear, is the laughter of Lloyd Rosin, saying, clearly if you two think that you could stop me from whatever you really are, you wouldn't dare be vampires standing before me. But whatever you are, you must be strong if you think that you can actually defeat me, or at least buy those whelps time to get away. And the last thing that you would hear with your sharp hearing, Ruin, is the sound of Sprada's blades being drawn. As it's such a fast sound that it almost sounds like a tinkling of glass. As far as what you all are doing, are you walking back out towards the way you came?
What were they
just leave as fast as possible.
Leave as fast as possible. Power walk. Moving faster than a standard walk, but not sprinting as to draw attention.
Yeah, moving at a brisk pace. We're moving out.
Well, that's what they were told to do, then that's what Tyler's going to end up doing.
All right. With that, as you guys are doing that, nobody questions anything in the lab, though there are some vampire spawn that are like up against the grates trying to like reach out towards you all.
As
But
soon as we
Close enough to that.
Ruin's gonna be like, once we get outside or past the barrier dimension door with Jeanette.
the lab guys are apparently paying y'all no fucking attention with their blind asses being all in their business.
Yeah.
And when you get upstairs, you see at the top of the stairs there's a guard that kind of asks you again and says, "What are you doing with the prisoner?" As he begins walking down the stairs casually.
Who's all
God.
with us? Is it just us three with her?
Yeah,
It's just us three.
It's
I was
just
like,
it's just you
Ruin's
three,
gonna
and you see that Jeanette kind of throws her arm into kind of Talu, so that way you looks like you're grabbing her.
I'm gonna grab onto her like we're escort, like it's an escort.
Yeah, I'm gonna elbow Sin. I go, you have a better chance of getting this. Tell him we're escorting.
Mm-hmm.
Going to step forward. The Lord has asked us to escort her elsewhere. It's none of your concern.
Ooh, make a bluff check or an intimidation check, whichever one you prefer.
Oh,
Can
bluff
I-
check, definitely.
I was like, can I give him like a death glare for even like one of those moments of how dare you even stop us?
You can make an intimidation check, yes.
Sweet.
Alright, 15 plus 16 for a 31.
Can I assist in that, I guess? Because that'll put me at a 29 with intimidation.
That would also work. With a little added bonus because this guy is human and you guys are appearing as vampire spawn, which, if you fuck up in this job, you generally tend to become a vampire spawn.
My intimidation check is gonna be a 8 plus 11, 19.
Which, yeah. For that, he kind of like looks at what you said and kind of looks at all of you and just kind of just nods his head like, carry on then.
Ooh, kitty.
For the glory of House Orsov.
Glorious House Orsov.
Talu's still gonna be bean mugging, be like, and have the attitude of like, motherfucker, you can't say that. You just, we could be in trouble because we're delaying now because of you.
Right. Like,
He's like in full character. He's in full character right now.
I'm going to attempt to hold this guy's, like, put myself between this guy and them as they leave.
Yeah.
Until I know, and then I'll catch back up with them.
Oh yeah, he clearly like kind of turns his eyes like, you know what? It's kind of like that moment in the Empire when somebody pulls rake on you and like, if you're not fake, I'm fucked. So I'm gonna just act like this ain't got shit to do with me.
Yep.
If you are who you say you are, I'm dead. So I'm gonna just it's above my pay grade. I'm gonna just keep my business. I'm gonna mind my fucking business.
Yep.
Which, with that, you're all able to walk outside, and you can see the bodies are still knocked out. Though you can see that the needles have been removed to remove
At
any
that point,
trace.
Ruin's gonna be like, grab Jeanette, get her out of here as quick as possible. The ship. The fastest one. Dimension door.
You're outside the front door. Once you pass outside the front gates, you can keep walking if you want to. I will say that while you're out there, you notice that the seeming spell drops.
That means it's getting serious.
Yeah, she had to drop a concentration spell for a different one.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right.
Indeed.
So we need to get out of the general public eye and
That's why I
get back
said,
to the boat.
Sin, dimension door, her over there. You can move her there faster.
Yeah, I've still got technically 4 left.
So yeah, if you go to do that and you take her hand at dimension door, she won't resist it.
It's like, all right, well, see you back at the ship, Talu.
Yeah. Cool.
You can fly. You got this.
No. Like Ruin. We've
No,
been through this.
Ruin's already gone. He been took off flying.
Damn it, motherfucker! I need to talk to him about this shit. Talu's gonna like take back alleyways and shit back to the ship, staying out of line of sight.
That's cool. If you take the long way around, even with it being cool, you still have time. It takes you about over an hour to get back, but you get back. Especially as nobody is looking for you during that time. On the other side of things, though, unfortunately, a certain pair of twins find themselves in a tough spot they have to fight their way out of.
Damn it.
Which, I mean, they're able to do. They made a getaway. They just had to make sure to buy enough time for you.
Oh yeah, we're gone. Shit.
Which they make it back to the ship before Talu does.
It's like he took the scenic route. I don't know why he didn't fly like he normally does.
I've never flown.
Lies.
I've seen you fly.
Yeah.
I was thrown, Ruin. I was physically lifted, or not physically lifted, but I was lifted and thrown.
I don't believe it.
Oh, jeez.
But from what you can see, you guys the ship gets pulled out immediately as you guys are in dock and set off. And once you guys hit kind of the shoreline, it immediately takes to the skies, and the Archheart engine engages, and the ship goes into almost a hyperdrive, moving at hyper speeds.
Yeah, I know where this came from.
Ludicrous speed.
Very much so.
Yeet.
And with that, as everybody is returning back towards Talarian Aegis Academy, is where we will end tonight's session, with Wanda being reunited with your mother Jeanette aboard the Skysword.
We did it, and nobody died.
At least we're aware.
Yes.
I mean, death happens.
Unfortunately.
Yay.
There was
Yeah,
some
I
death.
feel like some people died.
Yeah, I was
I
just
feel
like,
like whoever got left with Strata died.
Nobody got left with Sparata.
Yeah, it was just
Oh,
Sprata
okay.
and Celine.
Yeah.
Sprata wouldn't let one of y'all stay with him in that situation. Fuck.
Yep.
Very much
Okay.
so.
Sprata and Selena are okay.
Well, hopefully this doesn't turn into we have to rescue Strata and Celine.
No,
No,
they
made
made,
it back to the ship.
he said
Right.
they got out.
yeah, they made it back to the ship because what Celine did
Oh,
was
okay.
she basically gave you guys about a minute or two of them trying to talk and stall, because, I mean, they are master talkers. And after it became clear that that's what they were doing and he caught on, he decided that to push the action and get past them, Celine had to drop Seeming while you guys were out there. She casted, what was it again? She casted Wall of Fire, which there's a fire underneath House Orsova at the moment. Because, you know what? That's a
Nice.
good way to cause that. And then she casted Haste on both of them to get them the fuck up out of there to GTFO.
Okay, nice.
And then once they got outside of the actual grounds of the castle, she set off a small, like, pyrotechnic to let them know to vacate, and then teleported.
So they're all okay? You said they're
Yep.
all okay then?
They are back at the ship.
Very nice.
And Jay stayed
Wait,
at the ship just to make sure that nothing bad happened at the ship, which you guys were there, and to kind of make sure that you guys didn't go do some stupid shit like run there and try to get involved.
Nope. I mean, if we were trying to do that, I could have just stayed behind and just then got out with you.
Oh yeah, Jace was given the orders that he was allowed to knock y'all the fuck out if he had to keep you on the ship.
You got there, I'm like, oh, you must be so sad. You're gonna knock us out.
Oh yeah, I mean, ideally you guys made it there, but it was more to make sure that Wanda and Luna, if she didn't change back rapidly, did. I will say that once everybody returns, the silence spell is released, but Jace does release the stasis on you.
He better have fucking.
So I mean, you only been in stasis for a couple
Finally.
hours.
You only spent the whole session paralyzed.
What's tenacity mean?
In League of Legends.
Yeah.
The ability to recover from status effects in League of Legends.
Yep, quickly. The more tenacity you have, the less that shit affects you. If you get
But
lot
a
of
tenacious person is strong, basically strong-willed and very hard to bend or manipulate.
very much so.
Good. I'm just gonna do some. I would have. How long was it?
That you were frozen as, you were done for 2 more hours. So you technically have 7 more hours of your. So you have about 6.5 hours left in your wild shape.
Okay, well, if I'm in my room alone, I'm still gonna be spazzing out as a bird, just so I don't do too much damage, because I don't feel like paying for shit, bitch.
Which, I mean, that's all well and good. Though you will be fairly tired at this point because you guys have had a long ass day of shit. But
That's the point. It's just to exert that energy from feeling
oh yeah, I mean,
things.
it's just your team has to deal with you squawking constantly, but that's their problem.
Rowan's
No,
just like,
Indeed.
Sin needs to be alone for a while. He's heading back to the bow of the ship.
Actually, who? I'm asking
I would
Pyro.
like.
How many people have I told? Just you. Oh no, I told you and Xavian about my memories, right?
No, about the memories from.
From
Uh,
Cavalier.
no, that was just me. Xavian walked up later and was asking what we were doing, and that's when it was. That's when he discovered I was fate touched.
And yeah, but then I ended up telling him that I was having
yes,
dreams about
because he was pissed off. He's like, not only we got this guy, we got this guy.
Okay,
Yes.
then yeah, it's only me and Xavian that know currently.
Xavier said, fuck that shit, I'm out.
Yeah, he was like, okay, see, there's a reason I failed is because this one's got a god killer and this one is fate touched. There's a
Yeah.
reason I keep failing. It's not my fault.
Right, it's this bullshit from y'all that makes me fail.
I would say
Yeah.
Talu would probably actually talk to Sprada about his dreams as well.
I would say that would be a thing, but as the ship went back, Jay, Celine, and Sprada teleported back because they have classes to run for all the day because, you know, time difference. So they're only like 30 minutes late for the first period classes.
Holy shit, we're going back to Celeria early.
Oh, yeah. You only woke them up at like fucking, what time was it for them? 5 in the morning?
We went from taking a month off, we were gone for a week, and we had to go back already.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Shit got real, man.
We fuck up everybody's plans.
Yeah, we were gone for like a week, and already we were like in shit creek.
Oh, no. You guys were gone for about 3 weeks.
Oh, okay, almost 3 weeks.
Because traveling no power, you guys didn't fly there. You traveled by sea just to spend time out there and be kind of in the unknown.
Ooh, that
So
means I got
almost a month.
fish.
We did do that.
Just about a month. We're just coming back just a little bit early, man.
Okay, so we're a week early getting back. Got it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hey, can I would like, did I get a check or something on exactly how big a deal it is that I'm related to General Anistat?
I thought it was a
Honestly.
huge ass check.
As you would know, there is basically the bloodline was considered gone and lost. Nobody thought that you existed. But General Arnestat, that'd be like saying you're a direct descendant of George Washington.
Got you.
Even though you might not
Okay.
hold any actual power as a thing, historians would give you that level of power in saying that you are important because of your bloodline and your relatives.
I see.
It would, in theory,
So it's
put
a
you
kind
on
of-
political par with the royal family.
So it's a kind of symbolic influence, kind of like the royal family has in England and stuff.
Yeah, kind of like that, where
Got
you
you.
would might be part of the on the opposite side where there is a royal family, but you would be of such significance that if you said some shit would shake.
Okay.
So for the after credit scene,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yay.
as we come back to a carriage pulling up along with sirens going off and people ringing alarms as there is a house that is currently caught on fire quite a bit, but seems to be being put out, even though the damage will be significant. And as and as Lord Thorn Osov comes back in there from the Senate Assembly, as he walks past the front door and stands inside where there's burnt walls and things of that nature, he kind of looks around and goes towards the secret staircase to enter down to the first floor, where he sees down on the first floor the vampire spawn is still okay and not that burnt. Though down on the second floor, as it goes back further through the house, clearly shows that many of these rooms were burnt and the fire escalated from here. And standing among the charred rubble, sitting on a seemingly undamaged chair, is Razin Orsov with his legs crossed. And as Thorn kind of looks at him and says, "What did you allow to happen? How could this happen? What is wrong with you? Your entire purpose in being is to make sure that this place and my positions are secure." As he walks in and pokes his finger in Razin's chest. And Razin kind of looks down without uncrossing his legs at the little finger point and looks back up at the shorter, kind of chubby man. And says, "Clearly you seem to be a little emotionally upset. What I'm going to allow you to do is the moment to recover yourself before I react to what you've done." And there's something in his calm demeanor of what was said that kind of sinks into Lord Thorn's place, and he kind of like steps back. Yes, apologies. It's late, early, and there was a stupid Senate calling. There was nothing but pompous blowhard air from Riverheart. And I come back to my home being destroyed. Not destroyed, significantly damaged. But I have good news. What possible good news could this be? Someone came to rescue Jeanette Castilla. Which means that the child is somewhere and was here. We just have to find out the information about who that is. In Opara, everything comes for a price. Lord Thorn. What you see Lord Thorn start to kind of nod his head like, yes, this is exactly what I needed to be able to take over the throne. Immediately find whatever you need, spend no quarter, spend whatever you need to find that information, Razin. And with that, he kind of gives a nod and stands up and says, "I'm glad that you saw things my way, Lord Thorn." And kind of gives Thorn a kind of shitty pat on the head because he's about a foot taller than him. And begins to walk off towards the back area where he came from, where apparently there's a third floor that goes down even deeper. And that's where the after credit scene will close.
Nice.
Nice. Very nice.
Yes.
Also very scary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they went through all that effort to get you in the first place. And the reason why they kept your mother alive and unharmed. Because they want you.
We didn't even get to hurt them on the way out.
I mean, you annoyed them. It's like basically stepping
Slap
on
to
their
the
foot.
face.
Slap to the face. It's nothing they can't recover from. It's just more annoying. His house burnt up, so he just got to add more shit to the house. And try to find out the people that caused all this bullshit to him to begin with.
Fuck him, dude.
Yeah.
We're about to. We're. This is epic.
It's right. I feel like it's pretty epic.
It was. Which the last thing, as a kind of comfortable reunion for Wanda, Jeanette, she gives you a beautiful hug and kind of says, "My daughter, I am so sad that I couldn't explain everything to you. I just did not have the time."
Did you just sell that door? Sorry.
Daughter. I'm so glad
Wanda
to
would
hear
say,
that. Very-
Wanda would say, "I am so sorry. I never should have left. And you were right. I should have stayed in Opara."
No. You were correct. And she kind of cups your face. You needed to leave to be the person you needed to be. And you apparently have made some wonderful and powerful friends that you would never have had the chance to meet here in Opara. It was short-sighted of me to try to keep you to myself and keep you safe the best way I know how. Though, it seems that my old gear seems to fit you well.
Oh, right. You could have this back. I was just using it. I mean,
and she just kind of shakes her
it's
head and
obviously
says,
yours.
Says no. The time for me to use those things have long passed.
Is your mom a vampire?
No, she's a foreign.
No,
Assassin.
I know, but how did
apparently,
she?
yeah.
But how did she use the necklace? If
Oh, Wanda doesn't know. Wanda thought she was a cop, but she was clearly more than a constable.
but like it can. Never mind.
The
Never
the
mind.
necklace
Can
isn't-
what?
The necklace doesn't have to be for someone who's a vampire.
I thought you said it had to be for her race.
Oh no.
I
It
guess the
can't.
bloodline.
I was gonna say it's
No.
the bloodline
I-
it attends to.
So
The bloodline.
yeah, so
Maybe I
I read her
Mhm.
I read her the stats for the items you gave me, which I am intentionally choosing to forget what they do so I don't metagame.
I mean, you could learn about them. It's something easy to have people
Oh,
look
I
those
know what
things
they
up,
do.
which is a whole thing. Even in game, it's an easy thing to have people look that up. But
Yeah.
ideally,
Oh,
the difference is that Wanda is a Dampier, which is half human and half vampire, and the item in question, which is the eye, can actually be re-recognized to a new owner from the former owner.
yes, it can.
The difference
So
is
as long
that
as
Ruin
that-
is neither of those things, and so it was like, nah, fuck this, cuz.
That makes sense. We can
Mhm.
get him.
Yeah, so I guess I see it would have been more that I was the registered owner at the time. I just didn't notice getting registered. Got you. That makes sense.
Yes, indeed, that necklace can get fairly fucked up. Can get fairly dark
Oh,
if it's
yes.
being worn by somebody that it doesn't fuck with. It will literally
I
kill
don't-
you.
I don't think I would put this necklace. I'm not letting anyone. In fact, this necklace needs like a security clearance to bring out. It's nasty.
Hence why it was in a dungeon vault underneath the oldest bank in Opara, locked away.
Which is now in your hands.
But as I think about it, Wanda, there was that security clearance on that necklace that I put on as well. Look how well that worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me and Naomi and Talu to get it off your ass.
Valid.
Yeah.
Naomi using all her power to pull it to help me lift that son of a bitch and move it.
Yeah, I had to suffocate you.
Yes, indeed.
Only slightly.
But she is quite happy to let you hold on to that necklace because of all the things it can do to protect you.
Yeah, and Wanda's definitely grilling her about where she got all this shit and why we lived in a shack. Never mind. I guess that's obvious in hindsight, but like, come on, a shack.
You've seen the resources of House Orsov. If we lived in anywhere else other than the Narrows, do you think that we would not have been found?
You're right.
And me having a shop that was blocks away from their mansion only kept me from their sight because I was under their nose. But I was able to get information from those who actually worked at House Orsov to keep us one step ahead of them.
Of course. I tease. I just would have been nice to grow up on something better than oatmeal.
Well, as I learned long ago, it's nice to be able to even grow up.
Yeah, where are you from exactly? Because apparently that's not where you told me. Or something.
I grew up in Lastwall. I came to Opara as a young child.
And where? Last?
Lastwall.
You cut out a little bit. Last wall?
Yes, Lastwall.
Last wall. Do I know where that is?
You would be aware of that. That is the place where the Shining Crusades battles mostly took place against the Whispering Tyrant.
Dope.
You can
Oh,
always
shit, my phone's
you
about
can
to die.
always Google Pathfinder Last Wall and it'll give you all the details about it.
I will.
I'd be asking about the heritage thing, about the Captain Ginyu.
Captain Kinky.
Captain, what is it, Stonewall or something like that?
Captain
Look,
King.
General
I'm-
Arnestat, goddammit.
Honest that.
He's Captain Ginyu from now on.
Yeah, okay, so Captain Ginyu Arnestat.
Y'all done called this motherfucker Captain Ginyu.
How did you get Ginyu from
I have
Arnes?
no idea.
Because earlier I was trying to remember, and I was like, I remembered his name had to do with rank, and I was like, Captain. And then recently I've been watching this thing where someone has to guess a random DBZ character, and that was the one that they gave him. And so that's why I got Captain Ginyu.
Got you. Okay. Oh man, I didn't even run into Avocado.
That is also true. But you also didn't go by
Oh,
the school
well.
where she would be at.
This is true. One day I will return to my home, Opara, and I will not have to worry about these
And there will be a
vampire
baby,
slavers.
and there will be a baby named Frank.
That
I'm
is
sorry,
true.
what?
There will be a
What
baby
about a
named
baby?
Frank in roughly about 2 months.
Oh snap, there's gonna be a baby named Frank. That's right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tyler's got a baby named Frank after him. Or his alias.
Hell yeah.
Lola has a drink after herself. Yeah.
Wanda is going to write back to Helga and Olaf and tell them she has her mother and everything is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Olaf is gonna be trying to figure out how to explain the baby named Frank.
And also, I'm gonna tell them to look out for people coming around asking about us. Maybe might be an issue. Just to kind of warn them, you know.
How? If that shit is
Damn.
happening like right now.
No, never mind. You're right.
By the time you get
I'm-
off this ship, they have already would have questioned everybody and known as much info as possible.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this session moved faster than most.
Hey,
I'm
I
behind
think
a little
everybody
bit.
made out of this trip in a pretty good manner because Ruin also found another Strix.
that's
Yeah,
also true.
Yeah.
I say Ruin learned of another Strix. I don't remember where the hell it was at, but I swore I put it in my notes and I did not.
I have it. Give me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
It is in the city of Grain near the Holy Or actually, she works in the Holy Forge with the champion that forged the silver pendant that I purchased.
Correct.
It's,
The village of Grain is in the far northeastern of the continent. Basically, it's kind of like where Maine would be, for lack of a better word, on the East Coast.
That's right. Never mind. I remember it now. Thank you, Sin.
Mhm.
Thank you, Pyro. I
So
know
Sin-
the name, and I remember where it was. It was the first stop, but I could never remember the name of the fucking village.
Yeah. I mean, that's me to you. Sin is currently at the front of the ship, kind of deeply lost in thought.
All
I'm
right.
trying to figure out how I knew so much about the damn Raven Queen.
I'm
Yeah.
just angry bitch.
Yeah, I wonder if there was gonna be a way to cure Luna come morning, or,
Yeah.
or if she's going to be cured or not.
Don't fucking touch me. I don't give a fuck. What?
Poor Luna. Bro, Luna's whole life just changed.
How the fuck Luna getting
It better
vampirism
not
turned
have
into
I would be-
a damn teenage rebellion phase? The fuck?
She's going through changes, man.
You know what?
You come to a certain age and your body starts to change, and these weird urges come out.
And you start biting people, drinking their blood. Yeah.
You know what? You got to deal with weird shit when you're a parent.
That was exhilarating. I'll do it again. Ruin you. You
That's
up for
okay.
it?
Wait till Margot finds out.
Right. The
I've
fuck was
been
y'all
through
doing?
this before.
Margo will be fine.
Hmm.
Fuck
Oh
that
man,
bitch.
you might eat your bird.
Wait till Everest finds out.
What?
Fuck
That I
that
got
bitch.
bit?
She did what?
Yeah, that.
Hit
She
you
bit
on
me
the
in
neck.
the neck, so I
Oh,
threw her
you-
to the ground and I punched her in the face.
Oh, you over here putting your mouth on my man?
Oh wait! I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still her man?
Is there a mark?
Doesn't leave a mark. Oh yeah,
Huh?
there's a big ass gash mark. That shit didn't go away.
So
Yeah,
by the
it's
time we
not
get back,
healed.
so by the time we get back to the school, it's gonna still be there. It's gonna still look
Yeah.
fresh,
Yeah,
but it's
The
not gonna look
wound
like
is
a
still
the
wound.
wound is
there.
healed, but the flesh was still damaged, so it just naturally looks like it healed quickly.
Yeah, so
So,
I got a
so,
scar pretty much.
so it's gonna look like something else.
Wait,
No, it's-
so
Ooh.
Out here giving this man a hickey.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what's gonna happen? Nothing. I already got punched in the face for it.
I mean, I think punch in the face and shot with a lightning lance are two different things.
Yep.
I'd prefer not to have my teammates barbecued.
Yeah, please, thank you.
That's why I
Thank you.
apologize. Ruin was talking after they talked to Celine and something about impulse. He decided, okay, fine, he needs to apologize.
It wasn't
Especially after
her
freaking
fault. It was.
Talu
It was-
and them said stuff about it. I'm like, all right, fine. Got to my conscience. I'll apologize.
But imagine being
Is it-
Celine, thinking that everything has been fine. Shit, it's not been an issue, even with the damn Moon Shadow students. The academy is finally getting back to normal after the death of students in the contest. They're getting the call at 5 in the morning from Sin. Yeah, so all this shit is happening right now, and in a couple of hours, we're supposed to assassinate some advisors to the crown. What the fuck? What?
Oh, God.
My defense, would she have preferred a call saying, hey, we just finished assassinating advisors to the crown and burning their house to cinders?
Oh no, that's why she came. The funnier part
That
is
said-
y'all didn't get to hear what the fuck Jay said when that happened. The fuck you mean that they're in Opara?
I was
Yeah.
like, oh,
He's like, you know what? Let them die. Let them all die. Just let them die. I'm getting my rest. Let them die.
let him die.
Did
Then
we
I don't
just-
have to worry about my daughter being with the Strix.
He was like, it's a
Did they
win-win
just not
situation
know I'm
until
from-
Celine dropped water on him.
Oh, I was about to
Did
say.
they not?
Hmm?
Did they not know I was from here?
They
Is that
were.
news to them?
I mean, they were aware that you were from overseas and it was in your file. But if you think about all the students they had 10 teams that came in. It's not like they immediately looked down your file and went into deep history about it. You got
It's
it.
like, okay,
Okay.
approve, deny.
Right. You showed your combat capabilities. There was a test to see your combat capabilities. You listed the things you can do, and they were willing to let you come here to see if you could pass the test.
Damn, now
probably-
everybody's got like a national, like international issues, bro. Like, we need to be in freaking witness
I
protection.
think they vet that.
Shit.
Actually, I would probably say the worst part is that Celine had to drop seeming in order to be able to cast haste, which means even though it was through a wall of fire, Rosin got a look at Celine and Sprada.
No.
It wasn't a
See,
clear
hold
look,
on.
but he got a glimpse at them enough to try to put that together one day eventually.
Eventually, he'll figure it out. And when he does figure it out, then we'll have an incident on our hand.
Oh, yeah. Because you
Yeah,
have to
when he
think about
sees
it.
them on national TV.
Well, what would the headmaster of Aegis Academy and his twin sister, the Archmage of Teleria, be doing all the way in Opara in the wee hours of the night, clearly rescuing the mother of what should be none of their business? It's like, all right, okay, I can put two and two together.
Yeah.
It's time to go look and start investing in Aegis Academy.
We should have murdered him. We should
And then
have
we
murdered
can
Okay.
all this shit pop up like, oh my god, they got this. Oh my god, they did this. What?
I mean, imagine had you all broken in there and ran into him with no fair warning beforehand about what he can do to vampirism. And where things currently stand, you'd have had Luna and Wanda both turn on you.
Oh my god. Oh, that would have been so terrible. For real though, we need to figure out if I can step out into sunlight. I'm gonna be real pissed if I cannot. I can handle being a half vampire and stepping out in the sun. Man,
I mean,
Luna's
would
depressed
you
for the
like
rest.
to, as a nice little last bonus after credit scene, test how you can deal with the sunlight in the morning?
Yes!
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I want to
Okay.
know.
Okay, so
Wanda will help
you've
you.
birded out. It's the sun. It's the day. You've been nervous about the idea because you don't know if you can see the sun. What are you going to do to test this?
Do I feel any different? Do I feel like a vampire?
You,
Do I know
I would say you
like
do feel a bit vampiric tendencies. You feel like your hearing is a bit sharper. You have a sense of smell now that's really sharp, like when you're in animal form. You
hmm,
notice that your balance is a bit more graceful than normal.
hmm. I'm just gonna
You've also
I'm
noticed
gonna
that you have your dark vision already was there, but your dark vision is increased now. You can see
ooh,
twice as far.
I'm gonna just so it'll be a day long thing because she's scared and she doesn't want to like come face to face with if she can not see light for the rest, like not be in the sun for the rest of her life. So she's just gonna sit at the door, look at the light, just continue looking, contemplating for like hours and hours and hours, and then she's eventually gonna get up, walk to the door, and like slowly just put her finger out.
You put just your finger outside of the. Well, technically, it's not a door. It would be like the
The
stairs that lead up.
windows.
But there is galley windows that you can go to. There's not one for the room, but there is one that you can go to, say, in the hallways that have light shining in, or if you want to walk towards the edge of where the sunlight is coming down the stairs to the first floor, you could do that and put your finger into it.
Yeah, that's what I would be doing.
All right.
I would just be sitting downstairs the whole time, just right by the stairs.
Is anybody
Giving her-
sitting there watching this?
Toad.
Ruin would do it just to keep an eye on her.
Wanda would help because she gets what it's like.
Tyler will be eating.
You go to
I'll
do
help
it,
you. I'll help you through this process.
and you put your finger out there, and you just
I'm
see
very slowly putting my finger out, just the
you
tip.
put just the tip. Pause. And as you put just the tip into the sunlight, you see that there's sun shining on your nail and the tip of your finger, and it's just glowing in the sunlight.
I
Is
put
she
my
a glittery
hand
one?
out.
Well, actually, I was gonna say you then begin to feel the warmth of the sun, which to your body actually feels kind of nice, and then it becomes excruciatingly painful as your skin begins to smoke. And as you put your hand out, it catches on fire.
Ah!
No! I'm gonna punch a wall with the hand that was just on fire because I'm confused and angry right now.
Cool, you.
And then be even more angry and hold my hand because I know that hurt like hell.
That's cool. You
And
keep doing that. I'm gonna just roll these dice real quick. Don't mind me.
Tyler's like that sucks.
Oh,
I go, that's not good. Wait a minute.
I'm like, yes,
Could've
I
happened to me
definitely
too.
don't.
You've currently taken 16 points of fire damage as your hand is on fire and the fire is spreading up your arm.
okay. Oh, all right. I'm gonna put the fire out. Please don't let me die, please.
You're good. You take another.
No, I'm putting the fire out.
You take another 11 points on top of that before it gets put out.
I put it out with holy water.
You don't have any. Sid does.
No.
What
Gonna pour holy
what
water
I
on a
will
vampire.
say is that your skin, while deeply burnt, does over the next hour or so slowly regrow back into being covered and fine.
No, as soon as she figures out that she can't like ever be in the sun, she's just gonna like start crying. That's it.
How did you become?
She's messy
Suddenly-
depressed. I know.
Bro, do you think it was
It was when we were in
from hiding in my armor or something?
the temple. Whatever you did on the other side of that wall caused something, and she fell over and fainted. That's the only thing I think of. When you were in the tomb, you did whatever you were doing that we couldn't see you.
I was going
She
to say,
suddenly fainted.
when you say all that, Jeanette kind of says, where was this tomb?
The tomb of General Captain Gideon.
Captain Gideon.
General
General Aniston.
On a stat.
General Captain Kiki.
General Aniston.
And with that, she kind of looks at you and she kind of like goes over to Luna and says, "Oh, you dear girl, I'm so sorry. There's a lot of wild protected magic over that area. And as a defensive mechanism, it normally will do that to make sure there's no one else that is near you. It may have been that magic that transformed her and given her vampirism."
I mean, we were both outside the doorway to the tomb. We were like by the stairs.
Then I would probably consider yourself blessed by the fates.
Blessed by the fates that she turned and I didn't?
Yes.
That's gonna make me
my
cry.
fault.
I was like, wait a minute. Oh, look, it's like, look around real quick. I'm like, wait.
And she kind of looks at you like, when you are afflicted by the disease, there's an insatiable desire to consume blood. There's nothing that will make you feel whole. There's no food that will satisfy you. There's no drink that will sate your thirst. It is always there, eternal and burning. And it only grows with time.
So are we going to have to worry about that with her? I mean, it's...
And you hear Xavian say it won't be an issue. As you know, the Xavian is also not out in the sunlight. You'll be fine, Luna. When we get back to Aegis Academy, we'll have them check you out and see what this condition is and what can be done about it. To which Jeanette does look at you and says, "Yes, please take heart that if you're not born a vampire, you can be cured of vampirism. I'm living proof, dear."
Whoa, that's real cool information. But like, she doesn't care right now. Well, she does look up with a little bit of hope, with tears in her eyes. But like, she's just gonna look down and still be sad, and like, she's just like just leaning on the wall or whatever, holding her legs to her chest, like sad, just really sad.
All you're gonna hear is Talu, great. Another person I gotta worry about eating me.
Yep. That's, you got two now.
I'm just gonna hiss at him because fuck you, bitch.
Wait,
I'm like,
you
well,
were a vamp.
I'm looking
Wait,
at
Mother,
Talu when I say
you
that.
were. So you were a vampire before.
She looks and says, "There was a time when I was a vampire. I was afflicted by the disease and now I've been cured."
Wait, how did you do that?
I did not do it myself.
Oh.
But I was saved, and I believe you can be saved also. In the meantime, you do have some benefits that aren't the worst when it comes to a disease. You do lose the feeling to be in the sunlight, but you should be sharpening other diseases or other traits that you have. Most vampires are resistant to all damage that isn't magical or silver. So normal weapons might not even have much of an effect on you. You'll gain resistances to cold damage and electricity, and you'll gain traits of the undead to be able to assist yourself. You'll be more resistant mentally to any type of influence, though you are generally under the influence of the vampire that spawned you and kind of turns and looks at Wanda.
Oh, this bitch.
I go, but she didn't. I go, but Wanda didn't bite her.
Ah,
Turn
bitch.
her.
It may not be the same.
Wanda just like, wait,
it,
what?
It may not work the
I'm
same
just
way,
gonna-
and she may be safe for that fact.
I'm just gonna narrow my eyes at Wanda. This is all your fault. This is all your fault.
Me as a player is like, test it out real quick.
Right. You'll find that you'll eventually be immune to be able to bleed yourself. Death attacks won't work on you. You won't be able to be diseased or paralyzed, which that's why the paralysis didn't work on you, is because you became full vampire in that time. Poison or sleep or stunned. And you'll even be able to heal quickly.
what do you mean the paralysis didn't work on me?
Well, when you were paralyzed, the vampirism hadn't fully taken effect. But because you had fully transformed, you can't be paralyzed as a vampire because of your undead traits. So the paralysis doesn't work anymore, even with it being a magic spell.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of immunities.
Mm-hmm.
Everything
and,
a dead person.
And the silent spell just naturally wore off because it doesn't last that long, even for Jace. Even though he extended them because he wanted you to shut the fuck up.
Okay, my thing is, what I want to know is, if I be a vampire squirrel, right?
And no matter what form you turn into, you will always have the same affliction of vampirism.
So and I will be able to bite somebody and suck their blood as a squirrel.
Yes.
Nice. I mean, I'm not going to do it.
Crazy.
But it's just nice to know that it's possible.
I mean, if you turn into a squirrel, you're gonna have to watch out for Wanda because she kind of has a battle.
Wanda would know not to eat me.
I mean,
we've actually had a ceasefire.
Oh, there's a ceasefire.
There's a ceasefire.
So, yeah, we've actually had a ceasefire for since right before the tournament because so Wanda hasn't fed literally this whole time.
Yeah, going on almost 3.5 weeks.
I'm proud of myself, really.
Which won't pretend to you that ruined blood wasn't delectable. Didn't smell real good.
I was about to say.
Like that shit smelled like fresh barbecue chicken, boy. Like, ooh, that's that good right there.
About to say, I'm glad Sin is having his breakdown elsewhere because he's so covered in blood from the communion.
Very true.
Lucky.
But see, that blood is different because that's cold and just congealed divine blood. It's not the same.
Okay, it wasn't straight from
right.
Tap.
Exactly. It's not that fresh, good
just
blood.
Lucky you aren't elves, honestly. I might have gone for it.
That is also true.
It was yummy too.
It was yummy too.
That's it. I'm gonna start learning paladin traits.
Say that was yummy too.
Damn.
I was gonna say that was an epic moment to almost have go down and have Wanda cut in the middle of all that if Ruin and Luna went at each other.
That would have been funny.
Because Ruin can put out a lot of damage, but Luna can also just wild shape into different animals, so she has a lot of extra hit points.
Yeah.
That was
but suddenly becoming an elephant on that kind of narrowish platform. Because it was big enough for them to stand and walk around a little bit on, but
oh no, it was. I want to say the platform was about, if you took it square size, it was easily, just from the size of the statue and everything, it was about I'd say 60 by 60.
Okay.
The platform and the actual tomb underneath it was pretty big as fuck.
I also can do a lot of damage if I crit, and I can take my distance shots.
That's if you can maintain your distance from a flying barbarian, which is pretty impossible.
Pretty damn scary.
Yeah, especially if you got close to an edge, Ruin would just literally straight up tackle your ass off the edge.
Wait, what's that?
I would not let you go until we got close to the ground.
Honestly, Wanda might be the best one on our team to have a chance against Ruin, just for being hard to hit. You know what I mean?
I would say with your gear now, you have a very solid chance. But you also are a spellcaster, which gives him additional bonuses, so it balances out.
Yep. I was like, yep.
Yep, and I was just about to say that. I remembered you have those.
Yeah, I hate spellcasters, apparently. But I date one. So yeah, it works out.
My greatest chance to fight Ruin just came and went.
Are you dating one? Is she
Ruin, what's your fly speed? I forgot.
My fly speed is 60.
Are you trying to look up things that fly faster than Ruin?
No, I just wanted to know how fast of the falcon I was playing.
I believe great eagles can fly at 80, so you'd be able to outrange him at that if you've turned into a great eagle.
Yeah,
I'll be fine. I'll be alright.
I mean, to a degree, you would have to literally double move and just run away the whole time if he would chase you and double move. And if he's raging, I think your rage might give you bonus feet. I forgot if you have that or not. But
No, it
but if
takes away.
not, he probably will get it next.
Just one movement, shoot an arrow. If I can get you, I just need to wing you.
I mean, that is also
there's
true.
a chance.
You could
There's a
literally
chance,
just
like a
move after
small
him and just keep
percentage.
shooting.
Yep, I just gotta keep
Just like
moving.
a small. There's just a small small
Percentile.
percentage
Hmm
of a chance. Sorry, I can't. Haven't been
Take your time.
talking is bad. Talking is bad. A small percentage that I could do something. You know what I mean? I believe in myself. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you got vampire abilities now. Now's your best chance, as long as it's not the
Yeah.
sunlight.
I wouldn't do it. I was thinking about it. You know what I mean? It was a 50-50 chance. I
Yeah.
didn't though. I just ran away like a coward.
You know what? It's the sign that not fighting is often a tougher thing to do than fighting. Speaking from personal
It
was-
experience.
Also,
it was
it's an emotional
tough, yeah.
response.
hmm
It's an emotional
but Luna
response.
is-
Running is not necessarily cowardice. It's more along the lines of you're frustrated, you're confused, you don't know which way to go, and away is the best way to go.
No, Luna only did it out of randomness because she didn't want to die because he said
He could fuck you up.
said he wouldn't stop. Yeah, he said he would fuck me up, and I'm not trying to die, bitch.
Yeah,
And
you came at me. Ruin was gonna go all in. Like either you leave alive or I'm leaving alive. That's it.
yeah.
Bro, and Wanda was just standing there like, okay.
Exactly.
At the
I
moment,
got
Luna,
You were given that warning. That's all it was. You were told, leave me alone or else.
Luna is very emotional, as is her.
Player.
As am I, and for her, she's not grown emotionally, so she would see it as cowardly to run away because she was doing it out of fear and not out of emotional intelligence and recognizing when to walk away.
That's what I'm saying. It was still a solid move.
Right?
I'm just still shocked about
Like,
what
all I
Wanda,
know is
I want to know what Wanda would have did had you two, they just went to fighting in front of you, because you'd have to pick a side and do something.
I didn't know
Or
yet
does-
because
I mean, you don't necessarily
I
have
knew. No, I
I
really,
mean,
I
even
honestly didn't
even
know.
Wanda's
'Cause I
own
didn't-
side is still a side.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, I didn't think you guys were. I was going to turn around from coming out of this tomb, and you guys were going to be literally at each other's throats. So when I turn around and I see that, and we're standing on top of a monument in public, in a country I'm supposed to be hiding on, and it was just that situation is just so bad because now these are both my teammates who are suddenly enemies, and I'm standing between them, and I know both of them will kill me. So like, I was fucked. I had no idea what I was gonna do. I really was just. You guys had me for a minute.
hmm I mean, you still had options though, Wanda. You could always use your cloak to just blend into the floor and then just go down the side of the thing.
I mean, however far
Just
you
dip out and leave.
drop you.
I meant more than like if everybody dipped out, because Luna could fly away, Rowan could fly away. If you needed to, you could just easily just disappear from sight and merging into the damn statue, which they'd be like, where the fuck did they go?
Oh yeah.
And then you just slide down the
I
side of
was
the
talking
statue
about-
and then just dip out.
I was talking about if my teammates had started fighting.
You know,
Like,
it was
I don't know
alright.
what I would have done.
It was
I
alright.
feel like that was like some foreshadowing though for some Civil War action, because like that kind of tension doesn't just go away.
You got to talk it out.
Y'all were about
Well,
to fight.
I was gonna say
like,
now Ruin
for
can see
nothing,
that
dude.
Luna literally is a vampire.
Yep. Even more reason why Ruin will be on guard.
Like, you know what? I get that you didn't control what happened, but I'm not gonna forget that the shit happened. Okay. Clearly, you can't control your shit, so I'm gonna keep my eye on you real quick.
That's understandable, but like she's still Luna.
If Sin dishes out that whole 100K each, I'm getting my damn bracer of healing.
Would be a nice one.
That way I can always have that and heal from now on, finally. Damn it.
I mean, eventually, once Sin's gotten his shit in order, yeah, he's gonna give the Wanda back her 50, give everybody 100,000, and then keep the extra 50 for himself.
Which is an amazing way to look at all the things. The team came up on a lot of gold. Sin got to meet two gods and interact
And
with
get
them.
I want to give my mom her gold back.
And see that they were vastly different.
What'd you say, Wanda?
I said I did want to give my mother her platinum back because, yeah, yeah, you should just keep that. I'm gonna spend it.
I
See,
mean,
the sad part.
yeah.
The sad part is Sin has seen both gods, and it's like he respects the Raven Queen, but the situation that she placed before him was something is going to have to happen, and you have to let it fall where it is, because something bad was going to happen, and that's just not like Sin. So he's like, as much as I respect her, I kind of side a little bit more with Nethys, even though he beat me up. He made me make a decision and follow through with it. You're gonna let yourself die? You're gonna let yourself die. I don't give two shits. But he gave me the ability to change that by just dropping me and letting me actually use the skills that I have and made me think. And it's kind of tearing him up because she genuinely gave him aid, but as a passive standpoint, and Nethys was more kind of like, all right, baptism by fire.
Flight or
Get it
fly,
done.
fall or fly, bitch. Yeah.
Basically, all because you showed him the orb, which he took offense to.
I didn't. Yeah, and that's something I want to try to figure out. What the hell is that orb?
Orb of anti-magic.
Oh,
That's why you pissed him off. That's something I need.
like I didn't
You
know.
offered an orb of anti-magic to the literal god of Met? Okay, I see why he was pissed.
Yeah, I see why
like,
he's pissed too. The minute I find it out, to figure that out, I'm gonna be like, oh, I deserved that.
So it's a very much like, oh, we want to be funny? You think you're a comedian? Laugh now, bitch. Laugh. Laugh. She's hot as fuck down there, ain't it?
Yeah.
To be fair,
In my own.
that is pretty funny.
It was.
Oh, it is. It was funny as shit to me. But on the upside, I survived.
True. Though I would say it was less that he chose not to harm you. He just wanted to not help you and let you see what you could do. And if you died, he'd be like, okay, whatever. And his madness, he just went back to whatever the fuck he was doing before. You're basically the guy that knocked up on his door and he was like, yeah, fuck it, come in, whatever. I'm busy. It was like, look, I'm just trying to talk to you, sir. He's like, watch out, hold on. I'm finna blow this shit up. Move out the way.
What?
He's very mad scientist scatterbrain where he literally, that mask splits his dichotomy of wanting to fucking destroy the world and save the world.
Part of the things Sin wants to talk to him about is maybe not just a single champion is what he needs. Maybe he needs two. One that is ready to destroy everything and one that is ready to save everything because of dichotomy.
Do you think he doesn't have that?
I don't know. That's why I have to ask.
Ooh,
I might be fate touched, but he's the all-seeing eye. I don't know. I have to find out.
And yes, Alex, it is 222.
I know, it's so beautiful. I picked up my phone to look up dichotomy.
But yeah, that's the way it's all split up and died. And yeah, which there's a reason why he didn't ask you to be one of his champions, because he has those positions filled already.
Kind of figured, but it's still helpful to talk to him.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's a very interesting character to agree with. Just as you would understand, there's an inherent danger of being around a person who at any second could just decide to go after you. Or decide that he doesn't care if you happen to die in his presence because you're just not important to him.
Not 100% understanding, but Sin's kind of gotten a little placated because Palu could destroy a lot, and Sin could do next to nothing against it. So it's kind of, so that point was kind of lost on him. But the rest of it was definitely very okay.
Wait, what do you mean, Talu?
I mean, you
You
almost killed
can.
him already.
Quite literally,
Yeah,
Talu is just one really bad day away from like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, the problem with that
Yeah.
is you got to remember Talu also is inheriting a lot of Zaladar's
Traits.
ideals, and it is also the idea of I gotta protect people now.
Yeah, and your home, quote unquote, is Aegis Academy in Teleria. Imagine if they had been like, we're gonna wage war on Teleria. Have fun with that information. You're standing already on their turf, kind of like, okay, you decided to fuck around. Now, let's find out just who
But
you decided to declare war on, as you just take half of Opara and just squeaky
but
clean.
Talu already gave his word, and again, that's something that both him and Zalar would hold into higher regard.
Mhm.
Fair
Very
enough.
true. It's interesting to see how these storylines are intertwining and mixing, and the overlap that happens in certain places. Like the Raven Queen stuff is highly interesting, especially because of Zaladar and his past.
Yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing.
That is very true, Incog, because as you know from watching Calamity, Zaladar more than likely knew the Raven Queen when she was human.
I know I'm
Oh
definitely
no,
going
I
to.
didn't fully think that through.
Yes, at one point you
Oh,
probably knew her when she was human because she was from Avalier and was a mage there. But the details of all that is gone now to history because of the Ascension ritual that literally wiped it from existence.
so
Man,
wait, then how would Zalar even recognize it or
It's
realize it?
it's kind of like the way in No Way Home that nobody knows who Peter Parker is, but they know who Spider-Man is. So you can
So,
recognize that that power, that the ritual happened, and it happened there, and that it was possible because people know that's what happened to make the Raven Queen the Raven Queen, but the details of it are gone. And if, I mean, when it came down to looking hard enough, somebody figured out that they didn't remember who their mother was.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because Sin is like 90% positive he's going to accept the title from the Raven Queen, but just after he's settled it himself.
No, no, you're
But
not.
you gonna climb into the pool with me?
I will fucking pull you out of that pool.
well, he just has to go with
Damn,
Ruin.
how would that would secure your place for with your family though for sure.
Yep. He's like, hey, Ruin, I'm going to go see the Raven Queen. All right. That's it. That's all he needs to say. All right, done.
That is true. You'll
Nah.
be the first champion of the Raven Queen since Vaxildan Vexar, legendary member of Vox Machina that helped defeat Vecna when he attempted to ascend to godhood himself and destroy the first city of the world, Vasselheim. It's a pretty lofty ass title to hold.
One of the reasons why I kind of want to talk it over with Celine first, in the sense of, yeah, you told me to come talk to you next time I'm going to go visit a temple. And the next time I visit a temple, it's a high likelihood that I could return as the, champion of the Raven Queen. Can we talk about this?
Tell Sprout of that. That should be fun. Oh, tell Xavier.
Nah. Well, one of the things the reason I wanted to bring it up with Celine is like, I know that it's not, they're kind of the competitor in the terms of they have their own adventuring academy. They're inevitably going to figure it out that I'm now the champion of the Raven Queen, not her brother. So
Yeah, well, technically he's dead, so, the mantle has to go to somebody.
There you go, Sam. Go get it.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
fun.
Oh,
I mean, Ruin's already encouraged the idea.
I know he
Don't be
has.
ashamed of greatness.
yeah. Don't be ashamed of greatness. Boy, if that wasn't a Team Moonshine motto.
I feel like it would just be that uneasy feeling from Zalar and Talu. It would be just that. We know how she got there. We don't know who she was. There's a familiarity there, but I don't like it.
Well, even to attempt the ritual of ascension, you have to be a top tier elite level mage to begin with. And
So
even,
then,
even then, it can take a lot of things coinciding to even make it possible to attempt.
yeah, the the stars got to align. Your left foot's got to be in just the right angle and all that good shit.
I mean,
That and you just need to have a fake text on your side.
No.
that could also help in one way or another. But I mean, there's a couple of others that have ascended to godhood also in this world, but all of them went to the Starstone Cathedral and used the Starstone to be able to do so. None of them have done it with the actual magical ritual themselves beyond the Starstone.
Oh, and if
boy.
if
And I've already
Sin-
at least gone across the bridge and back.
That's true, which is hard enough as is. That shit can kill you.
and if Sin tells Talu about his talk with Memphis and be like, yeah, he was talking something about the Age of Arcanum, I'm like, yeah, that what he told you was 100% correct. Like
Magic was the shit.
magic was just thrown willy nilly. People did it for fun, for shits and giggles.
Oh yeah, magic was so powerful that it made life extremely easy.
It's the reason why, like, Sin is taking all this time to himself right now, because he wants to become better, but there's now two options. The first is trying to learn a little bit from Nethys, and maybe being the champion of the Raven Queen could help him survive a little longer next time he goes.
I would
That's
say,
assuming he'll answer your call if you're someone else's champion.
yeah, that's generally not a thing.
Yeah,
it's possible,
but
it's generally less of a thing. It's like, don't let your fucking dog go pee in my yard.
Yeah, I'm just here to bark at him.
With Nethys, I feel like it could go either way. It's a 50-50 maybe.
It's like I said, it's basically just it's taking the risk and rolling the dice with Nethys. Because literally, I roll the dice to see how his personality changes, and eventually it'll change.
I mean, come on, Sin is definitely a person to take that gamble. He took the gamble across the bridge. He took the gamble with the communion pool of blood. I mean,
when it does come to Nethys, he is the all-seeing eye because he absorbed all information of all the world everywhere, all the planes at once, which instantly drove him mad. So, I mean, all of that knowledge is in there somewhere. It's just how viable is the goddamn source?
Because Sin's gonna start practicing with a stone discus. He said, like, wait, it can be cast and used multiple times off of a single cast.
Yeah, he's like, the fuck that. Look, that's the basic shit. That's the way it's supposed to work.
It's like
you can practice on me, and I can practice
glass
dodging.
of whiskey and then just putting water and ice in it constantly.
Yeah, pretty much. Took a fifth of whiskey and turned it into like 4 gallons is essentially what happened.
If you watered my shit down when it was cool.
No, I'm trying to go back to the cast strength stuff. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, so I think it'll actually work out for all of you because now you get to be back at Aegis Academy with a week left before classes start back up. So you have time to deal with the interpersonal issues you may have.
I don't think Talu has
level up.
Ruin already, he has his caution. That's it. No real issues.
I mean,
They haven't
Talu,
gone
you
through
literally
anything to
blew up
level
a
up.
goddamn piece of the city.
Nobody knows it was me.
Oh crap! That's right. I still owe penance to somebody. Yeah, never mind.
Weiss's older sister?
Oh,
No, I don't think that.
You owe penance to Zero.
Yes. I was like,
Why?
because your boyfriend.
All right, later.
No, because
My boyfriend.
I'm joking. While you were talking with outside, Tyree Run. Because of him mouthing off to him, he was gonna fucking murk the shit out of him or hurt him, and Ruin offered penance.
True.
To stave his wrath.
The night before the contest began, when you all went out to the bar drinking because somebody wanted to get her drink on.
Right. Oh, that's another thing. I gotta go find my own too.
And then a couple of pair of assassins pulled up.
Jesus.
Oh right. Okay.
which worked out because a certain somebody's sister and her god killer was trying to pump y'all for more information lightly, but was trying to also raise the spirits of Zero, who was in a fairly shitty mood after his dad treated his life away as he does every single day. Having
That makes
the
sense.
actual father that you could never be good enough for, no matter what the fuck you do.
Yeah, so Ruin will probably come back with like a broken bone or two, maybe multiples, depending on how he feels upon his penance.
Accurate.
That's sad.
You know what? It's honorable. Like I gave my word, I'm gonna stick to it, even if it's not the best thing. And he's willing to give Zero his pound of flesh to keep Tyree Run from no longer breathing.
From biting the fucking dirt.
Alright, I'm gonna do my raid. I don't know. I'm raiding some random League of Legends player.
Of course you are.
But of course, because I'm probably gonna throw in at least a game or two before I go to bed.
Oh no. I am definitely taking my ass to bed because 8 o'clock comes too early.
You ain't trying to fall into that whirlpool again.
Hell no, because it was 6 in the goddamn morning. I was up playing with y'all.
Nobody told you to keep saying yes.
Tired as shit all
It was
day.
so fun.
It was just Mo's ass talking about. So Alex, roll it real quick. Roll it real quick. That shit was funny as hell.
Mm-hmm.
It was so fun. Oh,
That was
I
dope.
said,
Opara
yeah,
was
this is-
epic.
this is why I don't like playing so late though, because I know I want to play now. But I'm
Nope.
gonna play up until 5 o'clock again.
Nope,
That's just
nope.
not good. for
Take
my-
your ass to bed and let it go. Let it go. All that shit. But yeah.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night. Take care. Stay blessed. Much love. Thank you for showing up. And again, we'll be at it next Sunday as always. Make sure you go show love to all these beautiful streamers. Ace, Kaito, Drake when he shows up. And y'all have a good night.
Yes, indeed. As always, in the words of the great Jay-Z, you could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you chose to be here with me, so I appreciate every last one of y'all. Thanks for stopping by for another Aegis Academy episode as we come to the ending of the Skysword arc. Survived all 8 episodes of it. Who would have thought?
Man, we made it.
Exactly, and nobody died, technically.
Oh, damn. I messed up my raid.
Yeet.
I gotta bring we met the freaking pirate lords too.
That is true, and none of you died, which is shit could have happened.
Sort of.
Because they definitely
None
would
of
have
us
killed you.
died, sort of. Because, like,
None of us
technically,
died,
aren't I?
sort of.
Yeah, nobody,
Is that how that
nobody permanently died. It's fine. From the
Okay,
team.
there we go.
One was undead.
Yes, indeed. So next Sunday, we'll of course be back with another episode of Aegis Academy when they will actually be returning to Tellurian Aegis Academy after 3 weeks away at sea and all their adventures, and to see what is waiting for them when they return to the Academy grounds.
Like, oh man,
Mhm.
it's gonna be interesting.
No level up.
Oh, yeah.
No level up.
We can't level up. We have
That's not an
nothing to
arc
level
thing.
up on.
Yeah, we can just run
Okay.
around and not engage really in any combat. But we did do decent story wise.
Kind of you to come
We did do
through.
decent
Ooh,
story-wise. I
damage,
love the
yeah.
story.
Homie.
I saved a wolf.
What y'all?
Yeah,
what
boy.
y'all was playing? Y'all were playing some.
Oh, and turned into a
Pathfinder.
vampire.
Okay.
Fuck you guys. Fuck
It's
all
kind
of
of
you
a
guys.
relaxing.
Yeah,
game,
the
honestly.
stories,
Chill vibes.
stories.
This is
That
also
whole
Strays pretty relaxing.
Opara arc was just
Late
I
night game.
was on the edge of my seat, bro.
Hey, you got a
always
piece of
found
that
it
long lost shield.
So making a bit of progress.
Yeah,
Not a lot,
yeah,
though, in
that's
my 6
I'm
hours
excited.